have so much Popeyes, you guys. I was wolfing it down before the stream started. I've just been like... It feels good. Guess what I have today? A little tiny Tabitha. This is all of her. Give me that. She's so little. She's so tiny. Okay. You know, at the end of the day, I really do love this microphone. That's the thing, Omega. She's very, like, don't fuck with me just because I'm little. She's scrappy. She's very, like, of all of our cats, I think she would win in a fight. If you put all of them together. One, she's the only one, like, only two of our cats have ever taken life. Because they were strays. So, like, you know, they had to be fully tail Tabitha. I want to be clear. It's Fluffy Tail. Yeah, Tabitha got that dog in her. Okay. Now, I also want the record to show. Made some stupid configuration decisions. Here we go. I don't have any lists on my Letterboxd account yet, but I have a list of lists to make, and I will read you a couple. I'm gonna make this when we're done going through all the movies. Tabitha's eating. So, first one is probably the longest list, and it's holiday movies in chronological order of holidays. So the list would start with New Year's movies, so it could be like an Ouroboros that you could just like play in a loop. Starts with New Year's movies. Then you got President's Day movies, Groundhog Day movies, Valentine's Day movies, Easter movies, etc., going through until, you know, it ends. With the exception, horror movies are too. There's too many horror. Halloween movies. We talked about this last movie stream. Halloween movies are horror movies. Horror is an entire genre unto itself. There are far too many to choose from, so this will not have like every fucking horror movie in existence. That's ridiculous. List of lists is what we call a two-dimensional array. Because there's this competition. Well, Squid Girl, there's also that Happy Death Day horror franchise. I feel like that's pretty Groundhog's Day coded. Like, the holiday at this point is half Beaver, half Bill Murray. Yeah, well, a lot of Christmas movies don't take place on Christmas. Don't worry about it. Second list. Weird art house shit. There's a lot of cinephile-y, bro-y movies. You know, when you want to watch Twin Peaks, when you want to watch... I meant to say David Lynch, but I can't even... I get too sad when I say his name, R.I.P. When you want to watch some Lars von Trier shit. When you want to get weird. I'm like, oh, I want to watch something weird. The shit that makes the cinephiles excited. Throw that on. The shit that you put on to impress other people. Throw that on. Sometimes you gotta watch them so that you can be like, yeah, I've seen that. I know what's up. The first time I saw Boondock Saints was in a double feature of Boondock Saints 1 and 2 in 2010. Like, Boondock Saints 2 was pretty recent. It was when I moved in with my very first boyfriend. And his other male roommate and all their bro friends. And they were like, oh my god, we're watching Boondock Saints 1 and 2. And I'm like, what the fuck is Boondock Saints? And it was like, oh, you know, Daryl from The Walking Dead's doing his thing. Anyways. I remember really liking Willem Dafoe's character. And then being surprised, like, I remember that the Boondocks brother that I thought would get famous was not the one that got famous. Because, like, once that guy landed the Daryl gig, that was it. He's set for life. Is today's movie American Pie? Okay, so... Yeah, I also was like, well, I like the TV show The Boondocks. Is this related? And everyone was like, it's basically the exact opposite of the TV show The Boondocks. Like, they like imagine the exact opposite guy making a show. You've made Boondock Saints. Been meaning to watch this for an embarrassingly long time. Movies like Heathers. Movies like, basically any of these movies that came out prior to 2001, you know? Today's National Oh, it is the 14th. Well, it's the 13th for us, Jordan. Don't get tricky. Don't try to sneak extra pie in. No, the National... Oh, maybe Apple Pie Day. Because tomorrow's Pie Day. It'd be weird if Apple Pie Day was the day before. The Wood? You guys can't be making up movies just so I type it into Google and look crazy. Okay. Now this is gonna be fun because The Wood is a 90s movie, so it's gonna be on this list. I have not seen it on this list yet, which means that it like we're on. So, sorry. Set the stage. So I learned about Letterboxd. I decided to finally go to Letterboxd.com and see what the fuck Letterboxd was. How the fuck would I make it up? You can make a movie so easy. Have you seen Fiddler on the Sticks? But it isn't March. Oh God, Jordan. Oh God, Jordan. Oh no. Oh man. I gotta be honest with you guys. I got back from Yosemite National Park, drove there, drove back. I've never been to a national park before. It's beautiful. But the first day there, I woke up and went to walk from our cabin to like the lodge. Only place allowed to have food because of bears. And I saw the lodge looked like it was like there was a big smoke cloud, and I was like, oh, people must be lighting campfires nearby, and that's the smoke. And then as I got to the smoke, I realized that it wasn't smoke, it was tiny particulates. And when I looked at the cars that had a green film on them, I realized it was a giant wall of pollen. And your girl pops a Claritin every day to function. So, right, it's tiny particulates, but it was larger than that. Like, you can't see the individual particulates of smoke that well. It's more like a fine, like, translucent, you know, you guys have seen smoke. But this, you could, like, I realized once I got up to it, I could see the particulates very well. It was more like when, like, you blow on dust and then, like, sun shines through the beams and you see all the little dust particulates. Like that versus, like, cigarette smoke or fire smoke, you know. So I was like, I realized the cars were green. I realized that this was a cloud of pollen, and I was just bathed in pollen. And it's a combination of that, and I always break out in full body hives when I get too hot. And the wedding was, like, in direct sunlight, and it was very hot. So my whole body, like, I have my eyelids, hives, my lips, hives, the tops of my hands, hives, my ears right now are covered in hives. It's getting better to the point where when I look in the mirror, it just looks like my skin is super dry. So, like, tonight I'm exfoliating the fuck out of it. But I have been aggressively allergic reactioning for days because I spent like 3 days, because that, like, wall of pollen wasn't just a one-time thing. Like, it was all over all the time for the whole week. So I was just bathing in clouds of pollen. It's rough. So, like, I can see, like, my skin is still covered in bumps. It's still on this hand. I think this hand, no, this hand's also covered in bumps. So I have bumps absolutely everywhere. It feels crazy. Is that good? They don't use chicken thighs for their chicken sandwiches? But yeah, these ones are green. I love it. So, yeah, so I'm just really itchy and uncomfortable. So you'll have to be very nice to me. That's the TLDR, is everyone has to be really nice to me because I've been so miserable. I got an ear infection and I feel like it's finally starting to get a little bit better. I got like 4 fucking injuries. It was horrible. I was so ill. But this is like, I've just been like past sensory max overload. So the tiniest things, I'm just like full meltdown. Oh shit, it's 4:20. Everybody do drugs that feel better. I actually haven't been itchy, and like now that I'm starting to really, I don't know, like dry out and the hives are going away and just like the raised skin is left. Even glamping, no thank you. And see, for me, I love camping under like, but you plan for it in the correct conditions. Like, I have never been camping at a place that had pollen walls, like the Dust Bowl in the 30s. You know, I didn't know that there were pollen bowls. I would camp. I like to camp like an hour to 3 hours away, because honestly, especially in Florida, there ain't nowhere you can find a lack of light pollution enough to really feel like when you really see a sky with no light pollution, it does change something in you. It is one of the most beautiful things you'll ever see in the world. It doesn't feel real. So I grew up with like my grandpa would bring his Boy Scout equipment and we would go like camping, and my mom would never come because my mom is kind of like Omega, but she will go glamping. My mom now has an RV and she loves bringing her house with her to the outdoors because she loves camping over an open fire. She's got a recipe for making cake on a campfire. All sorts of stuff. So she loves it. My mom loves those parts of camping, but she's like, I'm sleeping in a real bed in my house off the ground that's waterproof. Like, yes, she will bring her house with her camping. She will glamp. That is the closest you will get her to camping. I grew up with like a sleeping bag on a canvas tent on the ground. Like, I don't know. But like, yeah, I feel so dry and just like gross and like, ugh. So I have an exfoliating mask in the bathroom and I'm just gonna scrub the shit out of myself. Yeah, I love making s'mores. I love making hot dogs and like bratwurst and cheesewurst and like, you know, any sausages you can just eat or throw on a bun. Cooking with fire is fun. Throwing it, like, wrap up a potato in aluminum foil and just toss it in the oven or in the fire. Forget about it for an hour. Now we're talking. I'm gonna go through a couple of these really quick. Shorts. Got a lot of cartoon shorts and other things of that nature. I don't want to get them confused with real movies. Recommended but skeptical. Basically every recommendation I've ever gotten. I know this will be bad, but I need to see this film. Most films, I'm not gonna watch it. But sometimes, like, look, I'm not expecting this to be good, but I gotta see it. Horror movies, parentheses, slop. Horror movies, parentheses, prestige. The only two types of horror movies. Movies I will never watch. Don't ask me to. I know that it's like, wait, that's a watch list. You're putting movies you won't watch. Yes, it's just, hey, before you ask me, hey, or do you want to watch this movie? Check this list. Is it on the list? I'm not gonna watch it. Don't ask me. It feels practical. It feels easy. It feels like something that I'll be glad I have come in handy. Like, I'm sorry, that's on my list of movies I will never watch. Please don't ask me. And they'll be like, really? And then you send them a list. And they'll be like, oh, shit, it is on there. It was added 6 months ago. So I can't even feel like this isn't personal. That's just, she had that. Good kid shit. Sometimes you want to watch kid shit, but you don't like the good kid shit. Like Page Master. Mozzarella stick movies. You know, quick, cheesy, deliciously empty calories. Because, like, people have, like, chick flick lists, and it's like, yeah, there's chick flicks, but then there's, like, something beyond, like, not all movies, not all mozzarella stick movies are chick flicks. The Sandlot is good kid shit. Exactly. See, you guys understand. You guys understand the problem. Mm-hmm. I got excited about the concept of movie. See, Squidward, that would just be one movie. A list can't just be one movie. But no, sometimes you just want to watch, like, sometimes you want to eat a meal. Sometimes you want to sit down and watch The Godfather. And sometimes you just want to order some mozzarella sticks. Right? So I think it's important to have a mozzarella stick movie list. Movies you should watch way too young. Like, there are a lot of movies that are R-rated, PG-13, but you should definitely watch when you're, like, 12. Jordan, this is gonna sound crazy, but that actually doesn't make me feel better. That I was just getting bukkake. Like, Sequoia Cockade is pretty great, but not to live through. Damn, Afro, I came in to the living room of my great-grandparents' house, and my great-grandfather was watching The Godfather Part 2. Specifically when, like, the start of the flashback in Italy, and I watched the entire, like, set in olden times in Italy flashback sequence as my first entrance into The Godfather, and it worked out really fucking well because it's just like, you know, it's like watching the prequel before the rest of the movie. Didn't spoil a lot, added some. And so, yeah, I was like, what is this? And then it cut to present day, and I was like, oh, I've missed a ton. What movie is this? Wait, this is The Godfather? And then I went out and I watched 1 and 2. I think I've seen 3, but 3, if you guys don't know, famously made like 30 years later very bad. 20 years later. God, we're not all that old. Rough. So, yes. We'll get to movies you should watch when you're too young. They kind of come up like as you be like, oh yeah, exactly. Like I think everybody saw a movie like Basic Instinct adjacent when they were too young. Anything that makes you say when you talk about the movie, if you go, yes, that movie awakened something in me. A lot of times those are the type of movies you're talking about. Nicole Kidman. Processing generational trauma. Maybe Love is Real? And Twitch's #1 detective for all my mystery movies. When I'm in the mood to watch mystery movies. And it's like, what mystery movie should I watch? I know. I have a list for that. We all watched Ridley Scott's Alien at age 6. Zyger gets it. Exactly. For me, it was Pitch Black specifically. I watched Pitch Black when I was like 7, and it made me deeply, deeply afraid of the dark. Blues Brothers when I was under 5. See, you get it. Exactly. See, Omega, that's fun. I'm just saying, like, at least you know going in what the stakes are. It's not personal. It's not, oh, she just hates my recommendations. It's on the list. It's not about you. It's about the movie. Every time I watch a movie off the no movie watch list, you have to watch Practical Magic again until you get it. This is my real life Dark Souls. Yeah, I watched Jurassic Park 3 in theaters. I believe that was a 1999 movie. 2001. Okay, I was 9. I watched Jurassic Park 3 in theaters. I hadn't seen the first 2 yet because I was 9. Like fresh 9. This came out in July. I turned 9 in March. Yeah, I was a big wuss as a kid, but I was always babysat by my aunt who was 6 years older than me, and my aunt was a super like she was she was like a punk chick, but very specifically, in case you think she was cool, like I made the mistake of doing as a child, she was a juggalette. She was really into like ICP and like juggalo culture. And so she would torture me by only watching R-rated horror movies whenever my mom dropped me off. Like, my mom would drop me off before work and then pick me up after work. Like, it was a full-on, I was spending all day with my aunt, and she would just watch the scariest fucking movies. And not even always the scariest movie. She would watch Are You Afraid of the Dark? And the little TV Y7 would come up. I remember being 6 years old and crying, begging her to change the channel and being like, I'm not 7. It's not allowed. I'm not allowed to watch it. Because she wouldn't listen to me saying I didn't want to. But I was like, you'll get in trouble. It's against the law. It says you have to be 7. So I watched a lot of... Which is probably why I was such a scaredy cat. Like, they went together. So yeah, my aunt forced me to watch really scary movies. Like, I'm talking like Halloween... like H2O Reunion. I'm talking like again Pitch Black and Chronicles of Riddick. This weird Stephen King movie that I always forget the name of, and then find it again and go, oh yeah, that was fucked up. Not Stephen King. It's an H.P. Lovecraft adaptation. So yeah, like sometimes it's that, but sometimes it's like I watched Where the Heart Is when I was 11, and my mom was like, that's PG-13, you shouldn't have watched that. But it imprinted a lot on me as a child. I learned a lot about, like, it was a really honest look into being a teen parent, for one. Yeah, Jordan, I want to be very clear. It's not, I thought about doing a list for every holiday, but then you have situations like, 4th of July has a couple movies, like Independence Day, things like that. But I think it'd be funnier and more fun to make the list, like, one list that starts, like, January 1st, and then that's, like, all of the movies as you go. Right? I've showed my nephew several R-rated movies in his low teens. See? Like, right? Because you understand, like, look, you're technically too young to watch this, but, like, this is a good time. Most slasher movies are R-rated, but the only people who they actually scare are 12-year-old girls and boys at slumber parties. You know what I mean? Like, those are movies that you should watch when you're too young. I don't know, that sounds crazy, but like, you know what I mean? The first time you watch Friday the 13th should be when you are under the age of 15. Despite it being an R-rated movie. And that going up to 17, right? I'm just saying. And there's a whole genre of games like that. Games you played way too young. And then you play them again as an adult and you're like, wow. I don't know if I should have been playing this. Example, my mom doesn't know a lot about video games, so I played Leisure Suit Larry as like a 13-year-old. It's fine. Alright, so what we're doing now is we're going through all of the movies decade by decade. I started in the 1930s. We're in the 1990s now. I've already done the first 45 pages. And how I've been doing them is if I've seen the movie, it gets a little watch. If I have not seen the movie and I either know I want to watch it or I'm intrigued because it's like, wait, is that Tommy Lee Jones? Who is that? I might click on it. No, it's Richard Gere. And Lena Olin? I don't know her. Oh. I don't recognize. Oh, I saw The Ninth Gate. Oh, is that her on Chocolat? I don't know. I saw Queen of the Damned. I did not recall you. Nine Perfect Strangers. Sounds spooky. Okay, anyways. My mom was actually really lax with games because her only rule was humans can't kill other humans. That was her rule. So, technically, Leisure Suit Larry did not break that rule. She was like, I find it disturbing, the idea of simulating murdering other human beings for entertainment. And so she was morally opposed to games like Call of Duty, which low-key, not saying I totally disagree with to this day. I think about it a lot, and I'm like, one of the reasons why I listened to it was I'm like, honestly, that's kind of a compelling point. I don't want to murder other human beings for fun, you know? Unless... Sorry, I'm eating breakfast, lunch, dinner. Jordan, are you making up 50 mile per hour speed limit day? Because if not, that's perfect. I meant in video games. I meant in Minecraft. Oh, Cheryl Lee. Okay. So I think it's really funny because I've seen a lot of comedy, like VHS covers, and Eddie Murphy's Raw looks like it was made with Photoshop, and Chris Rock's Bigger and Blacker looks like it was made with that art program that they let you use at the elementary school computer lab. It's got this filter over the brick. Like, this is one of the best things I've ever seen in my life. It's like, it's the TLDR. Like, this is what rap albums looked like in this period of the 90s. It's just, we were finally, it was that period where consumers had access to Photoshop instead of just professionals. And so everyone was like, yeah, I got this. Don't worry about it. I got Photoshop Elements 3 on my Gateway Windows 98. Let's party. And that's the other thing Omega. So, like, Eddie Murphy's Raw looks like, important, I guess I would say. Like, this looks like, oh shit, this is like it's a stand-up special, it's a big deal. Like, I don't know, it has a certain gravitas that kind of fits the in terms of iconic stand-up performances. Because Chris Rock's is, like, honestly, I don't think it's hard to beat in terms of famous stand-up specials. But then this one looks like Chris Rock made this himself. You know, like, this looks like Chris Rock's mixtape, not Chris Rock's, like, pinnacle. Makes me so happy. Damn, President Richard Nixon was the one obsessed with 55 mile per hour speed limits. Don't say everybody hates this guy. I mean, I do. So I can't get enough. I don't know. Like, this is literally over a decade older. And he gets this sick-ass fucking cover. This shit looks dope. This shit's like, oh man, this must be Chris Rock's very first ever stand-up comedy attempt, and it's like not actually. This is pretty huge. This is actually a pretty big deal. But it's bigger and blacker. It makes it like, what did the last cover look like? Smaller, with like a white background. Just beautiful to me. Anyways, obviously we watch it, but so I can't get too distracted. But that's been sitting in my corner because I did page 45, clicked next, and then I went through. Talked about this on my Discord the last couple days. I went through all the 45 pages of maybe I'll watch these later that I had done. Obviously, we've seen Winnie the Pooh. Oh, I already mentioned that. And it was a lot. Like, I've never heard of this movie, but come on, look at this cover. Obviously, I want to know what it's about. This, I know it's because it's a tiny picture. So this one, I need to open because to me, I can't stop seeing Danny Trejo. I know there's no way it is Danny Trejo, but I keep being like, what's this shirtless Danny Trejo movie called American Heart? So that's going in the clicker. Hologram Man looks so familiar. Hologram Man looks so fucking familiar. Video Days also sounds familiar, but I don't think I've seen it. Ooh, this sounds like a documentary about queer cinema, but I'm not sure. We'll check it out later. Justice My Foot. Okay. In Love and War, because again, I opened this page and this is the one that caught my eye because it's like a Sandra Bullock movie I've never heard of, and it has fucking Chris O'Donnell. So I went into this. This is a biopic about Ernest Hemingway and the woman he almost married before he married a bunch of other women and treated them horribly. They had Chris O'Donnell playing Ernest Hemingway. Jordan, I'm so glad you said that. Because unrelated to all of this, when I was driving to and from Yosemite, I knew there would be no internet. So I downloaded all 69 episodes of Taz Balance. And Kyle and I were listening to it the whole way there and the whole way back. Yes, so yes, actually, in part, because Harold Arms also had two of his other wives had characters inspired by them. One of which dies. The one who dies in childbirth is based on one of his ex-wives who he was married to at the time. Very weird. He ended up having an affair with her best friend, who he then married. But he had an affair with a journalist he was touring with and divorced her, too, so it all worked out. They ended up getting divorced like 3 years later. Anyways, yeah, Ernest Hemingway. Agnes von Krauske is the basis of one of the characters in A Farewell Dogs. Yes. Anyways, this is apparently a famously bad movie. Sandra Bullock said she didn't want to do any of her Sandra Bullock modernisms. Sandra Bullock basically said that she had iPhone face 30 years before iPhone face was invented. She said that in an interview, she was like, yeah, I don't do period pieces anymore or ever and should not have done this one because I have the face of a woman from of a chick from the 90s was, I believe, the exact quote. She's like, I got a face from the chick from the 90s. I can't do period pieces. More like Ernest's wedding day. Yeah, he wishes. So I think that's really funny because that was before the term iPhone face was invented, but Sandra Bullock was like, I think I have iPhone face. Very funny. And so when she was on set the first day with the director, she was like, I don't want to do any of my like Sandra Bullock quirky mannerism, like, look at me, I'm Sandy's. So I'm gonna try really hard to tamp those down and like make sure that you don't let any of those happen. And so her character was just completely devoid of any charm or charisma. Just a dry character. It was really rough. So not a and it's directed by Richard Attenborough right after he directed Gandhi, by the way. This is what he did next. So if you're wondering why everyone agreed to it, this is Richard Attenborough's follow-up to Gandhi. Shit was rough. So we're not watching that, but I just had to call that one out as we're going through. This is another great poster. And this one, she got a gun. I want to know more about this. The tango lesson. At this, I see Anna Nicole Smith, and I want to know more. And I believe, did we already do Hologram Man? I feel like I saw Hologram Man, but I can't remember if I'm getting Hologram Man confused with that, there was a movie where, like, I remember, like, scenes of the guy, like, in the shower or whatever, so it's about, yeah, Hollow Man. That was it. I was like, there's another movie, but he's like the Invisible Man, but, like, super scary. Kind of like the Elizabeth Moss version of Hollow Man, but earlier, Hollow Man. I'm so confident that's what I was thinking of. And the one I have seen, obviously, was really... Yeah, because it had fucking Kevin Bacon as the Invisible Man. This movie was so scary to me as a small child. I forgot that was Elizabeth Shue. Yeah, look at that. Hollow Man was scary as shit. He's wearing like a flesh mask. Nobody wants to see that. All of his layers. Pretty good special effects for 2000. Yeah, I remember being very scared. This is what I was thinking of. The water scene. He's getting out of a pool and he's just all wet. RoboCop guy and Total Recall guy. Yeah, Paul Verhoeven. Verhaven. I'm not a good pronouncer. It's V-O-O-R. Voor. And then I believe H-A-V-E-N, but I could be making that part up. But I'm like, Voor. Oh, yeah, he did do Showgirls. That's right. All right. So, Hollow Man is... I'm wondering if this is when Blumhouse Films really started blowing up. And I don't mean the production company. I just mean the concept of like, oh, this movie just came out. How fast can we shit on a movie that looks confusingly like that one? Because this is the second time I've been like, wait, is that popular 90s movie? No, it's a different movie. Wait, Jordan, tell me more about the Lesbian Nun movie. I feel like that should ring a bell. Another Kevin Bacon. Is that, Elizabeth Perkins? We'll find out. I did see Legend of Red Dragon. I already know the story, Party Monster. It's just sad. This looks familiar. And this is, Benedetta. Jordan, are you making movies? Speaking of names, I'm like, wow, I don't know if I've ever said this out loud. I'm like, Alfrey? It's her. You can see her face right there. She's on so many things. This is a very... Oh, this was directed by Maya Angelou. Maya Angelou directed movies? What the fuck was the 90s? We were doing so many cool things, and then all the white people got scared and freaked out, and now we live here. Right, oh my god, I've never... It's when I'm like, well, I don't know if I've ever actually heard somebody say her first name out loud. So I wasn't sure what to do with the... I'm like, how French is it? Alfre. I don't know. I vaguely remember a movie called Beastmaster. I can't give you more than that. I can't give you more than I vaguely recall a movie called Beastmaster. I don't really feel like it spoke to me as a child. This. Oh, Lansky presents. I don't know what that means. But CKY is also really speaking. I've never heard this movie before, but it's so interesting. This is how I find movies for my watch list. Chris accused me of being very chaotic in my selections. But look, this is a movie called Trekkies with a little baby dressed as Spock doing Spock hands. Of course, I'm going to be like, well, I probably have to watch that. Also, The Birds got a sequel in 1994 called The Birds 2 Land's End. We got to look into that. Woman Talking Dirty also sounds very familiar. Blue Moon doesn't, but the poster looks cool, so we gotta click on that. Ditto Goodbye Lover. This is why I have so many movies on my watch list now. You're telling me that's not chaotic? I'm just saying, all we're doing is like, it's to me, I'm at the Family Video, the Blockbuster, and I'm looking at the wall of movies, and I'm like, I don't know what to watch. I don't know any of these fucking movies. And clicking a tab is the equivalent of like picking it off the shelf and reading the back. But for some reason, my ADHD doesn't like stopping and like, I clicked a movie, time to read about it. Like, oh, this is an early Bam Margera thing. I was like, CKY sounds so familiar. It's because before they were fucking Viva La Bam and Jackass, this was the old skate videos that they were producing. That's right. The Jackass precursor. I was like, this feels... There we go. Okay. This is why nobody should have sons. Well, I'll just start parthenogenesising, because you might have a Bam Margera. Yo, Denise Crosby takes a look at the huge fan of Star Trek. It's like a It's a documentary of fans of Star Trek as hosted by Denise Crosby. All right, that's pretty good. We're gonna watch that. By Richard Nygaard? Let's party. Okay, here we go. The Birds 2. But you see what I mean? It's fun. You just click on it, and sometimes, like, I'm probably not going to put The Birds 2 on my watch list. I'm a bad person. I probably don't want to watch it. But I did want to see this big picture from the movie. I did want to read the blurb. And sometimes you go into the reviews. I wouldn't recommend this to anyone, but it does feature a seagull being exploded by flare gun, complete with mid-90s CG flames, so act accordingly. That's a great review. This makes me so happy. Still looking at movies and pretending we watch film? I would never admit to watching a film, Deanie. Anyways, I've seen Waco. No, I haven't. Where the birds... Oh, yeah. You know what we stopped right before? Heat Vision and Jack, which could have been a TV show. This is so weird because I did not see this on the list, but I swear to God, I saw a post on the Taz Circle Jerk on Reddit that was like, if you could go back in time and change one thing so that the McElroy family of products didn't descend into three men who clearly hate their job and will work on it as little as possible, what would you do? And so people were playing around with, like, basically using a time machine to change small things to see how they would affect pop culture. And for some reason, my brain went to, I wonder what would have happened if I could go back in time and get them to greenlight Heat Vision and Jack. I'm not even fucking kidding. That is where my brain was last night. I was like, what if Heat Vision and Jack was a show with like 8 seasons? How would the world have been different? If Dan Harmon, Jack Black, and Ben Stiller were busy making a comedy TV show for all of the early 2000s on like Fox, what would the place be like? It's so funny they bring up Once Upon a Time in China 4 because I didn't know that there was so many Once Upon a Time in Chinas, and I right-clicked and examined Once Upon a Time in China 5, which means Once Upon a Time in China 5 is more popular than Once Upon a Time in China 4. So that was interesting because, yeah, 5 already popped up, and I was like, how many of these are there? And now we see 4. They have the exact same cover, only there was, no eye. That was it. Very funny. Also, this looks familiar. Haunted. Like I said, I've seen a lot of horror movies from the 90s because my aunt was a cunt. This photoshopped cover makes me very uncomfortable. I'm going to click on it. The Jacksons. Love a documentary. This movie poster looks so familiar as well. I don't think they made posters for Deep Blue 3, which is what they should have called it. I don't think there were posters for Deep Blue Sea 3, Zyger. I think we only know Deep Blue Sea 3 exists because we went to Walmart. There was a 3-pack of Deep Blue Sea movies, and we owned 1 and 2 already, and we were like, what do you mean there's a 3? See, Deep Blue 3, better name. I would have done, yeah, I gotta do it. Deep 2C. Can't have nothing. So Washington Square looks like it's an old-timey period piece, which is one of those, I'm not going to watch that movie, type movies. Surviving Picasso with Anthony Hopkins. Never heard of this. Let's check it out. It all starts today. Has a bunch of little kids on the cover. That's intriguing. Is that Walter Matthau? Let's find out. Bedhead. What is going on? I don't know, but the graphics interesting. Let's check it out. Suddenly Manhattan, I'm definitely going to click on for 2 reasons. 3 reasons. 1, the graphics for this cover are very interesting. 2, I watched a lot of Suddenly Susan as a kid. I feel like nobody really talks about Suddenly Susan. 3, this girl's pretty. I like redheads. So there you go. Scenes from a Mall, never heard of. Sounds interesting. We're going to click on it. I was originally going to click and then every 5 pages go through them, but I can see we're going to have to do this before we switch every page. The Dark Tower, I only know that in a Stephen King capacity, and I didn't think there had been an adaptation until the Luther Idris Elba adaptation, and very intrigued to see what that's all about. Frank and Ollie is a Disney thing I've never heard of, and I was a very active 90s Disney child, so that surprises me. I didn't realize there were so many National Lampoons. Never heard of National Lampoon Senior Trip. This cover also is getting a click because I like it. The Clown at Midnight is getting a click because this cover looks like The Faculty, but then there's a fucking evil clown. I worked at the movie theater when the Gerard Butler version of The Taking of Pelham 123 came out, so I've seen that version many, many times. Jordan, what is a 12-tone adjacent score? That sounds so fancy. And then you go, it is fancy. Well, other than the Italian Job, I'm sure that all remakes are worse than the original. I'm just saying, like, I didn't think the plot was that interesting. but I'll consider it. It's going on the recommendations with hesitations list. So one, I've watched this in so long. I watched this on YouTube when YouTube was a baby. Like, I watched this on YouTube in like 3 parts because you could only have like 8-minute parts. Christine Taylor's in this too, so Ben Stiller and his wife could still be working together. But I can trace all our country's problems back to the show not getting picked up. See, I had a vision. This is like if Knight Rider and the X-Files had a comedy baby. You know, like, what would the world be like if we got more of this show? Right? Sometimes mirrored. Yeah, I watched a lot of shows backwards. All the texts just flipped. Yeah, watching anime, part 1 of 3, part 2 of 3, part 3 of 3 playlists. Yep. Okay, so obviously if you haven't watched it, gotta watch. What is this? Aidan Quinn and Kate Beckinsale? I knew I saw a pretty lady. Professor David Ash exposes false spiritualists and mediums. He is invited to Edbrook to resolve the fears and torments within its secretive family. Soon after arriving, Ash begins to doubt his own senses, and watching the strange behavior of its residents does not make his task any easier. In time, he finds there's more to Edbrook than he can be debunked. I love a spooky horror movie, like anything spiritual, ghosty. That's my jam. And once you get into the 90s is when it's a lot more palatable, where it's like, oh, it's not going to be just bright red blood and cringe. Makes nothing but great movies, like Haunted. These reviews are too long to be funny. We're adding it to the watch list. Undercover Blues. Oh! I thought this was Kathleen Turner. I did not recognize Dennis Quaid. I just saw like generic white man. I could not tell. But I did think this was Kathleen Turner, and I love her. It's one of the reasons I clicked. We got a whole ass baby. That smile looks evil. Okay, it's called Undercover Blues because their last name is Blue. Oh yeah, Aidan Quinn was in Practical Magic. He was the one that she dreamed of, or that she made the spell for. I didn't know who Aidan Quinn was when I first watched that movie, so he didn't stick out to me like the women did. Because all 4 women in that movie were super famous. See, it didn't land because Practical Magic is a good movie. Alright, this review seems actually kind of compelling. Kind of love that the director of Steel Magnolias and Footloose, didn't know they were directed by the same person. I'm super bad with directors. I'm a shitty person. Turned in a goofy 90s comedy with Dennis Quaid and Kathleen Turner as secret agents who have a baby, apparently no martial arts, and store a gun in their baby carrier. The tone of this is all over the place, moving between an espionage parody to something more akin to a cartoon, with the most uncharacteristically zany performance by Stanley Tucci as a gangster named Muerte, constantly saying for more. Okay. Well, if Stanley Tucci's playing a gangster named Muerte, we're all in, babies. Omega, you make a video essay about Practical Magic, and I will make a response video to your essay. Omega, I feel like Stanley Tucci tends to play more of a straight man, even in an otherwise zany cast. Or he's just straight in dramas. I don't consider Stanley Tucci to be like very zany. I would consider Alan Tudyk to be zany. Hunger Games isn't recent. I was thinking of his more recent work in that Bird Box ripoff. Didn't he play the dad in that? Am I crazy? Am I making things up? And that's like, Bird Box was 14 years ago. Wasn't it The Silence? Yeah, I was like, I know the movie poster. It looks like it's the Birds remake, but it's a Bird Box ripoff. But it's not, since it's based off a book and was in development. It's a whole thing. But this was like, what I think of the most, and this was in 2019, and he's done a million things since then. There's Clive Davis in the Whitney Houston movie. Clive Davis does look a lot like Stanley Tucci. Holy shit, I see it. I see the vision. I take it all back. I like The Terminal. I know I'm confusing that movie with another movie. I'm so confident. There it is. Oh yeah, that's the one about the guy who was struck in the airport. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking of, this George Clooney movie with Anna Kendrick. I went to the movie theater when this movie came out, and I was like, this is kind of weird. I don't know how else to describe this movie. But I was like, oh, huh. That's I don't know what else to say really about it. I was like, George Clooney and Anna Kendrick. That's so weird. Huh. Like, I don't know. I don't even know how to go farther than that. But like, oh, and then it turns out that Vera Farmiga is on the cover. This is mostly, like, the trailers originally tried to paint this as an Anna Kendrick vehicle. And then it's like, actually, it's about George Clooney and Vera Farmiga. It's one of those weird movies where it's not about enough to... A movie about how hard it is to... Yeah, right? Like, your job is so hard. You get paid money to tell people they won't be getting paid money anymore. I think that was the thing that, like, initially... made me be like, huh. Because it's one thing to be HR where part of your job is terminations. And there's another thing to have your entire job be flying all over the country to fire people. That's crazy. That's a crazy job. That's like one step below Pinkerton. In terms of, you picked that job? You don't have to pick that job. You could pick any other job. On that note, good night. All right, let's see what else we have. Oh, yeah. I definitely want to watch Michael Jackson's documentary. Angela Bassett. Hell yeah. And Billy D. Williams? Yo. Oh, Holly Robinson Pete and Vanessa Williams and Terrence Howard. Okay, well, we're watching this. Like, honest to goodness, like... You can't even, it's not even like sociopaths, because you gotta get off on the hurting people. Like, yeah, like, that's a sadist job. That's a, oh. Only his passion for women could rival his passion for painting. The passionate Merchant Ivory drama tells the story of Francois Gillot, the only lover of Pablo Picasso, who was strong enough to withstand his ferocious cruelty and move on with her life. Surviving Picasso? More like surviving this movie. A painter who is bald and old but still attracts women despite those things? Yeah, Anthony Hopkins. Yeah, this seems boring. Yeah, that's it. I was like, Pablo Picasso is the Ernest Hemingway of painters. Or like, to have the luxury of being able to ignore his absolute horrific treatment of the women closest to him must be so nice. We picked a French film. In a mining town which has been blighted by economic downturns, an elementary school headmaster struggles to obtain social services on behalf of his students. Interesting. I like this little kid right here. This dude is my guy. Alright, let's see the reviews. My father died today. Oh, then we're off to a great start. A bunch of French ones. I wish there was a way. This is where I get kind of confused. I wish there was a way to filter by language. Because I will be, like, interested in a foreign language movie, but I'll, want to read some reviews. And unfortunately, the reviews will mostly be in that language. And so, I'm interested. First, I try. I go to, like... rating and like everyone, then I'm like, only people writing. No, like, there's not, if there was a translate button, I would even deal with the Google Translate of reading them. But I'm always so confused where I'm like, I can't sort, like, even fan fiction you can sort by language. Yeah, I don't know. So, I don't know if I'm missing something. I guess I'm kind of throwing that out there. I need more savvy letterboxers than I. I would just want to be able to read the reviews. I don't know how else to say it. I'm like, they're in a language I can't read, so they're pretty useless. I didn't know you lived in North Carolina for a year. But also, this is my favorite P5 song, so good taste. I was living in Auburn, Washington when I played Persona 5. For the first time. This is a Robert Rodriguez film. Damn, I have such good taste in movies. What the fuck? This is a little short, it's 8 minutes. David defaces his sister's doll. In the fight that follows, Rebecca falls and hits her head. When she comes to, she discovers that she has telekinetic powers and uses them to take revenge on her brother. Alright, let's party. Yes, I'm reading Rebel Without a Crew. Short film about a sister who is jealous of her brother's fucking awesome hair. David is the worst and he got what was coming to him. Also, I used to be David to some extent. Sorry, sis. This Robert Rodriguez fellow will be going places. Oh, watch it on YouTube. Nice. That'll be an easy one to crack out. Yeah, I was living in a Roach Motel Tinderbox in the last year of a 6-year abusive relationship. So, and I got Persona 5 when I was a month and a half into a severe agoraphobic spell where I hadn't left my house. Like, I couldn't check the mail because the mailbox was downstairs. I literally hadn't crossed the threshold of my door in 6 weeks when Persona 5 came to my door. And, playing through Persona 5 and playing through Futaba Story specifically, I was like, I gotta leave my house. Thank you, Omega. That's just a fun fact. Mansplaining is if you were like, I know Kaylee's an expert on Robert Rodriguez. I'm not. And, she probably doesn't know this fact. Oh, this is an Adrienne Shelley. Oh, I knew it. I was like, she looked familiar. I was like, hopefully it's not sad. Oh. I've never felt more represented in cinema than when Donna was walking around fake smiling and waving at people on the street while singing I'm Stuck in a Vortex over and over again in her head. I'm eternally grateful for the pure ray of light and joy that is Adrienne Shelley. Adrienne Shelley wrote The Waitress right before she died. Not The Waitress. I don't know why I added that article. Waitress. I believe it hadn't even gotten picked up. Oh yeah, sorry, they did get. She finished filming it. Yeah. She wrote it, she directed it, and she had a supporting role in it. I love a production section. Where's my production section? Anyways, she was murdered by a random, and this sucks because it's such a right-wing talking point, but this is true. She was murdered by a random illegal immigrant construction worker who never really explained, like, he gave a couple of, like, stories about why he did it that kept changing. And so we really don't know why he did it, but he was working for the construction company, like the lawn company that handled all of the gardening around her neighborhood, and just murdered her. Just randomly murdered her. So that's why it's so, like, and it was staged as a suicide. So at first it came out that she killed herself. And then her husband was like, there was no fucking way she's gonna kill herself right before her big movie premiere. What the fuck? And that's when that's when the cops did their job, because they were like, case closed. And it was only her husband pushing that made them actually investigate it as a homicide, and they fucking found the guy. Shockers. And so yeah, that's like, she was just about to become like really, really huge, and she was a great like character actress in a lot of just like smaller parts, and just I don't know. She really seems like she would have had a really, really, really long, great career that was just starting to take off. And some random guy murdered her for no reason. So that's why I'm like, damn. Whenever I think about Adrienne Shelly. Adrienne Shelly to me is like just one of those senseless tragedies. Like, I don't want to name a bunch of random people, but like anybody who worked on the Poltergeist, for example. Ducky from Land Before Time. You know, those stories where it's just like, God damn. Selena. You know? Aaliyah. Lisa Left Eye Lopez. That girl that was going on a date with Ashton Kutcher. You know, just, wow. I know this is going to be controversial, but senseless murder is stupid and senseless. So, everyone should watch an Adrienne Shelly movie if you haven't. She is genuinely, like, that review wasn't kidding. Like, she is genuinely just like a little delightful ball of sunshine. I have no job and no lover and no passion for anything. Amen. Your aura is mucky in the Gray family. A couple of freckles. Need some work. Phaedra covering all the psychic bases was a hoot. The whole film was my kind of dry humor. 20-something Donna is jobless, single, and broke. On a fateful day, reality turns itself upside down, and she is suddenly faced with one absurdity after another. Oh, fun guy. And I accidentally opened it 3 times. Oh shit, Scenes from a Mall had Bette Midler. Oh, but it has Woody Allen in it. 1, shame on you, Bette Midler. It's 1991. He's been Woody Allen making wood in it. Every Woody Allen movie has an uncomfortably young woman throwing themselves at the character played by Woody Allen. And I'm tired of reading. I've been getting so pressed when I read all these reviews about how fucking amazing and, oh, it's so funny. He's just the very best. Fuck you. Fuck you for even watching a Woody Allen movie. And that's how I feel. I'm sorry. There are so many movies. Like, I have 1 million movies on my watch list. I could watch a movie a day I could watch 5 movies a day for the rest of my life and not run out of movies to watch and never watch a Woody Allen movie. And if we all stop watching Woody Allen movies, he just goes away forever. But we don't. We venerate and we review and we just, makes me disgusted. I've read all the summaries for all of his fucking films. I'll watch clips and synopses, and every single time I'm like, this is just so blatant. This is just this man's phobophilic neuroses on file for the world to see, and everyone clapped and cheered. Y'all fucking disgust me. Anyways, that's how I feel about that. I can't believe people still let him make movies. Drives me nuts. Feel the same way about the fact that Mel Gibson's got a movie coming out. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? People still caping for Roman Polanski. That's why we make fun of the French. We mock the French because we see how you venerate all those pedophiles. God. Every time, the fucking Luc Besson, just fucking pedophiles. Every time I click on a French actor, I click on personal life first. And it's always like the most disgusting math you've ever done in your life. I don't know. I don't like what's happening. I'm not into it. Also, this doesn't look like it has anything to do with the Dark Tower series from Stephen King. So this is a 3-minute, hand-painted, step-printed film. We're good. Yeah, but it's not even like he was canceled by libs. It was just like, wow, this drunk man threatened to beat up his pregnant wife. Even aside from the slurs and the anti-Semitism, he threatened to assault his pregnant wife. Oh, hell yeah, Jack in the Box. I got Popeyes. Ooh, this is a documentary about 2 of the big animators over there. The Chuck Joneses of Disney Animation. Oh, this is our boy Brandon Reese. All right, we got to read this review. Frank and Ollie are sort of the Chuck Joneses of Disney Animation. They became the face of it for semi-informed normies by outliving everyone else and being the most willing to talk about the glory days in front of a camera. But where Jones is a fussy, controlling bitch who lives for drama, Frank and Ollie have the personality of a grandpa and a non-horny greeting card. They're like twin tulpas, dreamt up by an orphan imagining the perfect elderly paternal figure. Because of this, we don't get any of the messy political posthumous mudslinging you get over from Termite Terrace. Instead, we get fondly remembered stories about the little boy who voiced Thumper and how charmed Frank was by him. I would gladly watch 9 hours of that, but I'm no fool. I know this isn't the ideal documentary. The perfect documentary would lie somewhere between the Scylla and Charybdis of Chuck Jones and Frank and Ollie. A documentary that captures the highs and lows, the honest personalities, warts and all, of the people who made these cartoons. Especially frustrating because Ward Kimball was alive when they made this, and you would have been the guy to do it. This guy gives great reviews, and it always makes me want to watch the things he reviews. Truly powerful. Truly powerful. And now I know there's a Chuck Jones documentary I want to watch. Yeah, Louis C.K. feels like he's doing the Dave Chappelle thing, where even though he's a creep, he's a genuinely, like, lefty creep. So he can't bring himself to fully align with MAGA people, so he'll just keep tap dancing around just enough to where they'll keep giving him their money, but also to where in their minds they have, like, a layer of, like, distance and, what's the word I'm trying to think of? A lack of culpability, basically. Which is honestly even more shameful. Feels more calculated. Feels even more like, wow, these people, like, are just doing what they believe in, but you know this shit is evil, but you chose money. Like... Alright, this sounds pretty cute. Every Friday, Abigail religiously consults Madame Lola, a fortune teller. The old shrewd lady takes advantage of Abigail's extreme grip on superstition by giving her signs about the perfect man for her. Nelson also takes advantage of the situation and paid Madame Lola to give Abigail signs that would make her believe that he is the one for her. Eventually, through Nelson's perseverance and Madame Lola's bogus prediction, Abigail starts to believe that Nelson is her Mr. Right. But there is no secret that remains uncovered. Before you Twitter astrology girlies, there was Miss Abigail. Feeds into your astrology delusion. Oh, he's taking it. I am nostalgic for a time I never got to live in. Alright, this is pretty good. This one, look at this fucking movie poster. It's so good. That's Tatiana Ali. No shit. And Margot Kidder? And Christopher Plummer? Yo. Anyways, upon the reopening of the Opera House, wasn't expecting it to take place there, where her mother was murdered. A teen and her friends become the targets of a deranged killer dressed in a clown costume. So this is an opera house. And there's just a clown running around. Is it fucking Pagliacci? I wondered why I didn't know about this late 90s slasher, but then I watched it and figured maybe it's because it's just not very good. I could see myself maybe mildly digging this when it was released, but seeing it 18 years after it was released just didn't do it for me. The few parts with Margot Kidder were great, but then I say that about everything she's in. Christopher Plummer somehow got talked into this, and Tatiana Ali and James Duval are here, so if you're a fan, maybe check this out. I didn't think the clown was anywhere close to as menacing as it could have been, or even thought it was, I have no idea. Or even thought it was oh well. I got nothing. Banana Meter. Honestly, theater majors in bad late 90s fashions getting killed off by a psycho clown should be much more satisfying than this. Ouch. The Phantom of the Opera, but make it a late 90s slasher, and the Phantom is a killer clown. Absolutely astounding 90s cast. Super cool and cheesy slasher vibes. What a great little find this was. Feels like an episode of Goosebumps or Are You Afraid of the Dark? Damn, those are two very different reviews. One, I was like, yeah, you shouldn't watch this. And the other one was like, I need to watch this tomorrow. Always had a soft spot for this little spoken about flick. I mean, it's quite cliche in many ways. Very 90s teen slasher with all of the typical twists and turns that go with that. But it just has this great, almost foreign atmosphere. Some great deaths, especially the great scene at the beginning. And I love the old abandoned theater setting. Plus, it has some fun small turns from Christopher Plummer and Margot Kidder. Alright. I love a fairly bad 90s slasher. We're gonna watch it. This movie is about Kaylee staying up too late. Oh no! All right, now we have The Birds 2. We have the sequel to The Birds by Rick Rosenthal and our good friend Alan Smithy. Ted and his family have just moved to the sleepy coastal town of Gull Island so that he can complete work on his thesis. Everything couldn't seem more picturesque about their new seaside home. That is, except for the increasing number of aggressively behaving birds. Oh, this has Tippi Hedren. They must have clips from the old movie. A mostly charmless 90s straight to Showtime. Damn, not even HBO. Sequel that features Tippi Hedren in a different role. Oh shit, they actually got Tippi Hedren. Very few actual bird attacks and about 80 minutes of dead-end melodrama about a broken family with a dead son and a philanderous wife. Oh, good word. None of the irritating children die, and it abruptly ends after one of the most anticlimactic and anti-science set pieces I've ever seen. Nothing is resolved. A boat with hundreds of bird-pecking holes miraculously floats, and I sat through all this just for a couple of fun eye-gouging scenes? Total yawn. Fun VHS box cover, though. Alright, that's great. It certainly comes as no surprise to anyone that a TV sequel to Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds, which was released to the public without much fanfare 31 years later, is a complete dud. I didn't find The Birds particularly interesting in Hitchcock's film either, but they definitely weren't as boring as they are in The Birds 2 Land's End. That said, there isn't all that much bird action to be seen anyway. Just a whole lot of tedious family melodrama. Maybe that would be more interesting if the actors delivered more convincing performances. But since they don't, I can really only advise against watching this completely unnecessary sequel. And it's a standalone sequel. Don't be cowards. Make it a real sequel. You got Tippi Hedren in it. Helena Bonham Carter, who is a home-wrecking whore, if you didn't know. Basically, if you go to her personal life page and then you Google all of her relationships and when they started, surprise, they all started when that guy was dating someone else. Yes, including Tim Burton. She cheated with Kenneth Branagh on Emma Thompson. I'll never forgive them. You guys know I hate Kenneth Branagh. How dare you fuck him? That guy should not be getting laid, let alone by two women at the same time. Could have been a bit gayer, to be honest. Really wish my town had a pub covered in pictures of Dolly Parton that exclusively plays Dolly Parton music, so I could go there and meet Helena Bonham Carter, and we could bond over our shared love of Dolly Parton. A nice Sunday Tubi movie is the meanest thing anybody's ever said. Exactly, Omega. Versus her dipshit ex-husband who's written 3 of the worst Agatha Christie adaptations of all time. And I'm including the OG Miss Marple comedy video movies in that. Sisters Before Misters. No, we don't need to watch this. Blue moon. The second full moon in a month. There's usually one full moon every month, but occasionally there are 2. And that second full moon is called the blue moon. It is said that when a person sees a blue moon and makes a wish, he will be granted a second chance in things. Of disjointed lives, innocence and love, and cosmic connections. Here is a film that resembles a pizza with almost equal slices. There's no right or wrong sequence to consume it. Each segment talks about a girl and her 2 friends who may or may not be in love. Instead of being linear, it is circular, and we see brief vignettes handpicked from their lives. Within each enclosure contains a flavorful slice of life, as the same ingredients are present throughout. Much like our own lives, where we narrate a fond/terrible memory. How did you meet? How did you fall in love? Are you happy? Did a familiar face from the past ever come back? When was the last time you truly felt content? Does the past haunt you? Not necessarily in that order. It does not need chronology, because it remains your story as a whole. Like in films of a German filmmaker, at the end, everyone is going in circles. Judging by other reviews, I definitely checked if I was watching the right film, but it was the right one. Although one might call it a gimmick, the film does not focus on hammering the viewer with why this idea makes the film so special. In fact, apart from a brief dart scene between its vignettes, there's no real clue to it. It works like a dream, where deciphering it is not really necessary. If it does not talk to you, good. If it talks to you, even better. But it leads to a great time and exude charisma and camaraderie. You move away, she drifts closer. You move closer, she drifts away. While it did not leave a profound impact like good stories sometimes do, it is a fairly unique effort despite being nearly 3 decades old. It has no business looking gorgeous within its limited setting, and it certainly does not feel to have been released this long back. Ultimately, it is a well-baked idea, and by the looks of it, has not received a widespread viewership. Highly recommend for enthusiasts of world cinema. Available on YouTube. Didn't understand anything, but I fell in love with Yi Fang, so the dichotomy of reviews. It is neither, Omega. It was the first review because I read the description and it didn't tell me anything. Hi, Tabitha. You're okay, baby girl. She's so silly. Oh, I thought you were talking about the part I just read. But yeah, that was just the definition of blue moons, which is like, okay, assuming that's thematically relevant, I've got it. Okay, we'll do one more review. I'm thinking I'm going to mark it as watch list. I'm so sick of myself. I adore the narrative and the relationship between the characters because it's a poetic temperament, and it's also constantly attracting people to see the end. However, Ko Ai-chen wanted to mix too many elements, which caused the film to be inconsistent. Nonetheless, it's still a lovely film, with beautiful background music that plays repeatedly, melancholy, and alienated. The ambiguity of the triangle relationship is memorable. I want to check it out. It looks interesting. Damn, Omega, don't give her the win. Is that Patricia Arquette? It sure is. And Dermot Mulroney? And Mary Louise Parker? And Ellen DeGeneres. As I live and breathe. Don Johnson? What is this movie? No one's ever been so good at being so bad. 90s. Police investigate when a man having an affair with his brother's wife disappears suddenly. Rough. Are there Roland Joffe completionists? One of those smug 90s movies where it's supposed to be real hilarious and satirical, but somebody listens to self-help tapes. The kind of movie where instead of writing an end to a scene, they just pan over to a TV showing Martha Stewart or a Thigh Master commercial and lazily expect a laugh. An Alexander Payne style. Could have been sleazy, backstabbing fun like Wild Things or Cruel Intentions, instead of joining the many self-righteous LOL at Normies 98.99 flicks if it wasn't so goddamn pleased with itself. What the fuck was up in the late 90s? Politicians are dishonest. People desire luxury items. Boy, wouldn't it be delicious if a shitty person was really into some syrupy crap like The Sound of Music and we established it over and over and over? Answer? No. Don Johnson is good, and I'll always love man-eating snaggletooth Arquette. But it doesn't really come alive till an hour in when cynical noir detective Ellen DeGeneres, there's a sentence, shows up dropping endless F-bombs, eating endless corn dogs, and calling her devout Mormon partner a pencil dick. She's the best thing in this, just how pissed she is at how dumb and lame everybody else is. Good flick to watch if you want to see spoilers. I'm going to read the spoilers for this movie because I don't give a fuck about spoilers. So, look away for 10 seconds. Ellen shoot Vincent Gallo in the face and chest multiple times. Spoilers over. But otherwise, nah. Dante Spinotti aims the hell out of that camera, though. Alright, I gotta give it a click. You're gonna give it a click for that review alone. I do want to see Ellen DeGeneres eat a bunch of corn dogs and call somebody a pencil dick. I'm not gonna lie. It is Elizabeth Perkins and Nathan Lane. Sharon Stone? Let's party. Yeah, the idea that I could watch the douchebag who made Brown Bunny get shot a bunch of times is actually a huge plus. Huge plus. Fuck that guy. Like, Roger Ebert is now passed, but I checked, and Vincent Gallo is still the director of the Brown Bunny. I read the first sentence and I'm already pissed. I'm not watching this movie. The Story of True Love. Both versions. Thanks, Omega. I was really like, that's a shot in the dark, but hopefully somebody remembers that Roger Ebert review. Womanizing right-wing Dan Hansen and quiet liberal Lori Breyer work for the Baltimore Sun. These two are going to end up fucking and I'm pissed. Rivals for the job of new writer of a vacant column, the paper ends up instead printing their very different opinions alongside each other, which leads to a similarly combative local TV show. At the same time, their initial indifference to each other looks like it may evolve into something more romantic. I don't want to watch a movie about how a conservative prick bags a liberal woman and changes her forever into a moderate. I don't want to hear it. This is a horror movie. This is a fucking horror movie. Definitely not going to side with the guy who voted for Reagan twice and is for capital punishment and against horny theater productions. Women are illogical, fussy, manipulative, hormonally deranged creatures who play hard to get, then hard to take. But then he met Lori. No. No. Because we're real actors. That is basically Brown Bunny, Squid Girl. You're really cooking. A torrid affair between a recently discharged serviceman and an attractive widow leads to murder. God, this seems so familiar. I'm gonna go back to this one. This might be a movie I just want to watch the wiki for. Read the wiki for. It can be hard to tell. Holy shit, Omega. Okay. That could be pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, you want to be a trad wife? Welcome to the 1800s. No, you can't vote. I don't know if that was on there twice or not. We talked about that already. 10-year-old Elisa, whose parents are about to lose their new car due to financial problems, plans a bank robbery. Oh, hell yeah. Way Tarantino could never. Oh, shit. Hijos de Perendir. Alright. Alright, we gotta watch that. Holy shit. It wasn't the end. Before the end of the world. It's a drama. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's played straight. They compared it to a Quentin Tarantino movie. The film depicts the impact of the economic recession during the Mexican peso crisis by the peso devaluation on middle-class families, as well as insecurity problems in Mexico City. I'm saying, and this person has a mononym according to IMDb. Oh, she's in a little suit. I love kids in little suits. They're so cute. And Imanol also is a mononym on... Oh, it's already gone. But they were mononyms, I swear. And now, boom, Anna Nicole Smith, like I said. A helicopter charter turns deadly when the pilot finds that she is on a building held by terrorists. Oh, she's the pilot. It was up to her and her husband to save the hostages. Okay, this looks like a perfect movie. Die Hard in a building. Die Hard was already in a building. I'm gonna break it to you. In the middle of being hunted down by terrorists, Anna Nicole Smith has a flashback to this one time she fucked at a picnic. God, I love her. See, Omega, I thought you should have said Die Harder in a building because Die Harder is about an airport and this is a pilot. So, it's not that this is Die Hard in a building, it's that this is Die Harder in a building. Those are just the diehards. I'm still trying to figure out what qualifications Anna Nicole Smith's character has that enables her to attempt to save the day in the Die Hard concept flick Skyscraper. Maybe it's her helicopter flying skills? Her way with words? Perhaps it's her wardrobe or the way she sheds her clothing. Damn, it's like trying to crack the Da Vinci Code. The lead bad guy quotes Shakespeare the entire movie. The rest of the goons look like a cross between American Gladiators and the baddies you would see in an Andy Sedaris movie. There's a security guard straight out of Mayberry, erotic dreams, nut shots, big wheel racing, and long falls. The gunplay is awful. Lots of bullets, but most miss their targets. I'm a sucker for Die Hard concept movies, films starring Playboy Playmates and human train wrecks. Lucky for me, Skyscraper fits all three categories. Surely that's worth 3 stars. The dumbest, cheapest, hottest version of Die Hard featuring a barely watchable Anna Nicole Smith, who, to my surprise, The movie actually keeps primarily in clothing until when she needs to engage in some really uncomfortable sex scene that appears partially directed by Tommy Wiseau, or at least inspired him for the same scene in his magnum opus, The Room. It's evident that this picture was not made for the accolades or merit. It seems like a less explosive and exciting version of a Cannon Group picture in many aspects, which is disappointing, since the studio could have given it more bombastic action, which would have made it cooler. At points, the quality is such that it seems more like a satire than a knockoff of the picture that ignited Willis's career. The dialogue might be cringy at times, but there's some humorous lines and the horrible acting. Anna Nicole Smith's acting is terrible. If I had to choose, I'd say she makes Pamela Anderson seem at least People's Choice Award worthy. Yet I believe she was fine for a film like this. All in all, if you're looking for bad but fun entertainment, I say it's worth watching. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's what I want in an Anna Nicole Smith movie. It's a good joke, goddammit. Yeah, mine was. Ooh, Che Guevara, so Italian? At a college in Rome, a professor nicknamed Dodo is in a deep depression because everyone calls him Dodo. His stunningly beautiful wife has just left him for another man. That ain't your wife. Oh, they got titties on here. That ain't your wife anymore, bud. A beautiful young student in his class asks him for a ride home and seduces the lucky man. But still he wonders about his wife and her lover. Wait, this actually is a great movie. Tinto Brass wasn't supposed to do this. For a mid-90s sex romp, this film is pretty progressive, showing gay and lesbian characters in a non-derogatory way. The main character, however, is a spineless wimp who can't stand up to his asshole dad, even after he has good reason to suspect he slept with, or more like raped, his son's wife on their wedding day. Oh, and there's a scene where a woman stuck a cigar in her vagina, and then a guy put it in his mouth and smoked it. So that happened. Yeah, obviously we're gonna watch this. American Heart. This is the one where I was like, is that Danny Trejo? That's Jeff Bridges. That makes it even funnier. With Edward Furlong. Wow. An ex-convict is tracked down by his estranged teenage son, and the pair try to build a relationship and life together in Seattle. Reminded me of my notebook. Because it's time for another list, baby. I'm making a list called PNW Core. I already have at least 4 movies I know will be on it. Call them movies you have to watch because you've lived in Seattle. You keep me straight, I'll keep you straight. The plight of an ex-prisoner that's trying to make it clean has been done many times before, but American Heart depicts this premise in a gritty and sensitive manner, and later focuses on a troubled yet captivating father and son relationship. Father portrayed by a persuasive and low-key Jeff Bridges, one of his underrated performances, and son by Edward Furlong, who is not as bad as some people say he is in here. He's good enough. Strong watch overall. Nice use of Seattle, too. Movies before the dude permanently imprinted on Jeff Bridges' psyche are so interesting to me. Like, I would say once or twice since The Big Lebowski, Jeff Bridges has been able to remove the dude from his soul. Otherwise, it just feels like he has never been able to stop being that character. Stop turning your bisexual card, traitor. Me when I'm entering into an ostensibly heterosexual relationship, but we're both bi. Found a Jason Lee skateboard video. Spike Jonze. Oh, this is by Spike Jonze. It sure is. Spike Jonze skate video. Her. Spike Jonze doing a YouTube skate video compilation with hit music 15 years before YouTube was even invented. Slay. This video perfectly captures the essence of the 90s and skate culture. Mark Gonzalez and Jason Lee's part should be reason enough to watch this. If you're a skater and you haven't seen this video, do yourself a favor and watch it. It's probably the most influential skate video, and with right reason. That was hella cool. I'm gonna watch it. Her is part of a genre of movies that I just don't want to watch. And I don't know how to describe this other than to list some more of those movies, and you tell me if you get what I'm saying. The list has Her. The list has Lost in Translation. The list has Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. The list has Garden State. I want to be careful with the list, but like those ones. Yeah, movies where it's like, man, being a sad white man, right? To which I'm like, oh no, it must be so hard being you. You know? Yeah. Yeah. I gotta assume those are all movies about white men who want to put their penis in technology. I mean, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind kind of fits. And then there's Garden State. Yeah, I wanted to make sure that it was clear that it wasn't just like, oh, like Oscar nominee movies. Like, no. It's about those ones that are like, you know. I just don't feel like I can get anything out of. I don't know how else to phrase that. I'm trying to think of another way to phrase that. But yeah. Like, instead of Lost in Translation, I would rather watch Matchstick Men. Does that make sense? Didi, I don't want to say nothing, but in these specific cases, I don't know. I also feel like I struggle because I grew up with a quippy family, and something my mom told me at an age where it burns into your psyche forever. She said, time moves in one direction, and so do we. Our family walks forward. We don't look back. It like really stuck with me, and so I find I sometimes struggle with these films that kind of meander on lingering on the past and not being able to let go of the past and struggling with memories and things like that, because that feels like almost juvenile to me. Like, wow, you haven't even like matured to the point where you can like let shit go. I don't know how else to say that, right? Like, to me, I don't like the idea of an entire movie dedicated to like how hard it is to move on, because I'm like, you just do it. Like, God, you just do it. Like, I don't know. So, I'm speaking of like Eternal Sunshine in this particular context. People go to bat hard for Eternal Sunshine. I think of all of the ones I've named, if I'm gonna get shit for, it's gonna be that one. So, like, yeah, that's the one for Eternal Sunshine where it's like, it's not that I can get nothing out of it, but it's from like a middle-aged white dude's perspective, and about like, oh, memories are so hard. Maybe I could just like forget. Wouldn't that be convenient? Like, I don't know. It's like if they made a movie based on the song Airplanes. I have a low bar for dramas too. Anyways, I know this is random. Needed more lesbians, a general rule for life, but I found it super interesting. It does look like this is what I was hoping it would be, which is a documentary about the queer history of cinema. A film scrapbook, images, phrases from our past, hiding their meanings behind veils. Let's lift those veils, one by one, to find how images, at one time seemingly innocent, have revealed, after decades, to have homosexual overtones. Interesting. Alright. That was one page. Ring it all. Yeah, it was all old movie clips. So it was just all old celebrities. Very interesting. Preaching to the perverted sounds... Why have I never heard of this movie? That's the opposite of preaching to the choir. They're like preaching to who you're theoretically supposed to be preaching to. Happy Texas looks like a movie I would not find funny. I'm sorry. This person on the right looks like Jeremy Renner. I was like, don't say Hawkeye, Kaylee. Don't say Hawkeye. You can remember his name. It looks like Jeremy Renner. I gotta see who this is. Because it's not. Let's get a better look. That's Steve Zahn, who I did recognize. Didn't recognize that as William H. Macy. Ron Perlman's in this. I'm assuming this is Jeremy Northam. Yeah, it is. Oh, he was in The Invasion. I did see that. And The Net. Let the record show. Oh, yeah. Ileana Douglas is fun. Good call out. Yeah. That's a... You don't get a lot of good character actresses because of the nature of Hollywood. So whenever you get lucky enough to grab a good one, and she is. All right. Let's see. Funny Man. God. No. I watched a horror movie that I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's a series as well. I know there's at least a second one. Where it was like, I think it was Puppet Master. Where it's like little puppets and shit. Yeah, it's these guys with the drill head and stuff. Yeah, okay, I was thinking of these. Alright. Alright, Omega. My rule of thumb is typically if I can go 5 pages without recognizing any movies, that means you're done with that decade. That's been my rule of thumb. And so every decade has been different. I believe with the 30s, because we started in the 30s. With the 30s, I only got into page like 25. The 40s, I got to page 40. Very easy to remember. The 50s, I got to page like 65. The 60s, I got to page like 75. And then the 70s and 80s, I actually put in the Discord what page I got to when I stopped. I definitely saw. So I know it exists. I know I have what I got to. I want to say I got to page like 85 for one of them. I know more movies as we get closer to when I was born, it turns out. So, I'm going. Kill the Day has a very intriguing movie poster. I'm a slut for these movie posters. I can't help it. Bloodlust Subspecies 3 does nothing for me. Bogus, I see Whoopi Goldberg. And a little kid and a ghost. Very intriguing. Money for Nothing. I do love me some John Cusack. Doesn't look interesting enough. The Christmas Tree. We do want some more Christmas movies. And at first, I keep thinking that these are goddamn chipmunks. Because the little kids look like chipmunks. But they are kids. Parental Guidance. That is not what this says. The Mouth of Jean-Pierre. That's what this says in French. So this is actually called The Mouth of Jean-Pierre. It's called Parental Guidance here. God damn it, I've heard of Bogus. Have you? I have not. What have you heard? Very important and very great question. These are not in release order. These are in popularity order. Which is why I'm like, the deeper we go into the pages, the more niche the movies. And so that's why I'm like, if I get to like 5 pages in a row where I don't recognize anything. Oh, the guy could be Gerald Depardieu. It is! This is when Gerard Depardieu was going from super hot pedophile to puffy large pedophile. Oh, and the little kid is Haley Joel Osment! I'm not even going to pretend I don't love Haley Joel Osment. Is Nancy Travis? It is! Do you guys remember Nancy Travis in So I Married an Axe Murderer? Because that's what I always think of when I see her. My friend had this movie on VHS, and whenever I would go to her house, I would always like catch myself being like, wow, that's a movie cover. But then she was in the Three Men movies. Oh, there's Bogus. Wow, she's been in so much, yeah. I'm pretty confident. What I was trying to remember wasn't she on the Amanda Show? Did I make that up? No, it's Nancy Sullivan. That was that redhead lady. I did make it up. You guys remember Nancy Sullivan? She played like the mom in all of the adult sketches. Anyways, I'm distracted. She was also in that bad Tim Allen sitcom that my parents also watched, because you bet that sitcom was created solely for our parents to watch. It's like Yellowstone. My grandparents love Yellowstone because that TV show was made for grandparents. Oh, I loved the Amanda Show. I want to be very clear, Squid Girl. No, it was made by a pedophile who was torturing those kids, so it's really weird, but I loved all that. And then a bunch of the cast went to the Amanda Show, and I love that. And then and then Drake, Josh, Nancy, and I believe the dad guy also all went. That's the Amanda Bynes Show. It was Amanda Bynes spinoff from all that, because Amanda Bynes was on all that with Kenan and Kel. And I was a huge fan of the TV show Kenan and Kel. Like, that whole cinematic universe I was obsessed with. Because you had all that. And then Keenan and Kel got their own show with Good Burgers, spin-off movies and stuff like that. And then The Amanda Show was a spin-off of all that. And then The Amanda Show got Drake and Josh as a spin-off. And then Drake and Josh got iCarly as a spin-off. And then Victorious, a different Nickelodeon show, and iCarly had two of their side characters spin off into a different show that connected the universes called Sam and Cat. And they're all Dan Harmon shows. Every show I just named that, like, overweight pedophile man worked on. That's why he was able to fuck up Jeanette McCurdy's whole life. And, like, that's the reason Amanda Bynes is the way she is because she spent most of her childhood in close proximity to Dan fucking, I keep saying Harmon. That's not right. That's the other guy. Schneider. That's what it is. Dan Schneider. Yeah, it's like the Dan Schneider verse. You know, before the misconduct, it was worked out pretty well. Because, yeah, Keenan and Kel actually came... No, that was first. So all that. Then Keenan and Kel and The Amanda Show. Then Drake and Josh. Then Zoe 101 was not connected to this universe. And neither was, like, Drake and Josh. Technically. Like, Drake and Josh aren't the same characters from The Amanda Show. And Drake and Josh had a sister named Miranda. And then... Or named... it's Miranda Cosgrove's character. Megan. I was like, it starts with an M, so I can't remember. Megan. Miranda Cosgrove, her character Megan was popular, so they gave Miranda Cosgrove her own show called iCarly, where her name is Carly. And fun fact, that show takes place in Seattle. So now we're back to my list of shows to watch when you live in Seattle. And then iCarly had Sam, who was played by Jeanette McCurdy. She was considered one of the breakout characters. And then Ariana Grande starred in Victorious. And Ariana Grande was the breakout hit of Victorious. So Ariana Grande and Jeanette McCurdy came together to make Sam and Cat. By that time, I believe Jeanette McCurdy's mom was dead, so she could be free. And that's why she stopped doing stuff after this. But, can't remember when her mom died. 2013, yeah. So Sam and Cat is the last show that Jeanette McCurdy worked on under her mom's fucking thumb. Ariana Grande was a Nickelodeon kid for years. Omega, so she was not a Disney kid. Ariana Grande started off on the show Victorious, where she looked very different, and it was starred by Victoria Justice. The show is called Victorious because Victoria Justice was supposed to be their Hannah Montana. Nickelodeon saw the success. I was too old for any of these shows. I didn't watch them. I only know about them now because I have much younger siblings and because I watched a lot of YouTube essays. And the younger millennials were really deep into this shit, and so I've learned. But I did not watch any of these shows. Fun fact. Victoria Justice was a Nickelodeon kid. I don't know her from anything else. She started off on Zoe 101. So there is actually a connection to Zoe 101 too. So Zoe 101 is also a Dan Schneider show. Zoe 101 famously starred Jamie Lynn Spears, Britney Spears' little sister. And this was their first attempt at Hannah Montana. Jamie Lynn Spears was supposed to be Nickelodeon's Miley Cyrus. But Jamie Lynn Spears got pregnant at 16, and they had to cancel the show because they didn't want to glorify teen pregnancy by having Zoe be a pregnant teen on the show. So Zoe 101 was canceled after 4 seasons because Jamie Lynn Spears got pregnant. And so they thought that their best shot at getting their own Miley was Victoria Justice. So they took Victoria Justice from Zoe 101 and gave her her own show called Victorious. And Victorious, it's kind of like Fame from what I recall. Like they all go to a performing arts high school. And that's why there's a bunch of singing and shit. And that's why, Victoria Justice can sing. And she was supposed to be like their Miley Cyrus. But that's why they hired Ariana Grande, because she could sing. And all the kids could sing and act and dance. And it was a whole thing. And it was like it was kind of like Fame. But Victorious was supposed to star Victoria Justice. That's, the name. No, Mega, crash course. What's Big Girl Zoe 101? It's probably pretty hard to end that show because, I was like, oh, shit, she's pregnant now. And we're not filming, so by the time we start filming again, she's going to be pregnant. It was just kind of like, fuck, and they canceled it. So then after Zoe 101 came Victorious. And Victorious, they hired Ariana Grande back when she was visibly Italian. Sort of the Nick website. Page not found. I had a feeling. But here's what Ariana Grande looked like before she started appropriating black culture. In case you were like, no, that tan is just her natural tan. No, she's pale as shit naturally. Which is why she's so pale now. She just really wanted to appropriate black. This is Ariana Grande. If that's not obvious. No, we can't view larger image. Yeah, so this is Ariana Grande on Victorious. She looked very different, which is why it's like, oh, she's not appropriate. Yes. She just started heavily tanning. This is Ariana Grande. She had bright red hair the whole thing. So, like, her character, Kat, I guess, her character's signature was, like, the bright red hair. And she was, like, the dumb one. So, that was her whole thing. This was Ariana Grande. And, obviously, huge star potential and very talented. So, Ariana Grande blew up, and they gave her and Jeanette McCurdy. She looks like Brittany Murphy from Clueless. Instead of having to fucking look through all those tiny pictures. Yeah, so Kat. So yeah, this was Ariana Grande. Before she started being like, you know what's really cool? Appropriating black culture so I can have, like, I'm an adult now clout. Yes, this was Ariana Grande. That's why I don't play with that shit. It's really gross. And then the second that she wanted to play Audrey Hepburn in a movie, suddenly she was pale-skinned again. Like, I just find it very distasteful. But yeah, that was Ariana Grande's start. And her and Sam got spinoffs, Sam and Kat, and then Jeanette McCurdy didn't want to do TV shows anymore. So after Sam and Kat, she was like, fuck this. And Ariana Grande was like, I'm going to go be a pop star. And Ariana Grande blew the fuck up, and now nobody even remembers that she was a Nickelodeon star because Nickelodeon failed to have their own Hannah Montana because they picked like 4 other girls before they realized they had Ariana Grande. And all of that started from Bogus. There you go. Not going to watch a movie with Gerard Depardieu in it, though. Disgusts me. That's just what I know off the dome, so there you go. Anyways, let's see if we can have another Christmas movie. Heartless Mrs. Mavilda. Oh, my brain went Maldiva. I don't know. Runs an orphanage where kids live in miserable conditions because she keeps all the donation money for herself. She hires a new assistant who, along with Santa, helps children finally have a Merry Christmas. What, Santa just didn't notice the orphans were being abused? Here goes the children's money again. I find the message to be very unrealistic, since I am good and I don't feel like I won because I just watched this piece of shit. I thought this would be much more painful than it was, but it really tickled me the whole way through. Definitely recommend if you like trash. Horrendous vibes. Well, they couldn't get actual Hannah Montana. She was in deep contracts with Disney. They were getting rid of that cash cow. Oh, yeah, well, that's the other issue, is they didn't want adult Miley Cyrus. They wanted 10 years of TV shows, Hollywood movies, CDs, concerts. Like, they wanted their own Hannah Montana cash cow, not, hey, we have Miley Cyrus. They wanted, hey, we have 10 years of milking some child star for money. Wow. I had no idea what this movie would be about. I just liked the poster. I wasn't expecting a one-sentence description that read, a computer wizard infiltrates a London sex club to get evidence for a shutdown, but falls for the proprietress. That was pretty hard. Dom or sub? Pardon? You dominant or submissive? About average? Oh no. Okay. Filth, not faith. Oh my god, this film is absolutely everything I could ever ask for and more. Pink bondage ropes, latex, BDSM, taboo kinks, fetish goth, piercings. The makeup and fashion was incredible, and I'm obsessed with the way the mistress does her hair. This is my new addiction. Men only want one thing, and it's fucking disgusting. It exists! The kink movie with good kink exists! Alright, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. We gotta watch that one. There are kink movies that are not pornography. Those are very different things. Kill the Day. This one also was very simple. I was intrigued. A desperate drug addict breaks into a locker and steals a bag for his next fix. A small crime that lands him behind bars. In prison, he's a loner, baited by guards who want to see him snap and lose his shot at parole. Alright, that doesn't do much for me. Lynn Ramsey's early shorts were so raw and real, before she apparently started making more fun movies like We Need to Talk About Kevin. I knew I recognized the name Lynn Ramsey. This brutal scattershot narrative short of a junkie and thief bounces between the crimes, the prison time, and the sociopathic behavior finding its roots as a child with a heinous act. This came out the same year as Trainspotting. Imagine that double feature. Alright, I didn't realize it was short. 18 minutes? I can watch 18 minutes. Squid Girl. You know Ezra Miller, Squid Girl? Do you know the movie that got Ezra Miller famous? Here's We Need to Talk About Kevin, which is a movie about waking up and finding out your son was just a school shooter and has murdered people at his school. Didn't know it was based on a novel till now, but yeah, it is a movie about how do you process that you raised a school shooter in terms of like heavy movies. Yeah. The king is the mom is not the shooter. No, the mom's not the shooter, but how do you process that your kid grew up to do that? Also, the dad is played by John C. Reilly, which always blows me away. But yeah, it's really intense. Really, yeah. Just like a school shooter movie. There you go. So it's like, oh, God. So now we're back in here, and I really think that we're succeeding with making our way downtown. Faces pass. I'm home at. David Copperfield. Oh, it's Maggie Smith. I don't want to watch it, though. It does have the... Why can't I remember his name? Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Bob Hoskins. There we go. I'm like, I'll know it when I see it. I will know it when I see it. It has Bob Hoskins. That's a baby Daniel Radcliffe. I think that's before the first Harry Potter movie. Yeah. Harry Potter was 2001. This got him the role. Wow, he's so little baby face. That's crazy that he's worked with Maggie Smith twice. Daniel Radcliffe worked with Maggie Smith twice before he was like 10. What the fuck? My sister asked if this was Harry Potter. Alright, anyways, yeah, David Copperfield. I got very confused because of David Copperfield, the magician, as a kid. I was always like, wait, the book is about the magician, but he's still alive. So that was very confusing to me. So fuck the magician. Because he confused me. Most of these look like they're in a kind of dead zone of boring 90s movies. But I'm gonna let you know what I think is interesting. The Haunted, obviously. Divorce Iranian Style. I've come across in the 90s. There's like 4 movies I've clicked on that looked really good, and I read them, and it turned out they were Iranian films that the reviews said were really good. So I don't know what was happening in Iranian cinema in the 1990s, but they were popping out some bangers. So that's very intriguing. Piranha, the 1995 version, I've definitely seen. The Hunted, not to be confused with The Haunted. Is that Christopher Plummer? Oh, no, Lambert. I fucked it up. It's Christopher Lambert. I was about to say, is that Raiden from Mortal Kombat? In which case, I would have been correct. Just for the record. All right. American Yakuza. Is that Viggo Mortensen? I'm addicted to finding out actors. It is. It is Viggo Mortensen. He's fine. I don't like him with no facial hair. He's one of those faces where he gets really hot once he gets, like, cel-shaded. But Babyface is not the one. Fatal Exam looks familiar. Wicked World has a great poster. We're looking on that. Child's Garden in the Serious Sea. Poison Ivy 2 is more popular than Poison Ivy. Oh, no, that's Poison Ivy: The New Seduction, which is the third one. Okay, so that checks out. Clearly, these are 90s loved like sexy thrillers. So we're just all right, sure, why not? They were like, how close can we get to porn? It's also Highlander. That's fair. I know a lot of people will be like, what the fuck? That's Highlander. I saw Mortal Kombat at a young age, and the actor who played Liu Kang made quite an impression on me, if you know what I mean. So I watched Mortal Kombat a lot. And it had, Nicolette Sheridan, Sonya Blade. Sonya Blade, the chick from The Parent Trap, if I recall correctly. Anyways, big Kaylee Likey watchy movie. So he'll always be writing to me. A lot of beautiful people in that movie. Anyways, Virtual Combat, gotta click on that. We got another Bette Midler movie. Hopefully it's not with a pedophile this time. My Giant feels rude. Can I click on that? Brain Donors, don't do it. Cops and Robertsons, I don't know. Chevy Chase is a dick. I'm too young to have seen a lot of his movies before. It was like, oh, that guy who everyone agrees is a total asshole. So now whenever I see him and he's just being like a buffoony asshole, it's like, all right, but it's not that funny because you're just being you. I remember My Giant. I don't remember this movie. The Devs just open like whatever the fucking order they want. So we're going to Divorce Iranian Style. Divorce Iranian Style unfolds inside an Iranian divorce court, providing a subtle and intimate look at the lives of women in a country stereotypically associated with fanaticism and oppression. Astute and beautifully observed, the film reveals the ingenuity and humor with which Iranian women negotiate the restrictions of their society. That sounds fucking baller. This is a Zebastan account. Women, am I right? P.S. Fuck the Iranian government and court system always, but especially fuck Trump. Has little or nothing to do with this doc, but the point still stands nonetheless. Voices screaming loudly, but the only ones hearing the cries for help are the audience. Cold observers who do nothing but listen. Pretty devastating. Iranian Timothy Chalamet spotted. Oh, Lord. When the Smurl family moves into a duplex. Duplexes can't be haunted. They find out, one, that's not a duplex. The thing on the cover here, that's not a duplex. They found it's haunted. When the Catholic Church is no help, they reach out to famous demonologist Ed and Lorraine Warren. I'm sorry, this is an Ed and Lorraine Warren movie? Ah, made for TV movie. Holy shit, Sally Kirkland Jr. She's not the big famous Sally Kirkland. She's a rare case of a junior being a lady. Sally Kirkland Jr. That's wild. She looks so much like Jennifer Lawrence in this headshot. Wild. Okay. Last name's Smurl. That's rough. It is. This is The Conjuring. That's why it's not a duplex. The Conjuring house is not a duplex. It's a poor person's duplex. A duplex is a poor person's duplex. So for people who don't know, a duplex is when you basically have a townhouse, but it's only two things next to each other. It's like you don't have your own standalone house. You have a house glued to another house. That's the duplex. And then you'll have like a quadplex where four houses are all glued together. Usually it's two duplexes glued ass to ass and nobody has a yard. I lived in a duplex for like 3 years as a child because we couldn't afford a regular house. You afford a duplex. No, like a poor landlord's duplex. Think of the poor landlords. All right, let's see. I'm sorry, the more extremely tall you are, a lot of times that lowers your life expectancy. So when I saw a movie from the 90s with a very tall man in it, I just had to do a quick, like, is he dead? No, turns out he's a basketball player whose name was The Giant. So they put him in My Giant, the movie. That's pretty good. Sammy, an agitated agent lost in the forest of the modern world, happens upon a gentle giant with a tall talent for friendship named Max. I watched this in 4th grade with my best friend. Without Goliath, David is just a punk throwing rocks. I was surprised by how much I enjoyed this sweet and funny little film. I miss mid-budget comedies like this. This is so my parents' type of humor on DVD. Ha, suck it, tall people. Well, being very, very short also comes with its own health complications. Whenever you fall onto a physical extreme, it usually comes with more extreme health complications. Guy in the back is James Caan, it looks like. Laughter and tears, tragedy and triumph. They lived it all. For the boys. Talented USO entertainer Dixie Leonard and comedian Eddie Sparks deal with their relationship over the course of 5 decades, from World War II to the Vietnam War era to their twilight era in the 90s. Damn, that sounds pretty cute. My friends, this film just got even better, and Bette Midler has just entered top 15 of all-time territory. She's just so fucking good. It's just insane she didn't win the Oscar. At least she got the Globe. Average film, with a performance from Bette Midler that should have 100% won the Oscar. Her performance is lovable, light, beautiful, and full of amazing heart that no one else could pull off. And her chemistry with James Caan is sweet and funny. And the ensemble is one of the most beautiful of the 90s. Shrieks its 90s-ness in every aspect of its being, right from the first metallic tinkles of Dave Grusin's electronic keyboard score, and certainly not in a way that makes one nostalgic for the 90s. Its attempt to track the changing relationship of U.S. pop culture and U.S. military from the upbeat, rah-rah patriotism of World War II to the ambivalence and pessimism of Vietnam through the life story of one woman with a big personality was understandably appealing to producer star Bette Midler. But the film is simultaneously overreaching in its scope and painfully unambitious in its moment-to-moment construction. It at least needed a director with a much sturdier hand on its material than Mark Rydell, whose attempts to evoke the cheesy enthusiasm of the 40s late vaudevillians are far, far more effective than his trite, trivializing efforts at evoking the grueling horrors of war. And it wouldn't have hurt to have a script that was willing to be tougher, rather than just performing a surface-level gloss on the tensions of the Cold War and the McCarthy era. But even in its relative comfort zone, a backstage musical dramedy about stage and radio comedy in the 40s, the film's not good. Midler's locked in as brassy Mae West meets Martha Raye type, and she spits good invective at James Caan. Unconvincing as anything other than a target for that invective. But she struggles when she needs to move very far outside of that, not helped at all by shallow characterization the script has given her to work with. The filmmaking around her is a limp attempt to recreate the visual culture of the 40s, and every scene takes too long to make its simple point. Plus, by the time we get to the 40s pastiche, we've already been forced to reckon with the horrors of the 1990s framing narrative, which announces with indecent haste that this is going to be a flat, declamatory film with the world's least graceful scene transitions. And it means that we get the incomparably appalling old-age makeup crusting on Midler's face before we get to see the 40s recreation. And the knowledge that it's going to be coming back hovers over the entire pre-60s part of the movie like the Grim Reaper. Easy to root for this in the abstract, especially given Midler's obvious high investment in the project. Pretty goddamn hard to watch. That review made me want to watch it even more, I'm not gonna lie to you. We went from the rose to this. The last 30 minutes were rough. And I mean rough. Bette Midler stole the show in this. Amazing performance. I just can't help but fear this film embodies too much American military propaganda. Yeah, that's gonna be good. Are they going to enjoy it or rip it apart? I couldn't tell what attractive brunette they'd gotten for this movie, and I was curious. No one who matters. But it does have Rip Taylor. In the year 2025, 2 Nevada border officers, oh god, because ICE hadn't been invented yet, Dave Quarry and John, no last name, amuse themselves off-duty by honing their kickboxing skills via virtual reality combat. Elsewhere, a computer tycoon prepares to market his company's latest invention, a combination of DNA and virtual reality that creates beings and creatures who look and feel real. God, what have you been in? Poison Ivy the New Seduction is back at it. Okay, pinning that. That looks terrible. It's so funny. It looks absolutely terrible. I'm very curious about this. Okay, 24 minutes. I was like, is this a short? A Child's Garden in the Serious Sea. And his script just... For reasons I can't explain, it's hard to sit back in my chair and still have the microphone close to me if it's in its little holder. So we're just freeballing it right now. In his description for A Child's Garden, Brakhage quotes from poets Ronald Johnson and Charles Olson and cites Johnson's poem Beam 29 as inspiration. But the film also vaguely calls to mind William Blake, more perhaps for his art than his poetry. There's both a sense of darkness and a mystical transport in Brakhage's image. The first film in the loose Vancouver Island Quartet, PNW Corps, Brakhage's film locations around the British Columbia locale where his second wife, Marilyn, grew up. He films land, sea, and sky and intercuts frequently between them. Shots are often out of focus to accentuate color and light. They are handheld, upside down, and fleeting. All of this is no surprise for those who know Brakhage's work. Anything and everything is valid as long as it works. Alright, so this is going to be a thing that goes into the PNW Corps list and the art house shit films list. That's what this is smelling like. Alright, all of these reviews look long. I'm going to read the shortest one. I don't know. I got a lot of free time, okay? It takes 6 years to go through all these movies because I like to read a couple reviews for each. People like to write long-ass reviews. Okay, this recent one is pretty good, too. Am I missing something? Is this a joke? It's almost like a parody and proves how people perceive some things as having a deeper meaning than intended. I don't see how this is avant-garde or existential or perception shifting. It looked like when you accidentally start filming before putting your phone in your pocket while it's still filming. I got tired of the same blue light and the black pixels, although I like the pretty colors. And I made an origami modular icosahedron while watching this. So that's a plus. I believe that's a 20-sided die. Anyways, for the exact opposite. I want to live inside this film. Let the water flow around me. Feel the rhythms and movements. Breathe in the fresh air. I can't believe this film exists. It's too good to be true. The kind of film that makes you feel lucky to be alive. As I watched, it felt like nothing else mattered in the world, except for me existing in this very moment. There is so much unspeakable beauty in here. It's a film that goes beyond even the dream world, into something completely untouchable, achieving a perfect harmony of water and light. This is why cinema was created. It's the exact opposite review. I love that. Now that's cinema. I'm accidentally leaving an even larger review. Now I gotta check that out. Then Wicked World is another one where I just like, this seemed very intriguing. Like, is this an indie film? Hella? Because it looks very homemade. It's just glazing much? But who knows? Both of those perspectives, maybe, to whoever watches that film, probably one of those perspectives rings true and the other one reads like bullshit. But which one will I think is the bullshit? I'm so curious. Grant Eklund is a dirty cop with a checkered past that endlessly haunts him. The love of his life was murdered by a serial killer named Harold. The love of my life was murdered by a serial killer, and it turns out the name was Harold. That would be so fucking bleak. Who slaughtered a countless number of humans in the city of Toronto, Canada, before he was finally locked up and sent to a mental institution. Now, many years later, Harold is set to be released back into society. Eklund hopes for a final showdown with his arch enemy. Nightmares clash into a brand new reality as Eklund faces a host of problems and obstacles that he himself must overcome if he ever hopes to face the murderous, serial-killing madman and set his own inner demons free. This movie was filmed at 4 megapixels. I would have had it at White Castle. The one place you can never get to. An inept, funereal drone of cheap violence, crushing everyday banality, jump cuts, and the palpable dread of shitty video effects. Rough. Alright, Barry J. Gillis. Yeah, that looks right. That's rough. Alright, Fatal Exam. And they gave it 4 stars? Well, No. It's not a Zack Snyder movie. It's a Jack Snyder movie. Have you heard of it? A group of parapsychology students, as part of their final project, head to a secluded house where a man murdered his entire family. Soon, they discover the dark and terrible secrets that lie within. Now, this is the type of shitty horror movie that is more my style. 16mm regional supernatural slasher hookums runs a bit long, but the good stuff in here is awesome and made it all worthwhile. I dug the setup, the outdoor shooting locations, one-liner zingers, the super solid score, the zone-out, drone-out atmosphere, and the always honorable low-budget Moxie on display. Plus, the guy drinks about 538 Pepsi-Cola cans. Alright, well, I feel called out. The line, "There's a fucking head in the coffee table," mixed with how cool the poster for this is, swayed me with an extra half star. Up to 2.5. There's some super fun dialogue and spooky house shenanigans as well, and I'm always down for that. This was the only movie in the box set I hadn't seen, and honestly, I don't know how often I'll be revisiting this little slice of Missouri mayhem, but it's super charming nonetheless. This homegrown horror set is really cool, looks great, features excellent transfer work given the materials available, and hopefully as many volumes in the future. For now, Arrow's American Horror Project volumes takes the cake for regional oddity swill that gives me the vapors, but regardless of that, it's a minor miracle any of these movies get the deluxe treatment, and thankful is the first word that really comes to mind. 3 cheers for more sets! Yeah, it looks like Homegrown Horrors is the name of a set, and that's why all these people are reviewing it. Pretty cute. Honestly, that's my type of bad horror movie. If you like the difference between the previous one and this one, that's the line. Like, I can do an indie film, I can't do like a home movie. Usually it's because the audio is just so goddamn bad. I can't hear anything. I swear I think I've seen a variation of this movie poster. By Antonio Banderas with Melanie Griffith? Is this where they met? Or did he make this movie because she was his wife? This. Okay, yeah. I've seen this movie poster. Not shopping. I don't think I even realized that this was Melanie Griffith. But yes, I have not seen this movie, but this movie poster definitely screams familiar. Okay, let's see. This came out September 1999, so you figure it got started in, late 97 at the earliest. Melanie Griffith got together with Antonio Banderas in 96. So, yes, she was already fully with him when they started making this movie. Wow, that's Melanie Griffith before. She got so much plastic surgery. She was she was like 17 when her and like 30-something-year-old Don Johnson got together. If you guys didn't know, Don Johnson's a fucking creep. Whenever I see Dakota Johnson, I'm always like, is it weird knowing your dad's like a pedophile? All of these like celebrities, like Liv Tyler has to go around knowing her dad's Steven Tyler. Like, what do you do when your dad's like famous for being a rapist, especially of like children? Yeah, my dad's like a super cool musician. He did rape a lot of girls, but like I don't like to think, you know, like that's gotta be so weird. My dad's a lot of things, but I don't think he's ever raped anybody. I think it's sad that I can't really say any man has never. I always have to say, I don't think they have. But jeez, this feels weird. Like, poor Melanie Griffith. Rough. Also, I get annoyed when Wikipedias don't have a personal life section. When it's all just, like, the personal life is sprinkled throughout their life and career. It's just annoying. I just want a list of, like, who they married, who their kids are. Like, make my life easier. He gets a personal life. Makes it so much simpler. Give me a thing. They started in 1995 while shooting Too Much. With Daryl Hannah. That's fun. Okay. They have a daughter, Stella, who appeared on screen with Griffith in Banderas' directorial debut, Crazy in Alabama. An abused wife heads to California to become a movie star, while her nephew back in Alabama has to deal with a racially motivated murder involving a corrupt sheriff. A fabulously camp Melanie Griffith murders her husband and then sets off for Hollywood to become a film star in this colorful and zany romp of a film. It's a lot of fun, and Melanie is having the time of her life hamming it up. Supporting cast is great, too. Kathy Moriarty, Elizabeth Perkins. Keep your eyes peeled for a young Dakota Johnson, too. Is there any logical way to rate Crazy in Alabama? Antonio Banderas, making his debut behind the camera, directs several different stories clumsily stuffed into one. His tones veering dizzily between the dark satire of frustrated Alabama housewife Lucille Vinson killing her abusive husband on a hot summer day in 1965, stowing his severed head in a couture hat box and traveling cross-country to California in hopes of hitting it big as an actress. The heavy-handed drama of Lucille's nephew P-Joe, Lucas Black, back in their hometown and learning about the existence of the civil rights movement when he witnesses crimes committed against local black citizens by a vindictive sheriff played by Meatloaf. Finally, a melodramatic courtroom spectacle as Judge Meade presides over Lucille's trial after she's finally been apprehended. This is To Kill a Mockingbird mixed with, I don't know, a wackier take on Thelma and Louise's feminist assertions swirled into a Hollywood superstardom fantasy? Kind of? Yes, this is a super 90s Oscar Beatty white savior tale of understanding racism through the eyes, single eye, of a white teenage boy. A black kid around his age is killed by Sheriff Meatloaf while P-Joe gets to walk in marches and shake MLK's hand at a rally. Who wants to see this? And furthermore, why did Banderas think as a white Spanish man that he was the right person to tell it? For reference, the film is apparently based on a novel by Mark Childress, who also penned the screenplay. I'll give Banderas a little credit for directing Griffith in ways that underline her comedic strengths. I don't know the film's pre-production history, but regardless of who joined the project first, the other spouse must have been brought on board so they could work together again after the rom-com in which they fell in love, too much. And I like that Lucas Black comes by his Alabama accent authentically. Though if I wanted to see him in a Southern coming-of-age story, I would just revisit Sling Blade. But otherwise, I forgot he was in Sling Blade. But otherwise, why watch this? Except for the cast? No reason, really. Dee, I'm finding that I really deeply enjoy Letterboxd reviews. They get so good. This one is crazy long. On that topic, I wouldn't mind an entire separate film about how in the world P-Joe's soft-spoken Uncle Dove, David Morse, Chris clapping, David Morse with a pretty good haircut, and a fiery Aunt Earlene, Kathy Moriarty swinging for the fences with a textbook twang, met and fell in love. The underdeveloped and only slightly unsettling romance between Lucille and limo driver Norman, a mostly charming fellow with mild stalker vibes. The LA talent agency run by Walter Schwegsman, a single-scene cameo from Paul Mazursky. The dusty town featuring sympathetic diner waitress Sally, Fried Green Tomatoes author Fannie Flagg, and goofy gullible Sheriff Raymond, Noah Emmerich, or quite obviously a narrative focused on the town's mostly silent black population, led by Nehemiah Jackson, John Beasley, whose son's death further fuels his community's uprising against injustice. Trivia. Crazy in Alabama was simultaneously nominated for the Golden Lion at the Venice Film Festival. It lost to Zhang Yimou's Not One Less. And for a Razzie for Melanie Griffith's performance. That year's Worst Actress recipient was the Blair Witch Project's Heather Donahue. They gave a Razzie to Heather Donahue in the Blair Witch Project? That's stupid. Also, Griffith's daughters, Dakota Johnson, in her film debut, and Stella Banderas, play 2 of Lucille's 7 kids. It was nice to see the late, great character actor Brent Briscoe, too, as the jury foreman at the climactic trial. Although I didn't realize until the end credits rolled that he also contributed the disembodied voice of Lucille's husband, Chester, whose insults haunt her from beyond the grave throughout the film. The worst part about this is when I was reading the summary, I was really interested in, it's like a zany comedy of, a Goodbye Earl-style story. And then, while her nephew back in Alabama has to deal with a racially motivated murder involving a corrupt sheriff, and I was just like... I just wanted it to be a funny comedy. These are very, that review talking about how he just tried to make so many movies at once. Dee, you've never been to White Castle? The ironic part is that the slider is, the worst thing to get at White Castle. Okay, but if Meatwad played a corrupt sheriff, I would actually be more likely to watch that movie. I liked Meatloaf in Rocky Horror, and that's I've seen Meatloaf, so that's rough. There he is, Meatloaf. Yeah, Lucas Black is from Alabama, isn't he? They always get him to do good Southern accents for stuff. He was in Tokyo Drift, if you guys are like, who the fuck is Lucas Black? He's Paul Walker in Tokyo. But I want to say he's from Decatur, Alabama. I was like, I think his Alabama accent is real. I always thought that Lucas Black should have Sam Worthington's career. I don't know how hot a take that is. But yeah. I get strong Sam Worthington energy from him. And I don't know. I like him. I feel like you should have had Sam Worthington's career. It's my hot take. Okay. Where are we? Oh, new page. Okay. Sometimes they come back again. No, thank you. Psycho Cop returns. Go away, Psycho Cop. Other Worlds looks cool. Rex, a dinosaur story. I think I saw that. That feels very familiar. This is a beautiful lady. I'm gonna click on it. This looks hysterically 90s. I'm gonna click on it. Why Do Fools Fall in Love is a great song. I'm gonna click on it. I didn't know there was a fucking TMNT Christmas movie. Are you kidding me? The Ring Virus. Is that the short film prequel to The Ring? We're going to find out. Chasers. I wonder if that means now what it meant then. We'll find out. One day. Thank you. Love and Other Catastrophes sounds so familiar. Oh, Joan of Arc with Lily Sobieski. I saw that. I care very little for Joan of Arc as a person. Coming soon with the top half of... Okay. Dennis the Menace Strikes Again. I would say I've seen Dennis the Menace. I don't know about that, actually. The Matchmaker with Janeane Garofalo. I definitely had a crush on Janeane Garofalo as a kid. Can't even pretend I didn't. I did see this Leave It to Beaver. For some reason, this movie poster was very significant to me. So you mean he should have an Avatar? Okay, I don't just mean Avatar movies. He also should have had that Clash of the Titans attempt at a series. They made at least 2 Clash of the Titans movies. I'm just saying. And then, yes, the infinite Avatar check. I wish he had gotten that bag. No, I do know all about the Winnie the Pooh Christmas movie. I'm not a monster. Trail Mix-Up is something I've never heard of. I loved Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I watched it a ton as a kid. Are you telling me I could have watched like an actual Who Framed Roger Rabbit short? I always wanted to watch the shorts like at the beginning of Roger Rabbit when they're filming the little short with the baby. I always wanted to watch those shorts. Are you telling me that the short just exists and I could watch it? George Lucas in Love. Interesting. Toothless. This also sounds... I was like, it's Kirstie Alley is, I think, the Tooth Fairy. This sounds so familiar. I think I have watched it. I gotta give it a little taste to see. The Secret of the Unicorn. We're gonna look at Desert Blue 2 and Journey to the Sun. AdGuard Turkish filter has been added automatically. I have no idea what the fuck that just meant. Can't recall seeing that pop up before. Also, I was obsessed with the first Swan Princess movie, and I didn't know that there were 2 other direct-to-video sequels. Suzy Q is my favorite. Like, this is a hot take, maybe. Suzy Q is my favorite DCOM. It's technically not a Disney Channel original movie because it's the first Disney Channel original movie, so they didn't have that phrasing yet. But Suzy Q, like, one, I was a huge Amy Jo Johnson fan, obviously. But, like, it was so sad. Like, I think about this movie all the time and get so depressed. It really, I was a very emotional child. And, like, thinking about Suzy Q, I always would get so, like, painfully empathetic for this, like, dead teenage girl. This movie doesn't end with her coming back to life, you know? It was just, like, really bittersweet. It was really, I don't know. Yeah. It was very, like, no, death's permanent. That's it. She's dead type of movie. Very, I'm gonna open it up if you guys haven't seen it. But yeah, very impressionable to me as a child. One of my mom's other things as a kid was my mom fucking hates adult animated cartoons. And specifically Beavis and Butthead, and then directly under Beavis and Butthead, South Park. Those 2 specifically. She fucking hates them. I was not allowed to watch Beavis and Butthead, not in a that's not appropriate way, but I remember one time walking into somebody's house and they were watching Beavis and Butthead, and Mom was like, you need to turn that off right the fuck now. I'm not watching this. Because she just like, not in a moral way, she just thought it was so not funny. Like, I want to be very clear. My mom was not being like a prissy, like, oh my gosh, I'm so offended. She just was like, this, what are you, 12? Like that, she thought it was so immature. She was like, what are you, a 12-year-old boy? What the fuck are we? I thought we were adults here. I thought we were adults watching adult things. Why are we watching these, like, fucking, like, edgelord wasn't a word yet, but, like, that. It was so funny. I remember just my mom specifically hating Beavis and Butthead on a that's not funny principle. It was not, no, they, like, swear or whatever, like, inappropriate references. No, it was very much she just does not find it funny. Like, I don't know how to describe it any other way, but I was just like, that shit is not funny. It is just lame. And so she just never let it be on because she was like, I refuse to watch 5 minutes of this piece of shit show. So I have not witnessed more than 10 minutes of Beavis and Butthead my whole life because it was just never on when I was around with my mom. Betsy's Wedding sounds familiar. All Dogs Go to Heaven made me way too sad as a kid, and I didn't like it, and it was too scary, so I only watched it like one time, and I did not watch All Dogs Go to Heaven 2. In fact, All Dogs Go to Heaven 2 would play on Cartoon Network's like big Sunday movie like once every 3 months, and I'd have to be like, can't watch TV on Sunday because usually I watch Cartoon Network, but it's this sad, boring fucking movie playing on repeat. Yes, like that's the thing. I pretty much agreed with my mom because like that was, we walked in and I just remember seeing two guys be like, like two guys like laughing obnoxiously at each other back and forth. And I was just like to me it's just like, okay, two mouth-breathing jackass 16-year-old boys thinking that they're cooler than everything else because being a nihilist is edgy. I'm just not into it. Yeah, and the art style is bad, which is so funny because I fucking love Daria and I fucking love King of the Hill. I have not seen the Beavis and Butthead movie because, yeah, again, I just didn't have any. I don't have that nostalgia. But I like obviously I know the creator's talented because I like all the rest of their work. To me, Beavis and Butthead is the Frisky Dingo of the King of the Hill universe because I love all of Adam Reed's stuff, and I've tried watching Frisky Dingo. The problem with Frisky Dingo for me is that it's so close to being good. Like, I feel like it's always, like, almost there. It's just never quite funny enough to make up for how dry it is. Because if you're going to be mostly dry, when you are funny, you got to be really fucking funny. And it feels not even like a British type of dry humor, just in an almost like trying to do anti-humor, but not succeeding hard enough. So it just ends up being not humor instead of anti-humor. There's no way this show is not realistic. Anyways, I'm adding this one princess to my watch list. I want to watch all of the other two that I didn't watch. Beyond Silence looks like it has Susan Sarandon in it. I'm going to click on it. The Marrying Man has a good poster. I love that this is right when you really stop seeing any sort of illustrated, drawn movie posters, and that's an art that I miss. Richie Rich's Christmas Wish. That does not look like Macaulay Culkin. That is not my Richie Rich. We're going to look into that. Beyond the Mind's Eye. Yeah, maybe we're not even getting... There's a lot of movies I have seen that I haven't come across yet. But I'm like, oh, these are already so, like, don't know this one, don't know this one, don't know this one. So I'm like, man, Slam Dunk. Like, we haven't even gotten to the Ernest movies I've seen. Of the, like, 6 Ernest movies that have popped up, only, like, 1 or 2 of them have I seen. And I've watched quite a few. I do remember this Gulliver's Travels. I was way too young to appreciate watching a movie about Gulliver's Travels. So to me, it was just like a, type movie. Look, is that Alec? Is that Billy? That looks like young Alec Baldwin. It is. To me, Alec and Billy Baldwin are the Baldwin brothers that look the most alike. Usually it's pretty easy to tell them apart, but I will admit when they're young, it's like nowadays they're very easy to tell apart. But young Alec Baldwin and young Billy Baldwin have not developed their facial structure enough to look different to me. They both have too much baby face still. It's like once their baby face starts falling off, you can see their adult face underneath, and you go, oh, they are different. Oh, this is Eric Roberts, too. Who knew Eric Roberts would grow up to be the least problematic Roberts? And Terry Hatcher, Mary Stuart Masterson, and Kelly Lynch. Don't forget about Kelly Lynch. I always think when we were talking about Haley Eisenberg the other day, I always think Curly Sue is Haley Eisenberg, but this is from 1991, and Haley Eisenberg wasn't born yet because we're actually like 3 months apart. We're like the same age. So it's very funny because like Curly Sue should have been remade in 2001 with Haley Eisenberg. I believe that in my heart of hearts. It's way too late, but that's one of my missed opportunity films in my opinion. I have already gone through the 80s, and I didn't go far enough to get to Cocktail, but it is actually one of... Oh, no, I did. I was like, that is actually one of the Tom Cruise movies I haven't seen that I would like to. Because most of the Tom Cruise movies that I feel like I've seen most of the ones I need to. You know, I saw, I think, the first Mission Impossible. I've seen Officer and a Gentleman. I've seen Top Gun. I've seen fifth movie here. You know, I've seen enough. Seen enough. Oh, yeah, that's Terry Hatcher right there. Interesting. All right, well, we'll get back to this. A Few Good Men. I did. I said an Officer and Gentleman, and I was like, that's Richard Gere. Like I said, I was like, I'm pretty sure that's the Richard Gere one. Yeah, Officer and Gentleman's Gere. Okay, cool. Yeah.
But thank you for knowing immediately that I meant A Few Good Men. Like, it's all the same. You got me. It's fine.
Bouquets 1 through 10. Interesting. So I gotta be careful, because if the hives get too much on my eyelids, they start pressing my eyelids like this. Like, that's what I'm afraid of, is when I got back from Costa Rica, I went during the rainy season, and it was so humid and hot all the time that I broke out in full body hives, and the hives were so heavy on my eyelids that they just kind of like pushed them down like this. So even when my eyes were open, they were like kind of closed. It was freaky. And that's when Mom was like, all right, we're going to the hospital. And then they were like, girl, you need steroids. I'm trying to be nice to myself, because yeah, just been so miserably hivey. I feel scaly. I guess that's the only like good way to describe it. I feel like my whole body has like skin that I've shedded, and I just need to like scrub it off now. And I've like bathed, but I haven't like really been like rough on my skin because I've been afraid of like going too hard while it's still so delicate. But now it feels like it's really drying up, and it's time to just get rid of it. Here's what I've been waiting for. This is why I keep going further than the list. I, 1, loved Carrot Blanca as a kid. 2, I had the novelization for Carrot Blanca, and that was one of my favorite like books to read when I was like 3. And I had the book before I found out that there was a movie version. But it was this. I had these read-along books, and this is how I learned how to read. Was I would play the read-along book, and it would be like, you follow along, and when it gets to the end of the page, it goes, boop, turn the page, and then you like turn the page, and then it like reads along to you. And I don't remember learning how to read. I learned how to read before I turned 2, so I don't have memories of doing this. But my mom says that she just like check on me in my room, and first sign was I was using the little cassette tape and like flipping it over and like putting the correct tapes and shit in when I was 2. By myself. I was a very independent kid. I did not like being helped. And so I came in, she'd come into the room and check on me, and I'd be like flipping through the page with like the boop, turn the page. And then my mom would come in some days, and I wouldn't be listening to the cassette tape. I'd just have the book open, flipping through the pages. And I guess my mom thought that I was just looking at the pictures, but it was because I had learned to read. And so she like caught me at one point, like I had put the tape in and it was in the middle of the tape, and then I like flipped through the book to the page that the tape was on, and my mom was like, wait a minute, how the fuck can you do that without knowing how to read? And so that's when she like picked it up and she started like, can you read this? And then we had me like read out loud to her, and she was just like, holy shit, what the fuck? So these read-along cassettes, because I had all the Disney ones too. They were like a magenta-y pink color. I had all of the Disney ones. And then I had this, for some reason, read-along Bugs Bunny and Carrot Blanca. And I was obsessed. I was like, would just spend all of my time listening to them and learning how to read. And then looking at the pictures and hanging out. And whoever the fuck was like, you know what we need? A Bugs Bunny parody of Casablanca. Thank you, because this shit was amazing. It's still sealed, so I guess you can't get any pictures out of this one. But yeah, this was my shit. I don't know if you guys know about Carrot Blanca or if you guys know about them VHSs, but like, oh, look at this VHSs, cassette tapes. But look at this beat up one. God, it's only $17. I need to buy them. But yeah, this takes me back so hard. You didn't have that back then. So if you have not checked out the parody of Casablanca or Carrot Blanca, you really should. I'm not even kidding. It's so good. It's delightful. Surfing, another Whoopi Goldberg movie. Before Ellen DeGeneres. This is so crazy. Because now, with 2020's vision, Ellen DeGeneres is such a visible lesbian. And then you see her in these movies where you're like, oh, you're supposed to believe she's interested in this guy. It just feels so weird to me. It feels wild. Don't tell her it's me. That feels problematic. But we are definitely... Sabrina Goes Storm. Is this a sequel? Oh, wait. That's Melissa Joan Hart. Is this Yes, it is. That is a regular old Sabrina movie. I watched the shit out of the Sabrina TV show. Like, I watched the shit out of that. It is. Good call. I missed this whole little section because, yeah, the very first
Star Trek anything I remember watching was at my best friend's house. I came over one time, and I think she was in the shower, and her mom was downstairs watching Star Trek First Contact. So this was the very first, and that's such a weird place to start. Like, I had seen maybe 1 or 2, up to 5 episodes of Star Trek The Next Generation on UPN, but I was like the right age to where UPN was mostly at that point playing Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and then what is First Contact? Yeah. Why can't I think of the fucking... You guys read the time. So I didn't see that much The Next Generation, and so when I didn't really... Again, the 90s, you couldn't just go on Netflix and watch the TV show either, and it was rare that, you know, things were just starting to be like, what if we put the TV show episodes on VHS and then you could rent them? Like, it was low-key kind of hard to watch TV shows if you weren't watching them live. So watching this movie, I was like, oh wow, this Star Trek is good. And watching this movie made me like go out of my way to try. I remember like Netflix was brand new when this was being made. Speaking of, all coming full circle, Alfre Woodard. Alfre. Okay, now I can be more confident. I'm always like, is it Alfre or Alfre? Alfre. Okay. Alfre Woodard, back again. But this was the one for me. So here we have Star Trek The Next Generation, the best of both worlds. But now I'm wondering if First Contact, if I even marked it. Because, yeah, that was the first Star Trek movie I ever watched. But the one here we have is Star Trek TNG, the best of both worlds. And then this Cameron Diaz movie I didn't remember existing. Head Above Water. And then Fugue. Like a fugue state. I got so distracted by Ellen DeGeneres getting married to a man. Who is that? That is Bill Pullman. That is and then Joan Cusack is in this? Not just a bunch of lesbian-looking women. That is wild. That is wild. Yeah, oh my god, some of the things I have noticed. Oh, another Sandy Bullock. Is that, they don't technically have TV shows, but they definitely have TV show movies, even if they're made for TV show movies. And then sometimes, just to be extra confusing, yeah, they'll do like, oh, here's the standalone of some random episodes. I haven't found the first season of The West Wing or anything like that to review, but there are random, like, I guess this technically was released as a film type things. So it's very unusual. There's another Alice in Wonderland, not parody. Unlikely Angel, is that Dolly Parton? Click, Plump Fiction. So in 1997, there was already a Pulp Fiction parody. Gotta see what that's about. Is that Clea Duvall? Vibrations with Christina Applegate. Child of Rage looks intense. Shin-chan movie I want to watch. Sonic Christmas Blast I have not seen. That's going to be an instant add to watch list. I haven't watched the old Sonic. The first Sonic show I started watching was Sonic Adventure. And then I want to say that I was older, but in reality I was like maybe just starting high school when Sonic Boom came out. So it's not even like it was that old. I'm just old. I could never connect with Madeline. I think we've talked about this. Like, oh no, poor little rich kid going to fancy prep school. I don't give a fuck. With your cute little hat. Fuck you. I don't know. That's how I felt. I thought this was Full Metal Alchemist for a second. I was like, what have they done to you, Edward Elric? Street Fighter the Jean-Claude Van Damme movie? Or Street Fighter the Legend of Chun-Li? No. Street Fighter 2, the animated movie. Secret third option, as always. Damn it. I should have predicted that. Father Ted, I know, is that British. Oh my God, yes. Okay, for those who don't know, huge Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen fan as a small child. Bet your dick I watched How the West Was Fun. What a great pun. Makes me so happy. What do you mean that's on page 51? That should be illegal. Trying to focus more on clicking things. Oh, there's Tintin. I've never interacted with Tintin. I was introduced to Tintin by like, yeah, he did this like bunch of racist shit. There you go. There's Tintin. And I was like, ugh. Also, in terms of like movie, like going to Family Video or Blockbuster Video and seeing a movie poster over and over, this cover. This David Spade naked holding a dog over his dick. I remember walking past this lost and found like VHS sitting on the shelf over and over, being like, what the fuck is that all about? He steals this girl's dog so that he can return her dog and be a hero. This movie's gonna end with them fucking, despite the fact that's terrifying. David Spade uses manipulation instead of Riz. In what is perhaps his greatest feat, David Spade throws an old woman through a dinner table while singing Brother Love's Traveling Salvation Show. Charming. Laughed. One of the only movies I've walked out of in a theater has somehow gotten worse with age. David Spade is a piece of shit. 10-10, no notes. It's fascinating. So yeah, this poster, there's this one, and then there's a movie called The Truth About Cats and Dogs. That poster, when the movie Cats and Dogs came out, the words "the truth about" are pretty small. So whenever I would see it, I would be like, wait, is this a new Cats and Dogs entry? And then being like, no, that's like Janine Garofalo. I haven't seen this movie, but I've looked at this. Oh yeah, because it's Janine Garofalo and Uma Thurman. But then it's like, I don't know, I'd look at it and be like, it was this cover, by the way. Specifically, not this version. It was this version of the cover. This is before I could spot Uma Thurman and go, that's Uma Thurman. So it was just the blonde lady. But there's a dog on roller skates. There's like a meet cute, but then another woman in the middle of them. I was very much like, I don't know. This is a movie for adults. So I would have flipped it over on the back and everything about it just like, I don't know. But they have like, this was the Cats and Dogs font. Do you see how they use like very similar fonts? Is that weird? As a kid, I was dumb and I kept being like, is this The Truth About Cats and Dogs? Is this like a behind the scenes about Cats and Dogs, the movie? I don't know. Yeah, for some reason my brain really wanted them to be together. They were not. I don't know if I've watched, I feel like I would remember if I had watched the Halloween Winnie the Pooh, so we're gonna mark that as need to watch immediately. Here's another Sabrina the Teenage Witch movie. Maybe it's just the arc when she was in Australia for Sweeps Week. Maybe it's an actual TV movie. We'll never know. Except I will. I'm going to click on it and find out. This looks like Antonio Banderas. Big monster on campus. The Magical Legend of the Leprechauns. Is that another? Is that Whoopi Goldberg again? Girl. What is this movie? With Peter Serafinowicz, Randy Quaid, and Whoopi Goldberg. Oh, and Roger Daltrey. Kieran Culkin as a baby, because this is 1999. This is when Kieran Culkin's acting roles were all as little Macaulay Culkin. I am the first person to watch and review this monstrosity. The things I do for Kieran Culkin. There he is. There's little Kieran Culkin right there. There's a little baby leprechaun guy. Avengers 3 stole the I don't feel so good scene from this fucked up Leprechaun war movie. Holy shit. Leprechaun Kieran Culkin, come home. Saw 1/3 of the movie on lunch break. Peak stuff. Wow, that's powerful. I haven't decided if I want to watch that yet. That's how powerful it is. Okay. Dating the Enemy. Don't do that. Replicator. That looks incredible. Sorceress. Gotta check that out. This is how I get so many fucking tabs open, you guys. I just cleaned these out. Oops. The Thing backstage. This is behind the scenes. She was The Rock before The Rock. She was like, look, I'm a black woman in Hollywood. That means that the usual like 15-year career a woman can count on at max, I'll probably have that halved. I'm making my money now. And she was right. Whoopi Goldberg was everywhere in the 90s. Where the fuck have you seen her lately? She could just be like, I made all my money, I'm going home. That's the thing about celebrities that disappear as they get older. I always hope, like, my first thought is always like, they were in so much shit. They made money. At a certain point, when you have money and you're getting old and tired, you can just stay home. You can just vibe. You can just get a hobby. Mr. Bean. Got a little Cuba Gooding Jr. action. I want to click this because it looks like Parker Posey. I love you, Shin-chan. This looks like Cher. I love Cher. Jane Eyre. See, the problem with the 90s is that the 90s was like, what if we try to make all of the classic literature adaptations? And so if you weren't into Jane Austen, Charlotte Bronte, Emily Bronte, or Shakespeare, wasn't a lot for you. Best I can do is Babylon 5 TV movie. Another Tintin. Orson Welles, are you still alive at this point? I watched this Pippi Longstocking cartoon, and my aunt was a klutzy ginger and a total cunt. So she loved Pippi Longstocking. She also loved Ariel from Little Mermaid. And so I always thought of Pippi Longstocking as being my aunt. And so I was very uncharitable towards her bullshit. I would watch this and be like, girl, if you don't get your shit together, I swear to God. Like, I had no patience for Pippi Longstocking shenanigans. I was not the one. I was not the one to engage with Pippi Longstocking where she was at. I've seen Ernest in the Army. My stepmom, big Ernest fan, by the way. Also, I told you guys, oh yeah, there was that one H.P. Lovecraft horror movie that's really niche that whenever I think about it, I have to like Google around and be like, oh yeah, it was that one. It was the movie Bleeders. So if you didn't know about the movie Bleeders, it is based off of a Lovecraft novel. And it's in the blood. A man with an unknown disease travels to an island with his girlfriend where his relative once lived, hoping to find a cure to his illness. Although his relatives were all thought to be dead, he finds them living underground. What I remember most from this movie, other than I remember a man and his fiance go to an island where he is from, and he has the most overbearing boy mom mother of all time. And then I remember, this is Rutger Hauer. What lives in my head is this scene where there's this woman who's like very rich and very like flaunting of her wealth, and also just a super Karen before the term Karen invented. But she was like super Karen, and she was a helicopter mom and an overbearing mom to her very needy mother's boy's child. And she gets got by the bleeders, by the monsters, by the bad guys. So they have a funeral for her. And the son is also a piece of shit and wants all of the jewelry. Like, the mom is like, I want to be buried with all my jewelry and money like a fucking pharaoh. And so the son, who is this like kind of losing his mind because his entire life and personality were do whatever my overbearing mother said, and now she's dead, he goes and digs up her grave to get the jewelry off her. And because the monster creatures live underground, when you dig 6 feet under to open a casket, he finds them eating her corpse, and then they turn and they get him too. And so one of these like scenes that lived in my head and my nightmares because this is 1997, I'm 5 years old, is of this like greedy guy digging up his mother's corpse, and when he finds it, it's mid being eaten, and then the monsters turn on him. That is what lives in my head the most about this movie. This movie also goes by another title. That's one of the things I remember is when you search it, it lists 2 titles. Also known as hemoglobin. Because what I remember is that they like eat like... for some reason I remember they were eating the mom because she had embalming fluid in her and they liked the embalming fluid. Or maybe she like refused to be embalmed and so she still had blood. Yeah, it's based on the story The Lurking Fear by H.P. Lovecraft. And I watched this when I was 5 years old. And it's probably not scary at all. But it gave me severe nightmares, and it was very hard to find, and I don't know if I even watched under the title Hemoglobin or if I called it Bleeders or what it was, but it took me forever to even find the title of this movie, so I've never seen a clip of it since I watched it as a kid. So I'm curious to watch it to see what the fuck scene that was that I'm remembering of like the guy and his mom and her corpse. Because yes, this movie fucked me up as a kid. I watched Pitch Black, it gave me a Fear of the Dark, MBD. This movie in particular gave me such bad nightmares as a kid. And I remember watching it being like, I couldn't remember. Like, I remember going on Reddit for like one of the first times I ever went on Reddit to one of those, what was this movie? Things. And I was just like, I can't, like, I watched it in the late 90s, possibly as, like, recent as 2001. So it had to have made before that. But the movie was so, like, old looking to my little kid brain. It could have been made in the 90s or it could have been made all the way into the 60s. It turns out it was made in 1997. But I remembered so few things about it that it was really hard. And then finally I was able to find this fucking movie. I am going to, for my own peace of mind. So, girl, of all of the movies for you to walk in on your dad watching, and then you remember, that's so impressive. Okay. Okay, no reason. Don't get scared. I don't know how loud it's going to be, but I just want a little taste. A little taste. That feels pretty good. I literally have not watched this since before the turn of the century. This is the loudest I've ever been. I can see the volume.
Inbreeding.
I was 5.
Mutations. Genetic changes.
Some Van Dams escaped into the tunnels of the Rulers Island.
They're still alive.
It was the islanders burned down the mansion. People always fear what's different from them. You were this.
Oh, right there. So this is like the old lady. Well, if you didn't want me to lie, you should have said that. Very funny. This is the old lady.
People always fear what's different from them.
And this is the she's buried underground, and then these are the monsters live underground. They had like punched a hole through the bottom of her casket and pulled her out of it. So they like drag her through and they eat her. So this is this is part of the scene.
You were no.
I'm John Strauss.
We break into this coffin.
My husband's very ill. We're trying to find his family here.
Look who's coming back from the dead.
And I remember all these island shots. That's why I was like, it was definitely on an island. That was a really big deal. Yeah, this is a standard 90s movie. It ain't good.
Are you lying? Where do I come from?
Death can be a sweet release.
The island is undercut by tunnels. There are things living in it. They are feeding on corpses, and they're very hungry.
Titty. Don't watch Hemoglobin when you're 5. It'll fuck you up for like a really long time. This movie is nuts. And I remember the main character husband guy seeming so obviously creepy that I was like, why is this woman marrying this man and going to his family's little film artist? Very funny. I can't read that font. Oh, I think it said hemoglobin.
Come with me. We'll go home.
I am.
Here's some hemoglobin. I guess I thought Bleeders was a better name eventually. But yeah, that movie really fucked me up. Don't watch that too young, or you will get all fucked up inside. Oh my god, yeah, I didn't even think. There's gonna be reviews. Let's see what they say. If there's one thing I like about these marathons is that every now and then I end up stumbling across a film I would otherwise never see. This is one of them. Despite the fact I haven't seen Critters, it's obvious that this picture is a riff-off of these is a riff on these types of flicks. But instead of aliens, it's more akin to Barbarian and Lovecraft. The film is based on one of the author's stories. The acting is fairly solid. Highlights include Howard's turn as a doctor who knows more than he lets on, and Roy's odd, bland, but weird and intriguing emo kid. The creatures look pretty cool, and especially at the end, do some good gory stuff. All in all, the great Dan O'Bannon's last filmed screenplay is rife with cliches, and most of the film falls flat. Yet it's the kind of movie that can sneak up on you and become a guilty pleasure. Wait, I've seen Critters! Genealogy and cursed ancestry are themes that run throughout so many of Lovecraft's stories. I can't say I've ever seen these themes explored in a Lovecraftian film as well as they are here. Hemoglobin is by no means perfect, but it's a proper film that takes a bit of time with its characters and situation. I'm really surprised at all the poor ratings. This was much better than I was expecting. The story follows a couple that head to an isolated village in search of relatives of the husband, who is suffering from a strange blood condition. The film is mainly based on lurking fear, but takes some ideas from other Lovecraft tales. It is faithful to the main plots of the story. The setting itself is great, and the film has really downtrodden, grimy aesthetic, which bodes well with the action. The creature effects are absolutely vile. The final revelation of Lovecraft's story was a horrible kick in the gut. The mystery here is too obvious to have the same effect, but the creatures themselves help to instill the horror. There's plenty of interest outside of the main plot, too. It all boils down to a fairly unlikely ending, but it works so well in context. It's a shame this film isn't better known. It's worthwhile viewing. Content warning, child murder reference. Bad soundtracks. This is a quietly transgressive horror that attempts to capture the unnerving atmosphere of the small town with a secret trope by copying better media. That soundtrack is either Goblin watered down or Angelo Baldamenti ruined by electric guitars. Notable for repeated moments of child murder and a gloriously fucked up ending, but fails to deliver on any of the hints at character development or setting development from early on. Also, it's kind of boring visually, like super boring. Even the fucked up goblins. The family that breeds together bleeds together. So, yeah, this movie fucked me up really bad, and 6 people have seen it. Just for the record. This is the movie where I talk about the movie that fucked me up the most as a kid. It's this one. That's the one. I have no idea why. When I say my aunt would watch horror movies all the fucking time, I mean it. But for some reason, one day she watched Hemoglobin/Bleeders, and it scarred me psychically for life. That is the one above all others. I remember my grandparents rented The Bride of Chucky, and they were watching it in the living room. But my grandparents low-key didn't want me to watch horror movies, even though, as you can tell, my family's a very horror-focused family. Like, my grandmother has been in the news multiple times for the way she decorates her house for Halloween. She builds giant set pieces, and she calls them her ghouls. She makes different she made a full bridal set with a 9-foot tall preacher, and she took a Rapunzel wig from an old Halloween costume and made this huge long blonde wig with bows and rats and maggots and shit. And she took quick dry cement to frost some hat boxes into a 3-tiered wedding cake with just eyeballs and maggots and things, and did a whole wedding. And she does stuff like that. So our family's very horror focused anyways. And so they would watch a lot of horror movies and things of that nature. And I remember they would watch, they watched The Bride of Chucky one night. And every time I needed to go into the kitchen, I'd have to go through the living room. And they would always be like, hold on. And they'd pause the movie. And so they'd pause it. And then I would leave the kitchen and walk back to my room, which meant now I was facing the TV because the TV was on the wall that the only doorway to my bedroom was at. And so I got to see these still shots from The Bride of Chucky. I would hear the sounds of The Bride of Chucky as I was leaving my room, and then I would have these specific images burned into my mind because they would just be images from a horror movie. Sometimes they were random nothing, but sometimes they were the reason they wanted to pause it was because graphic shit was happening. And back in the day, if you were pausing a tape or something, it was just that still image with some white lines. They did not obfuscate much. Yeah, no, not dark. Just my family is a very goth family, very Addams Family coded. And so that was a certain amount of why there was so much horror shit going on around me, and why as much as I was afraid of it, I was still very drawn to it. And I have seen a lot of horror, and now I'm a big horror movie fan and things like that. So that's why I think I might have been exposed to more horror movies than the average person. Because, I don't know, for your family, how often would your family watch horror movies? Because for my, spending time with my grandparents, it was more than once a week. And with my aunt, it was every single day. At least one. And then she would watch, Buffy the Vampire Slayer and shit. And then I'd be allowed to watch, Scooby-Doo. right? Like never, right? Like a lot of people, like, maybe once every few months, if that. My family is just a like. That's why again, like I'm really bad at watching movies. But if someone's like it's a scary movie, I'll be like, all right, which scary movie? Because scary movies are just on a lot at my house. That makes sense. Your little sister has the balls in your family, so that really checks out. But yeah, so I've never even thought to ask this question to other people before. It just occurred to me, like, wait, other people probably don't watch horror movies at least once a week. Growing up in my family, I saw a horror movie at least once a week my whole life. I think that's the other reason why I never had to have like the sex talk, because there's so much titties and sex in horror movies. I had seen tons of like naked ladies, not from porn, but from horror movies. Like there wasn't that kind of like prudishness about the human body in that way where I had questions. I don't know. Very interesting to think about too. So yeah, a lot of horror movies in my life. I gotta click on this Diary of a Wimpy Kid with yellow hair. I need to know what he's up against. I keep thinking this is William Shatner in the elementary school, and it is not. I'm going to click on whatever fart the movie is, because that's who I am as a person. Gordy looks like a ripoff of Babe. Hold Me, Kiss Me, Thrill Me, I believe it's another Adrian Shelley. Oh, George Carlin Back in Town. We watched that. This is going to sound weird. So Back in Town's from 96. I don't know how to say this delicately, but I didn't know George Carlin was alive when I was alive until he was dead. He died in 2008. I used to watch a shit ton of stand-up comedy. I used to watch Comedy Central all the time. I just really like watching stand-up. And so I used to watch a lot of stand-up specials. Like at midnight, Comedy Central would have like, we're watching, we're playing the movies we're not allowed to play too early. And they'd play like South Park, Bigger, Longer, Uncut, or Eddie Murphy Raw, or like Richard Pryor or whatever. And so I watched a lot of like hour-long stand-up specials from that. And so I watched a lot of George Carlin too, obviously. For some reason, I think it's because he looked so old in the stuff that I knew was like from the 80s. I thought George Carlin died in the 80s. I'm not even kidding. I thought George Carlin died in the 80s so hard that just now I Googled when George Carlin died, and I was expecting it to be like 1996. And just now I saw it was 2008, and I was like, what do you mean George Carlin was alive when I was watching stand-up? Amy Winehouse did die super young, Dee Dee. I don't think you're misremembering that. Amy Winehouse was 27. Like, she died in 2011, but she died like 2 years after becoming famous. Five years. Back to Black dropped in 2006, and she was gone by 2011. So it's like a reverse Amy Winehouse. Yeah, Amy Winehouse is very sad. There are images, because she was harassed by paparazzi really bad the night before she died. No, Amy Winehouse was 27 when she died in 2011. That's just what severe alcoholism does to a motherfucker. She had one album, Back in Black, and it took off, and she got famous, which gave her the money she needed to buy a lot of alcohol. And there's a lot of susness about her dad, and her partners were abusive, and yeah, she drank herself to death at 27 years old, which is impressively hard to do. Like, most of the 27 Club was like heroin and meth and like scary drugs. Amy Winehouse drank herself to death at 27. Like, that's just I'm 34 now, and like just like really internalizing, because I was in 2011. I was 19 when she died, and so 27. That's almost 30. That's like pretty old. But like, imagining having drank so much that you've drank yourself to death at 27. That's rough. I have a very soft spot for Amy Winehouse. So yeah, you did not remember that incorrectly. That one is true. She drank a lot. This Gordy's pissing me off, because all I see is Babe Stolen Valor. I'm not clicking on this. It looks gross. Sounds like the movie. A Flintstones Christmas Carol, you bet your ass I've seen that. I really liked the Flintstones. I like the Flintstones more than the Jetsons, but I also liked the Jetsons. I don't think I saw Ferngully 2. Actually, no, I did see Ferngully 2 because Ferngully 2 is the one that they played all the time on Cartoon Network. Cartoon Network never wanted to pay for the big movies, so Cartoon Network always had the sequels. Like, you never got a Fievel and American Tail. You always got an American Tail, Fievel Goes West, right? Yeah, sorry, Dee Dee. I'm trying to like think of who you might be talking about, but quite frankly, do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? Sorry, my ponytail was too tight and my head was really hurting. I always think it's crazy, and R.I.P. Christine McVie. I always think it's really crazy that all of the members of Fleetwood Mac made it so long. Of all of the bands that loved drugs, them fuckers made it through. Are you thinking of Courtney Love? I'm trying to like. And Amy Winehouse didn't drop her first album until 2008. So if we're talking the 90s, yeah, I would say Courtney Love would be a good guess in terms of people that you could kind of see just having not made it out. Trying to think of another one. There weren't that many destructive female musicians in the 90s. Because, you know, you'd have to be a successful solo female, like solo musician first. And women also weren't allowed to do that. Another one that I could see because she fell out of the limelight quite a lot, even though she's amazing, is Fiona Apple. I'm going to turn the music back on. Don't get scared. 3, 2, 1. Let's rock. And then Cowboy Bebop starts. Sorry, I'm trying to find the perfect volume. I'm going to set it for there now. You tell me how you like that. Catnap looked insane. I'm clicking on Catnap so hard. And Kyoko's Diary looks really cute. There's all these the making of movies. Keep throwing me off. This isn't Cowboy Bebop, is it? Well, that's why I said it like that, as a joke. I watched all of these fucking Goosebumps TV shows, and they scared the shit out of me. I think I already told the story about how I went over to my cousin's house, and he was watching the goddamn ventriloquist dummy one with Slappy. And he knew how scared I was of shit like that, and so he was like, he the whole time. He had it on in the living room, and our parents were just vibing and talking and hanging out, not a care in the world, and I was just like... horrible. At first, I was like, I didn't know they made a Problem Child 3 when I was looking at Problem Child the other day. But it turns out they didn't get, like, I knew right away. This is so funny to me. John Ritter was in Problem Child 1 and 2. And then Problem Child 3, like, there's John Ritter. There's John Ritter. Problem Child 3, they put a bag on his head, and I was like, I bet you they didn't get John Ritter for the third one. And sure as shit, they didn't. They put a fucking paper bag over his head to try to make it, like, so that you wouldn't notice before you rented it that John Ritter isn't in the third one. I thought that was so fucking funny. I don't know why, but that really gets me. They're like, shit, we didn't get John Ritter. People will be expecting John Ritter. He's on the cover of every movie. All right, we'll put a guy dressed like John Ritter with a bag over his head. We're not saying it's John Ritter. It's not our fault if they assume. Like, really gets me. Love him. Hellbound with Chucky Norris. East West. That looks like Emma Thompson, speaking of. An American Tail. Is there a third one? The Mystery of the Night Monster? There's a... what? I do remember Stay Tuned. As it were. I think that actually came up. The Mission Impossible Monster is the 4th one. Then there's also the Treasure of Manhattan Island. These both say 2000, so what the fuck are they doing in my 90s thing? They're gonna put 1999. No, this says 2000. Don't lie to me. Now here it says 1999. I don't know what to believe. Oh, in Germany it came out in December, and the US it came out in 2000. All right. Poor Don Bluth. We didn't appreciate him. Like, we shouldn't have let his studio die. I don't think we deserved him. I don't know. Yeah, 50 Goes West is one of the only westerns I have sat through in its entirety more than once. In fact, I did not know, because American Tail 50 Goes West doesn't have the number 2 in it anywhere. And I did not see an American Tail until after I saw an American Tail 50 Goes West, because again, Cartoon Network loved getting the cheaper second movie of all of the big kids movies. And so I saw American Tail 50 Goes West so many times that the first time I saw an American Tail, it's because Cartoon Network was like shelling out the big bucks, and I sat down expecting a western, and instead I got a Holocaust mouse movie. So that was very jarring, I'll tell you what. When you go in expecting a little western, and instead you get Russian Jewish mice flee the Holocaust, it just hits different. Anyways, Gore Whore. We're not clicking on this one. Streets got some titties. You're welcome. Robbie Reindeer is getting clicked on. Project Alf. Do you guys know that a new Alf show almost got greenlit? But one of the reasons that you don't really see Alf like that anymore is because the creator of Alf is charitably difficult to work with. Because the creator of Alf will not drop kayfabe. The creator of Alf demands everyone who works with Alf in any capacity treats Alf like a real alien. You do not address the creator, you address Alf. You do not, you have to treat Alf like he's real. Or the creator will not agree to anything. That's why the last show fell through. Hey, Nightwing, I'm dropping some Alf trivia. The Alf was this close to getting a reboot, right? When Roseanne got a reboot and all of those older shows got a reboot. They were like, fuck it, what if we bring Alf back? And the creator of Alf dropped out at the last minute because the creator of Alf demanded that in all of the promo, Alf was never referred to as anything other than a real, living, breathing, sentient alien who's acting on the show. He was never allowed to be addressed as anything other than a real, actual alien. And Netflix or whatever was like, oh no. Oh no. And that's why you don't really see Alf like that. Also, I didn't realize the Wiggles were so fucking old. I thought the Wiggles were like a mid-2000s or newer thing. I did not realize they were like as old as me. Somehow I missed the Wiggles completely as a kid. I didn't hear about the Wiggles until my siblings were kids. And my siblings were born 2001, 2003. So I knew of the Wiggles starting in like 2003, 2004. And I thought they were new when I discovered them. So I don't know, somehow my childhood, I just missed the Wiggles. I didn't get Wigglemania. It was after me. So I know nothing about them. I know that they are guys in these primary color plus purple shirts, and that's about it. I think they might swap out the Wiggles as they go. I don't know. I know the Wuzzles. Omega's walking around with the Wuzzles. Why, Charlie Brown? Why? We just let Sacha Baron Cohen be so fucking racist. I remember finding out about Ollie G and being like, huh. Okay. And then he turned out to be a rabid Zionist piece of shit. Also, I can't believe I love the idea that somebody would not know the Wiggles, but would be like, I remember the Wuzzles. Remember that, Fever Dream, last of the 80s shows? Care Bear-esque. It was kind of like a Care Bears ripoff, now that I think about it. Okay, Kyle MacLachlan and Martin Sheen were in a movie called Roswell, and I've never heard about it. That's pretty fucked up. Yeah, I should make a list that's like movies Zyger also wants to watch. I'm gonna write that down. Boom. Movies Zyger's down for. List added. Chantal Ackerman. Oh, Chantal Ackerman by Chantal Ackerman. Okay, I'll give it a go. This fucking Simon Says with Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman, as a Chicagoan, my family had a triptych of Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, and Dennis Rodman hanging in our living room above our couch, the way most people put like a mirror or a family photo. That's how into the Chicago Bulls in the 90s my family was. And to this day, every time I see Dennis Rodman, I chuckle. That man only gets crazier. I remember when he fumbled Carmen Electra. I remember when he became best friends with Kim Jong-un. Like, this dude has just fucking lived a life. It is nonsense. Not Ray Liotta? What is cinema? You just find a random 90s Ray Liotta film you've never heard of. Alright, that also looks like The Grudge. December, hide and go seek. I'll wait for you in heaven. Sounds sad. No, thank you. McHale's Navy. I did not read that title correctly. Is that Tim Curry and... That is Tim Curry. That's Tom Arnold. I thought that was Jack Nicholson from Far Away. Also, is David Alan Grier and Deborah Messing. Speaking of Zionists, am I right? Not David Alan Grier. I don't know anything about it. I haven't Googled his name plus Israel because I don't want to get hurt, I guess. Lord. Another Ernest Rides again. I did not know how, like, my family had maybe 4 Ernest movies, and I thought we had all the Ernest movies. You know what I mean? I thought, like, that was a decent amount of Ernest movies. That must be all of them. Maybe we're missing 1 or 2. But I have discovered we had, like, maybe half of the Ernest movies. The Muppets at Walt Disney World. No, thank you. Also, Office Space. What is this? That's not Office Space. This is the precursor to Office Space. This is a 2-minute cartoon by Mike Judge. In 1991, Mike Judge created a series of animated shorts that played on MTV and later SNL about a mumbling, disgruntled character named Milton. This particular short is famous today for being the foundation of the live-action feature Office Space, made in 1999. What's fun about watching the short now is how much the characters of Milton and Bill Lumbergh are fully formed. Despite the limited movements and rough animation, Judge animated, voiced, and scored the entire short himself. The 2 characters have such distinct personalities, mannerisms, and tics. Gary Cole gave an interview one time where he said, "My only preparation for playing Lumbergh was stealing everything Mike Judge did. I watched the little cartoon and said, shit, can't do it any better than that, so I might as well just do exactly that." When you watch the feature, it really does feel like Cole just shows up at the same character in live action. It's really cool. Mike Judge has always been an interesting auteur. He started off studying science and working in Silicon Valley before filmmaking. He's always admitted that he was never really interested in animation, but got into it when he found it was something he was able to create himself in his own home with a cheap camera, and then plays his shorts at local film festivals. This, of course, led to Beavis and Butthead and King of the Hill. But sadly, Judge has never been able to successfully transition to live action. If Office Space had been a bigger hit, perhaps he would have had the career of a great comedy filmmaker. He has a very sharp sense of satire. So taking this 2-minute short for what it is, it's funny, amusing, and well worth a giggle. The idea that Office Space wasn't famous, wasn't successful enough is so funny because obviously it's like super duper famous. But in reality, it did not turn a profit. It had a $10 million budget and made 12.2. So, actually huge box office bomb. But then he also did Idiocracy, you say. That was huge and famous and has withstood the test of time to be incredibly prophetic. What if I told you that movie only cost $2.4 million but didn't even make $500,000? That's right. Idiocracy made less than $500,000 at the box office because Mike Judge can't make movies that make money. I'll tell you, I worked at the movie theater when Extract came out, and I was like, Jason Bateman, Mila Kunis, Kristen Wiig, and Ben Affleck are in a Mike Judge movie, and I didn't know it existed until I showed up at the movie theater and the schedule printed out, and I went, what's Extract? That movie never had more than 6 people in it, and most of the time it had 0 people in it because nobody knew this film existed. I don't know if you guys know this film existed. This is the most recent Mike Judge film I could think of, and looking at his filmography in particular, I'm not far off. In terms of writing and directing, yeah, the only thing he's done since then was Beavis and Butthead, which he wrote but didn't direct. So Extract was his last one after Office Space and Idiocracy. And no one saw it. And quite frankly, it wasn't good. I had to see Extract. And when you're a movie theater employee and you know a movie theater's empty and you got free time, you don't want to be bothered, a lot of times that means hanging out in the empty theaters. So when a movie bombs, ironically, it means I see it more. And I saw Extract like 7 times. In terms of like sitting in the theater for like 15, 20 minutes here, 15, 20 minutes there, and seeing the whole movie. I saw it so many times. That's the thing, Zyger. If less than 3 people saw a movie, you don't have to clean it. You would just cross it off your list. So like Extract got crossed off my list almost every single time. Because you'd go in, see how many tickets were bought for a movie, and yeah, 3 or less, you could just cross it off. It was not. It was a movie that I honestly got more confused by, because when you watch a piece of a movie and it's really dull and dry and boring and weird, because like part of the main plot is that Jason Bateman really wants to cheat on his wife with Mila Kunis because she's like this hot new chick at the extract plant he's her boss, and he's being incredibly inappropriate. It was very weird and uncomfortable. Like, it was very much watching like a Me Too film from the perspective of the guy. Like, it was just fucking weird. But you watch one scene and it's not good or interesting or funny, and you think, oh, surely it's because I'm missing context, or maybe this is just supposed to be like a slower scene in the movie for pacing reasons, and the shenanigans were before or after I walked in. And then you watch more of it and you go, and then you see the scene that leads into the scene you already watched, and go, oh no, these 2 scenes are like back to back, there's nothing like, and then you piece the whole movie together and you realize like, oh, that's the movie. Like, it's just it wasn't good. I think I've talked about how the movie that is the most entertaining, no matter, like, if you picked any 5-minute section, like, you know, you take the timestamp, the movie runs from like 0 minutes to an hour 30, whatever, and you just pick minute 9 through 14, minute 42 through 47, you know, whatever. You pick any 5-minute chunk and you're gonna have a good time. That's Slumdog Millionaire. Slumdog Millionaire, 100%. If I ever had time to kill, I'd slap in a Slumdog Millionaire because I knew I was going to be getting something good. Just a nice bite out of something good. This movie is the exact opposite. There is not a single point where you could walk into it and catch something that entertained you. It was bad. Like, I don't know what else. It was so dry and dull and nothing of a movie. It was just aggressively like, yep, this is the kind of movie no one goes to. So I was very confused to find out it was a Mike Judge movie. Because, yeah, not great. Not great, Bob. Not great. I do like this little guy, though. He's so cute. We'll watch him. Fascinating. Is that Joe Pesci? And Jimmy Hollywood. My boy Jimmy Hollywood. I'm Matt Dillon? Oh, that's Christian Slater. I don't know. Does it insist upon itself? No. No. I think, like, when... Like, low-key, I feel like emotionally I understand what insist upon itself means when Peter Griffin says it. That's something that more prestige films do. Like, a shitty comedy or a shitty horror movie is almost incapable of insisting upon itself. I think there's a certain amount of, like... Yeah, like, it's hard to put into words, but a certain amount of, like... This is a good movie for people who enjoy good movies. As you all know, that this is a good movie. Everybody on the set understands we're making art here. Like, there was very kind of like that. I don't know how else to describe it. Yeah, there's just a very like, oh, like you demand a respect that you think you've earned, but you haven't actually earned. That's what the movie criticism it insists upon itself means to me, I think. Hey, Azim, we just found out Office Space was based on a bunch of little skits. And there are even more earnest movies. Too many. Just give the guy a TV show and let him be done with it. Clean Slate has a great poster. We gotta click on that one. Carnival of Souls. I'm wondering if it's a remake of the Carnival of Souls movie from, what, the 60s? Dexter's Laboratory has a movie? What the fuck is going on? You can't just keep sneaking TV shows in. Alright, I really like her. We'll see what the 60s have to offer. Doraemon has a movie. Six Ways to Sunday is a movie that you know the title of but haven't seen. Strictly Business. We're going to put the right in the ad watch list because I see Halle Berry. Oh, I've always wanted to watch the Julie Andrews version of Victor Victoria, and I've just never done it. That's what I mean by the list. Movies I've been meaning to get around to watching for so way too many years, it's now embarrassing. That's the type. That's the type of movie I'm talking about. Olivier. Ooh, I love an Aladdin that's not Disney Aladdin. It's so fun when you see something that Disney has made an adaptation of and anything else adapting it. It's always so fun. Gargoyles scared me so bad as a kid. I'm not gonna lie. I was absolutely terrified of Gargoyles. I would not watch that show. The opening scene where they're all like turning alive at the nighttime. No, too scary. I was absolutely terrified. That shit was way too scary for me as a kid. Palookaville. Hey, there's too much. Speaking of, Melanie Griffith met and fell in love with Antonio Banderas. I could go for some more Daryl Hannah in my life, too. A girl named Daryl is wild. Can we all address that? What do you mean her name is Daryl? Daryl Hannah. I just never really considered that before. Daryl Hannah was diagnosed with autism as a child. I had no idea. Oh, hell yeah. And she's from Chicago. She was married to Neil Young. She is currently married to Neil Young. That is wild. What the fuck? Anyways, her name is Daryl. That is wild. Yeah. Nothing there. She was very shy, emotionally isolated, and struggled in school. She was diagnosed with autism, and medical professionals urged her parents to have her institutionalized and medicated, you know, because it was the 60s. Instead, her mother just, like, she got an autism diagnosis in the 60s or 70s. That's crazy. Instead, they sent her to Jamaica. Incredible. Anyways, cool. I feel like if I watched Gargoyles now, I would probably like it, but I was just way too terrified of it as a kid. I was like, I knew those statues were scary. They can come to life and get me. It's too scary. Slappy and the Stinkers looks like a Little Rascals sequel, and I loved the Little Rascals movie, so I'll be pretty pissed off if there's a whole sequel that I never saw. Men don't leave. Tell me another one. No. Okay. A young Norwegian boy. This young Norwegian boy, there's Gabriel Byrne. This young Norwegian boy I thought was Sandra Bullock. I was like, is that blonde Sandy Bullock? No, it's a young Norwegian boy. Virtual sexuality. Lupin the Third. Hell yeah. Spawn 2. Forgot Todd McFarlane's Spawn got movies. I have not seen them. Unhook the Stars looks like the type of movie I would watch. I also want to click on Fortune Cookies. Death Train, a little Pierce Brosnan action. Atlantis is giving me everything. You Lucky Dog. The 90s really were the end of movies with a bunch of animals. We really started internalizing how bad we were fucking them up. Chuck E. Cheese in the Galaxy 5000. Gotta look into this. Gotta look into that. Is this Priestley? Jason Priestley. Boom. And Kimberly Williams Paisley. Kimberly Williams married Brad Paisley. A fact I always forget. Robert Loggia was cool until Robert Loggia did a 90s anti-abortion movie where it's a horror movie about a girl who gets an abortion, so then she goes to hell and is tortured by the devil, and the devil is played by Robert Loggia. It is literally a Christian anti-abortion propaganda film, and I have never been able to look at Robert Loggia the same way. So like, sorry, anybody can feel about that how they'd like. I miss Kimberly according to Jim. That's a deep cut. Beautiful. Yeah, I mean, I really liked Kimberly Williams Presley. There's more than one Spawn movie. I didn't even know there was the one. See, that's the thing. Omega, maybe they're doing that thing where they're like carving up a TV show into movies so that they can post them on Letterboxd. Azim, there was a movie she did about like, I think it was her. I'm about to check this. I'm trying to figure it out. It was like her mom and her played a game where they like plotted out her whole life as just like as like a joking cute thing, like when you do MASH. And one of the things was, okay, you're gonna marry your 7th boyfriend. They were doing like a Mad Libs. And then her mom died shortly thereafter, and so she becomes obsessed with like, well, the first 6 guys I date don't even fucking matter because I'm gonna marry the 7th one. And then she meets like the perfect guy right after breaking up with her 5th boyfriend. So she like, this guy would only be her 6th boyfriend. And so she's trying to be like, we can't date because even if we did, it's not going to go anywhere because I'm going to marry my 7th boyfriend. I'm not going to marry my 6th boyfriend. Don't be stupid. That would be dumb. It's called Lucky 7. Here it is. Oh my God. And the boyfriend is Patrick Dempsey. And yeah, Amy Myers, the one whose dying mother made out a timeline for Amy's life and predicted she would marry her 7th boyfriend. When she falls head over heels for her 6th boyfriend, she decides to find another. So that's the thing. So she's like, no, I have to go date somebody else first. And you have to wait. And then we can get married. And like, she went to Harvard and became a lawyer because those are the things her mom had decided. And she just does all of this shit because her mom decided that she would before her mom died. And then the whole movie is her being like, okay, maybe I could just marry the man I love even if he's not my 7th boyfriend. I watched it on Lifetime. It looks like it was an ABC Family movie too, but I remember watching it on Lifetime. But I have no idea why this movie stuck in my head. But I remember watching this movie on TV. I knew it was a made-for-TV movie, but it starred Kimberly Williams, and it really stuck in my head. She was really cute in it. I don't know how else to say it. She was really cute in it. So when we get to 2000s, we got to be on the lookout for that. I was wondering where this is so familiar. Squid Girl, I feel so seen. I was not expecting anybody to have seen it, because I was like, this was a movies you know other people have seen, but in terms of like, I don't expect anybody to see this. Is made for TV movies. There's like there's something about made for TV movies that feel like if you didn't watch them when they were airing that weekend, people like never saw them again. They very rarely showed up in like the video store. I heard of the opposite of that movie. Explain yourself immediately. Well, yeah. So yeah, I don't know how else to. It's just like I loved watching Rose Red. I'm trying to think about like TV movies. I loved watching Rose Red, which is actually a mini series because it was 4 hours long. It's actually basically just 2 movies back to back. But it was a mini series that aired over 2 nights during a like special limited edition thing. And then they bound the 2 VHS and had them at Family Video. Actually, at Hollywood Video. I would watch it all the time. And so I have a hard time like not remembering that that's a movie. Like, that wasn't in theaters. Nobody saw it in theaters. There weren't like previews for it. If you weren't watching like ABC the week leading up to that special, you've never heard of Rose Red, because it's like a TV. They did those big special events, and if it wasn't the Brandy version of Cinderella, those TV movies kind of got forgotten. That's the only TV movie I can really remember that like stood the test of time, where everyone knows the Brandy version of Cinderella, right? That's not weird. That's not crazy to say. Like, everyone remembers exactly. Wasn't it like Henry Goulding is the... I can't type. Noirwood is a very funny typo. Oh yeah, Rodgers and Hammerstein's Cinderella. So Whitney Houston is the godmother, but who was the... Oh, Pablo Montalban. God, I forgot about that. He was also in a Mortal Kombat movie. God, what a great movie. I forgot Bernadette Peters was in it. And had Whoopi Goldberg. I forgot she was the queen. Alright, anyways, like, that's a made-for-TV movie I expect everyone else to know. But outside of, like, you know, outside of, like, that level of shit, I don't expect anybody to have heard of a TV movie. Especially, like, oh yeah, this Kimberly Williams made-for-TV movie. beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. Are you thinking of Good Luck Chuck? Are you looking at Innocent Blood, Azim? Because I've been staring at this girl trying not to get distracted. Because Good Luck Chuck was famously advertised under two preview trailers that made it two completely different movies. The first one was about Chuck, played by Dane Cook, who has a curse put on him where any girl that he falls in love with, like any girl he dates, immediately meets the man of her dreams. And then he meets Jessica Alba, and she's super hot, and he desperately wants to like be with her, but he can't fuck her because as soon as he puts out, she's gonna meet the man of her dreams. The other trailers were the same movie, Good Luck Chuck, about Jessica Alba, a woman cursed with preternaturally bad luck. She's so clumsy, everyone around her gets hurt. But Dane Cook meets her and is like, wow, this woman is so hot. She's so worth risking bodily harm for. And so it goes from Good Luck Chuck because he's cursed with bad luck to Good Luck Chuck, don't die because you want to bang this chick who has famously bad luck. Do you guys remember that? This is so weird. Because I remember watching the first trailer and being like, huh. And then I watched the second trailer and I was like, wait, that's a completely different movie. Do not play. Do not be serially playing. Don't play. No. No. Anyways, hold on. Pause. Calm down. Okay.
I'd like to propose a toast to Charlie for being my lucky charm.
Women call him.
You're that Charlie?
What Charlie?
Good Luck Chuck.
Good Luck Chuck. They fuck him and they meet.
You have sex with someone and then they find their true love. Isn't that how it works?
Has everybody lost their minds? That's ridiculous.
I guess you are a lucky charm.
Do you want to have sex before or after dinner?
Actually, I have dinner plans.
Buddy, you got the ticket to the big show.
You have 108 messages.
Yeah, I don't do that with men. This is
I don't do that with men.
Stacy.
This is Bob. Just hear me out.
But now,
I'm Kim.
I'm Charlie.
See, she's super unlucky. Do you see the pieces of the unlucky girl storyline?
It's quite a scam you got going.
No, it's not me.
People will believe whatever they want to believe.
what seems like a blessing.
Cam's the one, man.
What makes you think I'll be kissing you, huh?
See? She's supposed to be really, like, there's another trailer where she's this, like, super clumsy girl.
If you sleep with her, she's gonna marry the next guy she dates.
Hey, that's not true.
I started calling all your exes. They're married.
It's real.
I hate you.
I gotta
And that's the
go.
gag.
You look great. I had a good time. I gotta go.
To get the
So you get right, like this is the trailer. I swear to God, there's another trailer that has a completely different plot.
So $1,000, and all you have to do is take me to dinner.
Well, I actually thought that maybe we could.
Get it? She's fat, so that's the joke.
I'm gonna till you die.
And this is why this movie has a low rating. That's not a trailer. An accident-prone penguin specialist. That's incredible. I hate the internet.
the point of 100 questions? Are penguins?
This is a clip, not the trailer. Okay. There's seriously 2 different movies for this.
I'd like to propose a toast.
No, this is that
To
one.
Charlie.
Okay. No, I'm sorry, Google. I didn't mean it. I meant this one. It's driving me nuts because there are definitely 2 different trailers for this. I hate Google. Clumsy moments in rom-coms. Jessica Alba tries comedy in Good Luck Chuck. Oh no. Did we get Shazammed? No, I remember it being like how Kangaroo Jack is famous because the movie makes it look like it's a kids comedy about a talking kangaroo, but in actuality it's like a heist film that was originally rated R and they had to remove a bunch of the swearing. Good Luck Chuck is brought up a lot in terms of trailers that are not for the movie they purport to be for. God, all of this is so cringe. The 2000s really were a time. That shit was whack. Yeah, Kangaroo Jack being on Nickelodeon was rough. It turns out the only parts that anybody liked were the kangaroo when he in the drug sequence parts. They were like, I guess that's the movie now? But, like, look, so they got 6 minutes of compilations of her being clumsy. Because that's the whole gag, is that she can't find a guy because she's so clumsy. And that's why she's like, I'll go for this guy. See?
I'm sorry. Oh no, are you okay?
And then
You're a dentist? You'll love me. Perfect teeth, no cavities. Want to see?
see, the whole, like, it was a major plot point. And then they changed the movie and then re-edited it with that trailer. I'm so shocked I can't find more than one trailer for this movie. Because it was, like, a big thing that it had 2 trailers. This is the much shorter trailer.
You look great.
See? She's always getting into shenanigans.
What's sex without love?
God, I had to grow up through this period. Oh my God. I'm really mad at Stain Cook. I am so shocked that you saw Good Luck Chuck, Siger. That's amazing. Now I have to look for this off stream because it's taking so long, but I swear to God, there's a second trailer to this. We'll get back to it. We'll pin in that. Okay, don't get scared. I'm going to turn the music back on now that we're done with the bullshit. The rain is the best part. All right. All right, Robert Loggia crushed me completely. Let's see. The Life Zone. That's the movie. These women all had abortions, so they're in hell being punished. Well, actually, like, one of them escapes because she goes through with the birth in real life. Yeah, it's crazy. It is an anti-choice torture porn movie. It's like Saw for Christians. And I haven't been able to see Robert Loggia the same way since. So, little fun fact there. Can't do it.
Black Scorpion? No, that I can get behind. This looks awesome. I saw Mortal Kombat 1 and 2, and I'm like, Mortal Kombat The Journey Begins. Did I see this? Held Up? That looks good. Lost in Yonkers. Is that a Sikory, whatever? No, it's not. Mercedes Ruehl with Richard Dreyfuss. Interesting. Interesting. Also, I have Brandon Reese's reviews up. I found out I can just read them. They're so funny. Read a couple Brandon Reese reviews when I want to feel something. It's great. Highly recommend. See, Hello Kitty and Friends the movie. Give me that shit. Which one is this? Pikachu's Rescue Adventure. Fuck me up, of course. Oh, no. I had to watch list. Get that shit out of here. Never mind. I watched it. So used to putting things on my watch list now. It's been forever since I've been like, yeah, I saw that shit. The Honor of the Hour. The Hour of the Pig. Look, not everybody can read every font, okay? That's not on me. White men are cracking up. Yeah, and that's what led us here. The Grandfather, and it's got Gandalf on it. Nice. Yggdrasil, whose roots are stars in the human mind. Hey, baby girl, I got you. My Letterboxd celebrity. Boom. Hot dog. Get out of here, hot dog. Wow, we just got Escape to Witch Mountain? That's crazy. Dreams for an Insomniac? Is that Jennifer Aniston? It is. It's so funny because I didn't see Jennifer Aniston in a single movie until after Friends. Like, so I didn't see Waiting. I didn't see Dream for an Insomniac. I don't know. For some reason, I don't know how to describe it. I don't ever think of Jennifer Aniston as a movie actress until like after Friends, when she was in like Horrible Bosses and stuff. Like for some reason, Jennifer Aniston's early movies, they were all things I was too young for. I didn't remember her in Leprechaun. She just didn't stick out to me. The first time I remember seeing her in a movie was like Bruce Almighty, and then Marley and Me, and then Horrible Bosses. You know, like for some reason, I just missed all of that. Like, oh, oops. I'm trying to think. There's other. I'm pulling it up. She was in Mac and Me in an uncredited role. Fascinating. Yeah, I'm looking now, and I just don't. You know, Leprechaun, going back, I could point her out, but not when I saw it. Marley and Me, I refused to watch. I worked at the movie theater when that came out, and I don't know if you guys know this, but employees are supposed to be in the theater, like, waiting outside the theater for, like, the last 5 minutes of the movie, which meant that the entire time Marley and Me was in theaters, the only part of that movie I fucking watched was them killing the dog. Over and over again, because it's right at the it's a dog movie. Y'all know how it ended if you didn't, and if you didn't, I'm so glad I got to warn you. Marley and Me is about how this family falls in love with a dog. They love it, they raise it, and then its stomach twists inside itself just randomly, because that's a thing that can happen. And so I live in constant fear of that happening to my dog, and they have to put it down. And the last like 10 minutes are the dog being put down and dying, and everyone's always crying, and it's so miserable and sad. And I had to, every fucking 2 hours like clockwork, I had to go sit in that theater and watch that goddamn dog die. I hate Marley and Me. I fucking hate sad dog die movies. These movies piss me off so bad. Heal the Love, fuck you. It's a puppy for like 5 minutes, by the way. That's why they made a whole prequel about the puppy years, because it's a puppy for like 5 seconds. And then the life is idyllic until the aging Marley suffers a near-fatal intestinal disorder. He recovers but suffers a second attack later. Too old for corrective surgery, Marley is euthanized with John at his side. The family pays their last respects to Marley as they bury him beneath a tree in their front yard. To this day, that's the only part of this movie I really know. I didn't sit down to watch it, so I only, like, you're all supposed to go in and do theater checks where you come in and, like, you spend, like, 2 or 3 minutes in the theater to make sure no one's talking or on their phone or whatever, in, like, circles whenever you can. And so I would pop in occasionally to Marley and Me, but I avoided this fucking movie because it was so depressing. I didn't want to see it happy and alive when I knew, like, I just have to watch it die again later. Like, I hated this movie. Like, genuinely, fuck this movie. Fuck you, John Grogan, now that I know you're a real person. Fuck you. How dare you if you write a movie about a dog, it should only be if that dog's immortal. Fuck you. Fuck you forever. I had to watch this dog die so many times because this man needed to process his grief. Fuck you. I've never liked Owen Wilson since this movie because I think of it more of an Owen Wilson movie. This isn't the poster I remember. The poster I remember from Marley and Me that we had all over the movie theater had Owen Wilson and the dog on it. This movie made me not like him. This was another one. We had this one. We had the big, huge standee for. So yeah, fucked. And I didn't even see this one. This one we did not have. But to this day, it's fuck this movie. It made me so upset. I just had to watch this stupid fucking dog die over and over and over. Yeah, I cannot imagine seeing this I was on a first date. Not first. That's the worst. I moved to Florida like a week before Christmas. 2011. So Christmas Day, I worked. And there was another delivery driver who I had become friends with because he was a Chinese immigrant whose father was allegedly like a very big businessman in China. And so like a flex there is sending your kids to America for a couple of years to like learn English and like socialize with Americans and shit like that. And then come back with perfect English and like being able to like, oh, when I was in America for a couple of years, like that's I guess just a thing, or it was back then. And so he was there as like the rich kid fail son. He was like a super stoner, super chill, dumb as a bag of rocks, but a really nice guy, and very emotionally not all there, but he was really nice and he was very friendly. And like we were like, I don't know, neither of us have family here. Yours is in China, mine's in Illinois. So we ended up hanging out, and there was like a group of friends that all worked at, all the delivery drivers there, and he was part of it, so it wasn't that weird. The other ones had family because they were from Florida, and so they were with their family. And so we got off work, and then we drove through a Walmart parking lot where two women's cars had broken down. Like, their car was just broken down. They had the hood up. They only needed their battery jumped. So he just stopped the car, jumps their battery. They get sent on their way, and they're like, oh, my God, thank you. And then we end up at the mall at the movie theater, and we're like, oh, let's like watch a movie. That's the thing you can do on Christmas. That's one of the few things that are open, because we went to the Walmart to like see if we could like go there and wander around. It was closed. So we go to the movie theater, and I've known this kid like a week and a half. His English is pretty good, but he was quiet, and I think it's because, it wasn't his first language. And so as a person who has been in a place where English was not the main language, you get kind of like, it's exhausting always having to translate shit and stuff, and like having to think about what you want to say and then what words do you know in the other language. So like I could understand why he was a fairly quiet kid, but he was really nice. So we go to the movie theater, and on Christmas, I believe, I'm gonna check this, no, it was released December 21st in theaters. So it had been out for about 4 days. Me and a guy who and also like there was this pretty obvious pretense he had a crush on me. Just to rip that band-aid off. Me and a guy go on a not date, but I definitely know that he's got a little crush on me, to see Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. Because the commercials made it look like an international mystery thriller. Neither of us knew about all of the graphic anal rape, both man on woman and woman on man. Yeah, if you haven't seen the Rooney Mara, Daniel Craig version of The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, it is a good movie. Like, it's not that we didn't like it, but there's, like, this is kind of, like, it's a total side point to the mystery, so I guess this isn't, like, huge spoilers, but it's a pretty, like, big deal. But Rooney Mara's character, basically is under a conservatorship. So whenever she wants money for anything, the conservator guy, this is what I remember from 2011, like he's like a shrink or a conservator. He's a person who like has a moral and ethical duty to not do this and has power over her. Basically, the only way she can get anything done is if he signs off on it, and he makes her let like either suck his dick or makes her let him fuck her graphically in the ass while she visibly doesn't want it, before she's allowed to get any things that she needs. And so at a pivotal point in the movie, at like the climax, one of the things she does to get her power back when she becomes like full-on hacker outside the law, fuck this, is she like blackmails that guy and then straps on a strap-on and violently anally rapes him very graphically in revenge. So if you don't know, those two scenes are in that movie of a woman being forced because of the coercive pressure of the state to either be incarcerated or like not have any money and starve or whatever the fuck it is. Here it is. Yeah. Elizabeth Salander is an asocial investigator and hacker who is antagonized by her state-appointed guardian, Niels Bierman. Bierman controls Salander's finances and extorts sexual favors by threatening to have her institutionalized. In one meeting, Bierman chains Salander to his bed and brutally anally rapes her, unaware that his actions are being recorded. At their next meeting, Salander tasers Bierman, binds him, rapes him with a steel dildo, and tattoos an ignominious message across his chest. Using the recording she made, she blackmails him into giving her financial independence and ceasing contact with her. So that's like 40 minutes into the movie. So whenever people talk about like, you know what a terrible movie to see on like a date is? You know what a terrible movie to see with a friend you've barely met in a place both of you are new to and one of you is learning the language of is? The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. I think about that all the time. I think about that mistake every day. Because I remember both of us, like, in the first anal rape scene, both just kind of looking at each other in a, like, I didn't know, like, both of us immediately wanting to let the other know we didn't know this was gonna, like, I didn't know this movie had this. Like, I remember that very distinctly. We both looked at each other like, I'm sorry, I didn't know, I wasn't expecting this. Like, it was so funny. We both were just like, I understand if you're uncomfortable. This wasn't. Yeah, anal rape or dead puppies. I can't remember if a puppy dies in Girl in the Dragon Tattoo, but a bunch of people do. It's a murder mystery. The murder mystery part was actually quite good. I remember that, and it was like my introduction to Stellan Skarsgård, I believe. As crazy as that is to say, I don't think I knew about Stellan Skarsgård before then. Yeah, he is in this. And Christopher Plummer. Speaking of, forgot he was in this. Yeah. This made me really like Rooney Mara. I've never been a huge Kate Mara fan in terms of like I don't know her as a person. I just knew the movie she's in. You know, she does stuff like Fantastic Four. You know, I don't know. And then she played like the worst character in American Horror Story Murder House. So like, she just plays a lot of characters I don't like and stuff. So I've always been more partial to Rooney Mara in terms of like picking interesting projects and characters that are more not even necessarily likable, but more like interesting. Yeah, Squid. I was saying it's rough. Yeah, Dee, it's not that, like, again, it was a good movie. That's like, I would watch it again. But I would watch it again knowing that there are graphic depictions of anal rape. And low-key, I like the revenge. The second anal rape I didn't see coming either, but at least that time it was, like, satisfying instead of, oh, God. Because the mystery itself, very good. I'll keep the bottom half covered because I don't want the mystery to be spoiled. And quite frankly, here's the best part. I don't remember it. It was like a family mystery, but I don't remember the actual, like, who did it, so I can't spoil anything. But it was a very interesting, like, again, it was very, like, Victorian house, like, manor house mystery where it all takes place, like, on this, like, Norwegian or Swedish, like, remote Nordic estate. Yeah, watching a rapist get raped is satisfying. I don't know how else to say it. As a victim of sexual assault, watching someone you know has committed sexual assault, getting that exact same sexual assault done to them by their victim, the only word I can really think of is satisfying. Because it doesn't feel good. You know, it's not like, oh yeah. It just feels like a part of me is satisfied now in a way that I was just like, there's not a lot of justice you can get. 'Cause it's not even just like, you know, it's not quite justice. It's like forced empathy almost. You know, you're not doing anything to them they haven't done to other people, especially when it's the person they literally did it to doing it to them. There's a satisfaction. Yeah, it's karmic. It's a karmic satisfaction. That's how I'd put it. It's not a like, I'm satisfied as in pleased. It's a satisfaction that's a deep karmic satisfaction that is hard to replicate. Because even if like a rapist in a movie then gets murdered, yeah, well, they weren't raped, you know, and that guy doesn't get murdered after. Just like other sexual assault victims, he has to live after. There's no like, and you have to think about it. You have to process it. You're just gone. No, he has to live everyday processing. Oh, wow, that's what it's like to be raped in the ass. Like what I was doing to people. Like, you know, there's, we're all saying karma, then karma. Yeah. But, yeah, I think that's one of the reasons it's so, like, that's the word that comes to mind, satisfying. Where it's just like, this is the closest you can actually get to justice for this scenario. Also, I almost passed up. I almost said missed and passed and said pissed up. An Alan Rickman movie called Mesmer. Haven't heard of that. I want to click on that bad boy. Circuitry Man? This looks like a Max Headroom ripoff. I didn't know there was a Bloodsport 2. I'm going to be honest with you guys in this moment. Blood Moon sounds cool. Flames, the movie. I thought that said Slamies. Because the F looked like an S to me. I don't want to talk about it. Pissing on Mesmer. I just might if it's bad. Is that Tim Roth? It is Tim Roth. Damn. Okay, when I'm right, I'm right. Sometimes I just be saying actors and it is not that man. But when I'm right, it feels great. Goya Bordeaux. I'm going to assume that's about, you know, the painter. Agard. Hold on, because this looks like I'm gonna die. This looks like something the Cult of Unaris would make. And I was like, is this a Unaris film? And I got kind of excited. But, no. I'm actually much more confused now because I have no fucking clue what's going on. What the We Did Swirl. It's one of my favorite movies ever made. I'm not even kidding. It's called Children of the Stars, if you guys are curious. Got this came out in 2012. Oh, look! Letterboxd. Okay, first off, watched. Second off, liked. I think I've liked like 2 movies. Ruth Norman is the one whose name I was looking for, by the way. I was like, is that because this I thought looked like Ruth Norman. If you have not watched this, you need to. Unarius is my favorite cult. It is like the only harmless cult that's ever been. Live writer review. Yeah, Children of the Stars is a documentary that you can't like. I own it on DVD. Let me put it that way, because you used to be able to watch it on their website, and now you can't because it doesn't exist. I don't know if this guy's done anything else. He did this in 2014, so like 3 years later. But I'm kind of sad because he hasn't really done anything else, and I loved this movie. I thought it was one of the most well-done documentaries I have ever seen. So, Children of the Stars is about, and there's lots of, like, you can see there's an autistic Chinese children documentary of the same name, but you have to be careful. It's the 2012 one. The cult is Unarius. And Ruth Norman's cult name is Uriel. And the foundational belief of the church is basically based on the science fiction writings of her husband. It's like if Scientology was cooler, because the number one belief of Unarius as a church is that all fiction is real. That all fiction is actually, like, if you wrote the fiction, so like William Shakespeare, all of the plays William Shakespeare wrote were actually his remembrances of past lives throughout the cosmos of existence. And so Ruth Norman, Uriel, you got to like you could be famous people. So like Ruth Norman is actually the spiritual reincarnation of Cleopatra, and also Bathsheba, and also Mary Magdalene, and also Princess Leia from Star Wars, and also she has spiritual memories of a reincarnation of herself that lived in Atlantis, because Atlantis is real. All of those stories about Atlantis and all those fictional tales of Atlantis are actually the psychic reincarnated memories of your past lives. So George Lucas didn't invent Star Wars. There is no such thing as fiction. George Lucas lived during the time of the Empire, long, long ago in a galaxy far, far away. And whatever life he lived at that point, the George Lucas in the present retains psychic memories of that time. And he thinks they're just ideas of fiction, but subconsciously he's recalling. Like, they're not saying that every single person who writes fiction knows that they're just talking about their memories. They believe that all creatives are subconsciously channeling their past lives, and thus all fiction is real. And so you can lay dibs on being any past historical figure or any fictional character ever. And it's really fucking funny listening to them talk. Like, Jesus is Ruth Norman's husband's former reincarnation. They cover all, but also so is Ganesha. Well, you can't have three people who used to be Ganesha. Ruth Norman's husband was Ganesha. So no one else can be like, well, I was Ganesha. You're wrong. You misremembered. You must have been Ganesha's friend. You must have been the mouse. You know, like, that's what I mean by dibs. Like, if I say I have the psychic memories of being Princess Leia, no one else can be like, well, I have the psychic memories. You bitch, you must have been one of Princess Leia's baristas. Because I have all of Princess Leia's memories, bitch. Like that. You know, you can't have multiple people who are reincarnations of the same being. So once one person kind of claims to be that thing, that's it. And so Children of the Stars used to only be available on a specific website. Oh, but one of the important things that I forgot to mention is that they had a public service channel that they would record videos, and a lot of them were low budget sci-fi films with no scripts, because they would be like, all right, we're all going to channel our psychic memories at the same time, and so we will know what we need to say because we will just remember what we said then. And so these are essentially sci-fi improv films, and they are incredible. Unarius Academy of Science. Oh, by the way, their headquarters is in El Cajon, and they have a parade every year because they think that, like, Star Jesus is gonna come back. So yeah, Unarians believe in the immortality of the soul and that all people have reincarnated many times. They also believe that the solar system was once inhabited by ancient interplanetary civilizations. The aliens are said to be human beings who have lived on Earth and on other planets outside the solar system. They are said to be more advanced than humans spiritually and scientifically. While the group seems to have similarities to Aetherius Society or Realism, as they emphasize space brothers who will come from the stars in 33 spaceships to improve humanity, these beliefs are not held by all Unarians, and in fact are discounted by many as contradictory to true Unarian principles. In his book The Truth About Mars, Ernest, Ruth's husband, claims that the Chinese evolved from ancient interstellar migrants who began colonizing Mars 1 million years ago. They are reported to have returned to Mars, where they live in underground cities after being attacked by natives of the Earth. A group which had become separated did not return with them, and this group branched off and formed various Asian racial genotypes. This shit is crazy. Basically, Ernest dies young, and Ernest was not very charismatic, and so his cult was pretty small. But Ruth, his wife, was hella charismatic. She was like Tammy Faye Baker. And so when he died, she took over the church and started doing all of these public access television, cable TV shit in the early 80s. And that's when shit got so wacky in such a fun way. So, yes, it's beautiful. It's so beautiful. Oh, 3 years ago, you could watch this on Tubi. And, like, this guy right here, they interviewed this guy 30 years later. Like, in 2012, they interviewed him, and he just looks almost exactly the same, but a little bit older. Yeah, you used to only be able to watch it off their website. Children of the Stars tells a strange but true story of, this is Ruth Norman, of a UFO contactee group who relive their past lives on other planets by making their own science fiction films. I wanted to give you a taste so you can be like, wow, that really does look like a Ruth Norman film. It is aggressively white people shit. There were only white people I saw in the cult. Let's be real. Black people have shit to do. They don't have time for cults.
Started amongst the stars, if you want to look at it that way. Children of these higher, more intelligent beings.
These are clips from the show. And this is Al Cajon now.
I am Archangel Uriel.
The stories about her childhood are ones of deprivation.
I am wisdom.
She was treated very harshly.
She is the cosmic generator for this galaxy.
It just dawned on me. I said, wow, this is an archangel. And she's telling me I should have some custard.
She looked at him and she says, I know who you are. He was the fallen angel, Lucifer, Satan, whatever you want to call him.
Don't worry, they redeemed him. One of their members they found out was the reincarnation of Satan.
Of Unarius were drawn to Uriel in this lifetime.
He was redeemed.
Like moths to a flame.
We had worked together in the past to murder Uriel.
There is no such thing as science fiction.
Oh no, it's real.
Told you.
They're writing from their memories.
I'm not kidding.
Were there.
Yeah, 1984. That was a dystopian planet.
Very different than how they do it.
These are their movies.
They put on some native grass skirts and all this kind of stuff, and all of a sudden they were those people.
I found out I had lived on other planets.
That's him.
We lived
40 years
many
earlier.
lives. There's no such thing as death.
This is literally my favorite documentary ever. It's done so
We're not
well.
Alone in the universe.
It's
And
almost
these space
entirely
brothers want us to know that.
The cult members speaking. You don't really hear from the documentarians. It's all very much just like, here's them explaining their cult. And it's so fascinating.
Universal, articulate, interdimensional understanding of science.
Billingsgate.org is where you used to be able to watch it. And this is Billingsgate.org. And if you go to buy now, I don't remember what it says, but it's hard to buy. It's $5. I used to not be able to get online. Maybe they put it back up. I don't know what VHX is, but it kind of scared me. Look at all these reviews. Like, I loved this documentary. I was kind of, like, I was hoping they'd do more stuff, but... Oh, looks like maybe they have 4. Because, yeah, this guy did great work. San Diego-based documentary place. Interesting. This is following a San Diego garage rocker made in 2017. And then in 2026, we just came out with this one. A 2-channel short film. I don't know what a 2-channel means, by the way. A 2-channel short film reimagining the conquest of the West, composed of repurposed vintage archival footage, including a 1926 silent film, interspersed with contemporary scenes of the California desert, the decades bridged by soundtracks of howling emanations from the electrical grid. Oh, maybe 2 because there was also a CD? The music on the CD was improvised live on guitar and an array of effect boxes, recorded straight to a hard drive via 2 microphones in the fall of 2025. Filming for the Fourth Continent began sometime around 2017, though a few shots date back to 2009, with initial assembly completed that year or the next. Most of the footage was shot in Imperial County, east of San Diego. Incorporated scenes from director Henry King's The Winning of Barbara Worth, a melodramatic silent film about love, water, and land, which was shot in the same area nearly a century prior, as well as Thirst, a 1932 newsreel hosted by the formidable Mr. William P. Whitsitt of the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. Additional fun was had with Miracle in the Desert, a circa 1950s promotional video for the now largely abandoned resort developments of Imperial County's Salton Sea, a man-made ecological disaster whose hauntingly lovely shores are now littered with fish bones, bird carcasses, and toxic sludge. Over the ensuing years, I returned to the film periodically, finessing the edit and experimenting with a number of different musical scores. In early 2026, I recognized a commonality between the music I'd been recording and the film I'd been editing. The one transformed the other, and they began what they were meant to be all along. This is a 2-channel, multi-screen, and installation film with 2 video images composed to be projected separately but in close proximity. Answers my question. Allowing for moments of consonance and dissonance between the scenes. This is impossible to replicate on a single Blu-ray, so in the in-home video version, the images directly abut one another, creating a more intimate relationship and occasionally a set of identical image twins conjoined at the hip. If you care to watch one screen at a time, I've included a bonus feature, each single channel as its own video. While the image is larger, each represents only half the picture, at least as I see it. That's fascinating. Not a documentary, though. Wow. Guy does a lot. But Children of the Stars, I've watched at least 8 times. Easy. Like, top tier. Top tier. Now I gotta peek at some reviews. Why haven't more people seen this documentary? Thank you. This is just a guy's sci-fi headcanon people are just into. That is all religion. Director Bill Perrin's talent as a documentary filmmaker aren't extraordinary by any means, but the subject matter he chose is just too batshit crazy not to be entertaining. The doc is labeled as a comedy, and all Perrin had to do was point his camera to subjects to achieve that. Those subjects are the students of the Unarius Academy of Science, and they've been around since the goddamn 1950s. I don't even know where to begin to describe this group. They believe they keep getting reincarnated over and over again, which isn't all that weird and actually pretty normal for California. But here's the kicker. Not all their past lives are from this Earth. That's right. They've lived lives in other worlds, galaxies, and beyond. To help explain this, they make you aware that fiction, science fiction in particular, isn't fiction at all, but interpretations of past memories that come up in our subconscious. The best example of this is when they explain that Gene Roddenberry, the creator of Star Trek, was of a higher realm of intelligence, or that a master scientist from somewhere had transmitted the energy to Roddenberry to create Star Trek. That's one of the less crazy things they say. There is so much more to this entire Unarius thing, too, that it would take too much time to get into all the details. Thankfully, Perrin doesn't even make his presence known in the film, instead letting the Unarius students themselves recount the history of the universe as they see it. Believe me, there's nothing quite like seeing a middle-class man in borderline tacky clothing recount in all earnestness his memories of being a starship commander that destroyed an entire planet, having to try and make up for those horrible deeds in his current life. That's true. It's so good. Makes you want to watch it again. Genuinely, so fun. All right, anyways. So when I saw this, I was like, is that Archangel Uriel? Because that's what it looks like. So that's why I had to peek to see if they had any images, and they don't. Marley and me. Don't play games with my emotions. Should have seen that one coming. I don't want to watch a movie about a woman microwaving a baby just to see if the Cult of Yunaria shows up in it. It just really looks like it. Okay. I'm moving on because I'm very brave. Squiggle, that is kind of a plot point in the documentary. Well, the problem is Ruth Norman herself doesn't exactly have an IMDb. I lied, she does. I was more thinking that I doubt her shit would be credited, but you're not wrong. The Decline and Destruction of the Orion Empire. Roots of the Earthman. That was a miniseries. Lemuria Rising. True tales of the past as told by the wandering sage. The saga of Osiris and Iris. Yeah, one of Uriel's past lives was Iris, and her husband was Osiris. I fucking hate Google now. This article's from 1977. This is from when they first, Al Cajon. Ruth Norman believes the greatest, I'll kill you. The greatest man in the world's about to come. The 77-year-old retired realtor says the land, bought for $150,000, is the designated landing site for an upcoming visit to Earth by spaceships from 32 planets. 1977 is when they bought the Al Cajon headquarters. Yeah. That's the problem. It's like, the thing is, for girl, you can't Google shit these days. It'd be faster to watch the fucking movie. Oh no, why is this 46? We were definitely past that. Because we had Santa Claus. Wait. Is that Fiona Apple? Shut the fuck up. That was Fiona Apple. I nailed that shit. Add to watch list. Good thing we went back. One Good Cop. Oh, see, I remember Lost and Found. Dinosaur Land. Here's the thing. I've tried using other search engines. I tried gaslighting myself that Google was the problem. All these search engines basically use Google in the back end anyways. But other than that, like, they all suck. I don't see any difference. Saint of Fort Washington. Matt Dillon? I'll look into it. The Ballad of Little Joe. I'm not a Western person, but I want to click it. Oh, yeah, because we were talking about American Tail and Robbie the Reindeer. I think this is where we're at. The Junkies Christmas. Remember saying gore horror. Tilda Swinton always jump scares me. She just has the face of a ghost. I don't know else how to say it. We talked about the Wiggles. I think I clicked on The Real Blonde. I'm going to do this just in case. Because I got to know what that's about. Oh, yeah. I remember this. Damn. I'm finding, like, new movies when we already went through these pages. It's just like, oh, no. Now I know I'm missing stuff. The Harmonium in My Memory. Interesting. This is looking new. Oh, no, I remember Aladdin. Fuck. Bitch. Bitch. Okay, I remember Fortune Cookie. I don't know why it reset our thing. I remember Mortal Kombat. I was doing so good. Dee, it has been genuinely crazy because, again, when I started in the 1920s, I went to be like maybe page 30. In the 1940s, I went to page 40, and I was like, okay, like an extra 10 pages. I wonder how much this will escalate. And then in the 1950s, I went to page like 60-something, and I was like, okay. And, okay, Mesmer, I remember, and it just keeps going up from there. Holy shit, they made a Harrison Bergeron movie? And it starred Sean Astin? Shut with Eugene Levy? Shut the fuck up. And his daddy was in it? Wow. Well, that's why we have so many books, Dee Dee. Technically, this does have movies going back to the 1870s, is the other thing. I was like, I remember this genre thing having past 1870s, or past 1900s. I remember being like, damn, movies go back. For the love of Nancy. I love it. I want to start using that as an expletive now. Back in action. I know this is like stereotypical. I've just never been like a super action person. I want to pretend that I think action movies are cool. I love Denise Richards. I want to pretend that action movies are cool so I can be cool. But, like, I remember reading, like, Rurouni Kenshin manga. And whenever that volume had, like, mostly fights, I could read it in, like, 15 minutes. So I'd be like, and they're fighting, and they're fighting, and they're fighting, and they're fighting. A speech bubble. Like, I just don't care. If I wanted to look at dead trees, I would. So yeah, I'm kind of like, yeah, there's a fight sequence. I'm a piece of shit. More so than I am like, oh, you know what? I love watching a good fight sequence. Like, I can't appreciate Monty Ohm's talents. There have been so many fucking the making of famous movie things in this back neck of the woods. Holy shit, I think this is our first Veggie Tales. Rack, Shack, and Benny. I had, like... I don't even know what religion they were. Some denomination of Christian. But I had these Christian friends that would watch every time I went over their house. VeggieTales was like the only thing their mom would let them watch. And I found VeggieTales so grating. I was like, do you think I'm an idiot? Do you think I'm fucking stupid? For some reason, I felt so condescended to whenever I was watching VeggieTales. I could not get into it. And I remember thinking less of my friends because they seemed to be enjoying watching it. Like, even to the point where, like, I didn't like going over to their house. We lived in the same apartment complex. So I'd be like, let's hang out outside. Because my mom's like, you're not hanging out at our house. And I'm like, well, I don't want to hang out at their house. So I want to watch fucking VeggieTales. Mr. Bean Takes an Exam. A very short film about someone called Mr. Bean who takes an exam. That's pretty good. Bye Bye Birdie is all the way down here? Wow. Main Trouble. Is that Jack Nicholson with a horrible mustache? Jack Nicholson should not have just a mustache. This is... What the fuck? Why is Gillian Anderson marrying Wow, that's Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Patricia Arquette. A young Hutterite boy must marry his late brother's wife who comes from outside the community. What the shit fuck? One of the writers of The Rock wanted to see Patricia Arquette marry a 12-year-old Amish Joseph Gordon-Levitt, and Leonard Nimoy said, I will absolutely direct that. Holy shit, it is directed by Leonard Nimoy. Till death do them part, or until she finds the money. What the fuck? The funniest part of this is how at one point, Patricia Arquette questions the premise of the movie and asks, is this a comedy or something? And I was thinking the very same thing. Is this supposed to be funny? Entertaining? A character study? What the hell is this? Does it want me to join a cult? I'm starting to think that Leonard Nimoy might have actually been an emotionless Vulcan for real. Also, how can a movie be this weird and so predictable at the same time? Damn, I didn't even know they had non-Christian VeggieTales. I remember my Jehovah's Witness grandma breaking Jehovah's Witness commandments once by giving me a Brookstone gift card like a week before my birthday. But, like, that's the closest I got to a birthday present from her, other than the one time she gave me a Children's Illustrated Bible for Christmas. And I didn't know what Brookstone was. And I thought maybe it would be a bookstore. And so I found out there was one at our mall, and I went to the mall, and I found out that it was a Christian store. And it was like a $20 gift card, and I couldn't find $20 worth of anything I wanted in the whole store. And I remember getting a, like, water bottle with one of those plastic big, like, crinkly bendy straws that was the Cucumber dressed as, like, a plunger-based superhero, and some chocolates from the register for my mom. being told this is Larry Boy. Because that's exactly what I remember it looking like. Facebook always fucks. Once you click on a Facebook thing, you can't go back anymore. It's incredibly insidious. I don't even know how it's possible. Let's see. Dun dun dun. Yeah, this was definitely the thing. Oh, yeah. This was it. Sold for $50. I got this and the and some chocolates because I just needed to spend X amount of money. But that was the exact cup. This little freak. Because, yeah, I did like the fact that, like, that little fin part, you pressed it and then the straw came out. So that was cool. This one is just a figure, but that part, let me see. Where's this cup? Yeah, that was the one thing I got at Brookstone, and I remember being like, fucking Veggie Tales, but at least I recognized it, and so I was like, whatever. I don't want to suck on the pickle. You better learn, baby girl. So yeah, that is my strongest Veggie Tales memory. Was always having to watch it at my friend Carlina's house. And my grandmother giving me a gift card I spent on a water bottle because it was the only... Because it was all, like, Bible books and shit. Everything there was so boring and, like, for adults. So it's still in business. I swear it was called Brookstone. Looks like it's a sex store now. Dental clamps and specialty tools? Hold on. This might not be safe for stream. Kelly has to explore. Okay. I will say, they sell water bottles, and the logo is exactly how I remember it. I remember going to the book section of the store, and the only books they had were Bibles, and then they had VeggieTales stuff, so I'm realizing now maybe it wasn't even a religious store, but the only thing I can get for $20 was a water bottle. So maybe it's because, like, it's not sex stuff, by the way. It's not sex stuff. It's like, what are they called? I'm gonna start the music again, don't get scared. What are they called? Like Sharper Image. It's like the Sharper Image, like, massage chairs and stuff, not like we're using massage as a euphemism. Does that make right? Like, it's not euphemistic. It's very much like you want to spend a lot of money on an at-home massager. Honestly, I have been jump scared by worse. I can't even be mad at it. Robert Duvall as Stalin. My ass read that as Robin Williams as Stalin. And I was like, I think I would have heard of that movie. The local stigmatic? Al Pacino in a random 1990 movie I've never heard of? Al Pacino, how many movies have you done? I also had never heard of Patricia Arquette until The Medium. Ironically, I was like, oh, I know Alexis Arquette, and I know that Courtney Cox married an Arquette brother. So I also didn't know David Arquette because I hadn't seen Scream. So the only Arquette I knew was Alexis, R.I.P. And so I was like, Patricia Arquette. Oh, Alexis Arquette's sister. Okay, that's cool. And then I'm like, oh, she's in this movie. Because she was in a whole bunch of movies in the early 90s that were aggressively R-rated. And so as a person born in 1992... I had not seen a single Patricia Arquette movie until she did The Medium in, like, what, 2004? The TV show. 2005. Damn, I was close. So this is the first time I saw Patricia Arquette, and I was like, wow, she got beautiful eyes. And then I found out she'd been in a bazillion movies that I could not watch until I was older. So, yeah, every time I'm like, oh, wow, another Patricia Arquette movie. Damn, she really was in a lot of movies. And every single one is aggressively not appropriate for 7-year-olds. So, and she's done a lot. I did not get to watch that. That sounds so familiar. I did not get to watch them because of the unfortunateness of time. I don't know what's happening to this Barbie doll, but I don't want alien autopsy. Don't like that. Calendar Girl looks crazy familiar. Fulfill the fantasy of meeting Marilyn Monroe. Oh, Jerry O'Connell's the other guy. And Christine Taylor. Life is so much fun. You can watch literally any movie you want in existence. I somehow landed on this. Please like this post. Make me the top review for it. All right, I'll give it to you. Jason Priestley has such a 50s movie star face. I agree with this review so strongly. Jason Priestley 100% has the opposite. Like, he doesn't have the opposite of iPhone face. I think more like Benedict Cumberbatch has the exact opposite of iPhone face. Like, his face looks like the 1700s. But Jason Priestley has very, very intensely strong 1950s energy. Just aggressively 1950s. In the same way that, like, Chappell Roan has aggressively 1930s energy. Like, all of Chappell Roan's features are, like, perfect for the 1920s, 30s beauty standard. Jason Priestley is a 1950s beauty standard motherfucker. Why you came for that review so quick? You know, like is free. I've actually, like, I've made a conscious decision about that recently. Like, whenever I'm watching YouTube videos, it's to the point where I genuinely try to thumb like every YouTube video I watch, because it really is free. It really does take just a second, and everyone knows how, like, useful those things are, and it just feels nice. Like, oh, I got a like, somebody liked this review. Like, just a little shot of joy to give somebody, and it costs you nothing. So I try to be pretty liberal with, like, liking tweets or liking things. So it's like, what does it cost me? What's my fucking standard so high for liking a thing? They were funny and entertaining, and then they were like this review to make my time worth it. And it's like, you know what, fuck it, why not? So yeah, I know, like, you gotta fight the oppositional defiant disorder. You just gotta. Because it's like, alright, yeah, I'll make that person's day. Cost me nothing. God, there have been so many Doraemon movies. Going back to, what, like the 70s? Freddie Mercury tribute concert. R.I.P. Another person who I thought died in the 80s because he died the year I was born, so it was very, like, you know, he's been dead my whole life. But I didn't realize that, like, we barely missed each other. What do you mean there's a Freaky Friday with fucking Shelley Long? Gabby Hoffman, what was she in? She played, like, the middle sister in something. Oh, yeah, she was in Strike. I feel like I know her from a TV show is the problem. I can't believe that there was a new... Sleepers in Seattle. Actually, or Free Friday. I think that came up before the big Freaky Friday. I just forgot how time works. Now I'm worried that I know her from one episode of Criminal Intent, because that happens to me a lot. God. Just that a lot of stuff is just so familiar, but there's like one thing in particular I know my brain is thinking of, and I'm not sure what it is. Oh, Now and Then. That's it. Dig, dig, dig. She was in Now and Then. She's Demi Moore's character. Like the main character of the movie. Again, Christina Ricci fan. I know I have a lot of guys in chat, but I watched a lot of movies as a kid that were more aggressively like, I'm a girl, I'm watching this movie. And this image This image right here is the image I thought of. See her now? Because it's this image with, like, Christina Ricci growing up to be Rosie O'Donnell. The two I never remember the name of. Poor Thora Birch and Melanie Griffith. And then Gabby Hoffman and Demi Moore. I say poor Thora Birch because her parents were the kind of parents that you hope you don't have as parents. And they really ruined her career because they're creepy porn stars who were very, very aggressively like actor mom, actor dad about her. And it made a lot of people very unwilling to rehire her and deal with it. Oh, that's Rita Wilson. I don't know that woman. That's fucking Rita Wilson. Chet Hanks' mom. I watched movies about being a girl. Oh my god. My family loves the movie White Chicks. Like, genuinely. More like this. Fucking love The First Wives Club. Watched it a million times. Fucking love Never Been Kissed. Watched it a million times. That actually had David Arquette in it. I guess I have seen a David Arquette movie. And Romy Michelle's High School Reunion was one of my sexual awakenings. Watched that way too young. But yeah, that's Rita Wilson. Chet Hanks' mom. That's what I remembered her from. How is Now and Again? Oh, there it is. Now and Then, right there. I did miss it. I kept getting distracted by Jenny Slate. So I was like, wow, Jenny Slate in a thing. But I know her from Now and Then. So in 1995, they made a Freaky Friday. I want to watch this version. That's fun. Wow. Chicago Cab. Interesting. First Do No Harm with Meryl Streep. Bougie Street. I don't know how that... Bougie Street. I don't know. K911. I remember the poster of this fucking movie. Hey, Jim. What's up? Speaking of Jim Belushi. So you were talking about According to Jim earlier? Right? Somebody let David Schwimmer in another movie. We talked about this. David's a TV guy. There's your live action Spawn movie. Breaking Up. Is that baby Salma Hayek? Yeah. And little baby Russell Crowe. He actually looks a lot like the Hulk / the Italian Job / son of a bitch. You guys all know who the bad guy from The Italian Job is? Obviously, he's a hugely famous actor. I cannot believe. Edward Norton. There we go. I was like, Norton? Norton? No, his first name's not that dorky. It's because of his last name. Looks like Edward Norton here. Zyger, that should be one of the first reviews I write. I fucking love The Italian Job. I can't wait till we get to the 2000s. Cause I cannot wait to be like, guys, we finally found cinema. It's The Italian Job. Is that Rutger Hauer? Nope, that's Klaus Kinski. I'm gonna say, I know he's famous. He's been in a lot of things. Take it in. Take it in. Alright, we're done. No, I fucked up. I fucked up big, you guys. Gonna kill myself. There we go. That's right. I didn't panic. I figured it out. Well, actually, I did my favorite thing, which was panicking while figuring it out. They want you to think you can't do both, but if you can figure it out while panicking, fuck it. Why not panic a little bit? 8 Days a Week? That's a good Beatles song. I don't even give a fuck. The Monster Scary Little Christmas? We're watching this bad boy. I don't even need to preview it. Give me that. Yu Yu Hakusho the movie? Did I ever watch that? I was so bad about, like, I watched the 4 Inuyasha movies. I'll tell you that because I had all 4 on DVD because I'm sick. I think I still have 3 and 4. But that shit's nice. Hi, baby girl. Got a little Tabitha in here. Look, another. Wait. Sorry, that was like Gundam. Yu Yu Hakusho the movie, a second Yu Yu Hakusho movie? Oh shit, it hasn't been 5 hours. You know, I was thinking of ending it at 9. which is in 15 minutes, so that's pretty good. Wait, that's not my Where the Heart Is. Is this a different film called Where the Heart Is? It is, and there's Uma Thurman in it, and Crispin Glover. Yeah. No, those movies didn't even come out that far apart, both being called Where the Heart Is. It's wild. Dude, Zegger's seen the Yu-Hawk Show movies. Shit, that means I gotta watch them fast. This one's spooky. The place which isn't necessarily wrong. I like that. I'm gonna click on that. Put that in my pocket. I keep seeing all these Lupin movies. I know I gotta watch them all, but I've seen 3 Lupin movies, and other than the Castle of Cagliostro, I can't remember which ones I've seen. So that's why I'm afraid of marking them, because I'm like, I don't remember them at all, which just means I should rewatch them. Sailor Moon the movie, let's go. What do you mean that's on page 66? That should be page 6 maximum. Lewis and Clark and George, all I see is a giant Rose McGowan. Yes, please. Thank you, ma'am. At Dawn They Sleep. That's a pretty good vampire for the cover, I'm just saying. The Final Insult. Mona Lisa Descending a Staircase. A movie about Franz Kafka. I read this as Your Indiana Jones instead of Young Indiana Jones. And I was like, wait, there's like a choose your own adventure from the perspective of Indiana Jones movie. How would that even fucking work? I'm also realizing I haven't seen so many Mary-Kate and Ashley movies yet on this list that I have seen. So I'm like, we gotta go deep. Oh shit, the Ron One Half movie. I never got to see that. The only episodes of Ron One Half I got to see were the ones we could record on VHS when they randomly would play, because they were never even on schedule. There's Larry Boy. Speaking of, you little freak. I'm not infecting my watch list with VeggieTales. I don't remember which VeggieTales I watched. I just remember they were bad. So I'm not playing with them. They can just sit there. They can just sit there and rot. Mother May I Sleep with Danger is one of my favorite, like, sounds like a fake movies. It's a Tori Spelling movie, and nothing has more aggressively sounded like a Tori Spelling movie than a movie titled Mother May I Sleep with Danger. I constantly forget that this isn't the name of a fake movie within a movie, like from 30 Rock. Like, this is just a real Mother May I Sleep with Danger. What the fuck title is that? What the actual fuck? Anyways. I'm assuming popularity means number of people who have clicked watched. That's my theory. Holy shit! Oh my god, when I watch this. Do you guys remember the McDonald's, like this version of Ronald McDonald, this McDonald's animated movies? I loved these. I loved like the birdie with her little vest. It reminded me of like McDonald's trying to do Magic School Bus. I don't know if that makes sense, but huge fan. Huge. I haven't thought about this cartoon. So there was like a video game within like this style. Wow. The Silver Lining of Capitalism is the grimace. One of my childhood classic VHSs that came as a toy and a half. You're like, yeah, that's right. They were you got them through Happy Meals, a meal and a propaganda video. D. Bradley Baker, Pamela Adlon, they got good voice actor. Kevin Michael Richardson. A stacked cast. Okay. Vern Troyer. Yo. Maurice LaMarche. Okay. They only made like 3 of them, but they were neat. Yeah, that was the thing. I remember them not being enough. I remember wanting more. I was like, I enjoy these. Wow. I haven't thought about that in forever. That's delightful. Okay. Another Goosebumps. Say Cheese and Die. Even Hitler had a girlfriend. That's rough. You don't have to hurt people's feelings. The Gun and Betty Lou's Handbag is another amazing name for a show. Movie. What have you. That one hits. Dinosaur City. Okay, this one also screams familiar. Long before there were turtles, looking at you, Teenage Mutants, there were dinosaurs. A scientist's kids are sucked into a TV screen and wind up in the Stone Age with cavemen and dinosaurs. At last, a dinosaur movie that dares to speak about interspecies sex openly and frankly. Warning, no dinosaurs wear leather jackets or sunglasses in this motion picture. The VHS box art of Adventures in Dinosaur City used to haunt my dreams as a kid. In the best way. I hate fake advertising. Before there was Kangaroo Jack, there was. Scream Queen Hot Tub Party. All right. You got me. Guilty. That is my exact style. I could not resist. The Royal Trump. Royal Tramp 2. Nope. Kaylee, you gotta put your glasses on. I don't remember where they are right now. Joke's on you. Incognito looks familiar. Gooped? Me when I'm gooped and gagged? Twice Upon a Yesterday. Psych, I mean The Man with Rain in His Shoes. I can't decide which one of those titles is better. Ooh, Lena Headey and Penelope Cruz? Oh, holy shit. Wow. Elizabeth McGovern? Okay. I think I like Twice Upon a Yesterday more. TMDD, I think you're the first person to say nice things about the movie that Kangaroo Jack was, and not the movie that Kangaroo Jack was wanted to be by children. Jungle Jack looks terrifying. I'm clicking on that shit. John Leguizamo. Freak. It's pretty good. The Muppets Celebrate Jim Henson. The Christmas Late. Baby's first 3D movie. I gotta see this. Wrestling Ernest Hemingway. I wouldn't wrestle Ernest Hemingway. He seems like the type to pull a gun on your ass. The Wife has incredible art. Look at that. Tom Noonan. Okay. Faces of Devil. Oh, Faces of Death. Faces of Death 4. Nudist Colony of the Dead. All right, we did used to be a society. We did used to make movies. We can't just make movies anymore. Why I Never Became a Dancer. That's a powerful name for a movie. Fire on the Amazon. That looks like Sandra Bullock. Who is this? It is Sandra Bullock. God damn. Hell yeah, it is. That's right. Can't escape me, Sandy. Another Lupin. I got so many to watch. Please Save My Earth I have not heard of. How to Make Love to a Woman. It looks like a cartoon. It's different for girls. The Mighty Kong low-key looks super familiar. I might have seen that. Miffy. I don't know about Miffy. All I know is that Miffy's an ally. But I recently learned of Miffy's existence. Wow, Clover. There's a fucking throwback. Young Indiana Jones. Back again. I never watched Young Indiana Jones. I did watch I did watch Sherlock Holmes in the 30th century. Yeah, Anthony Anderson is definitely one of those. Rough. I remember talking about Kangaroo Jack in the last year. Don't know how. And being like, yeah, sucks that Anthony Anderson's a huge sex pest, though. And the person I was talking to was like, what? And I was like, oh. Yeah. By the way. So that's rough, if you didn't know. Wishful thinking. Jon Stewart and Drew Barrymore? How do I not know about this movie? Freddy as Froz 7. Froat? What the fuck is this? FR07? Because it's like a James Bond parody? Why does this exist? Like, who looked at this script and thought this will bring the money in? Like, seriously. What the fuck? Talking about this movie is not an easy task, so I'll leave you with this. They had the balls to animate the Ku Klux Klan marching to the music of a cobra. All right. Whatever Glitter Goddess is, I'm in. A Heart of Justice? Who is this? Is that Julianne Lewis? No. It's Jennifer Connelly. Eric Stoltz and William H. Macy with Dennis Hopper? And it just keeps going. Vincent Price. Like, no. That's just Reggie Schrock. That Vincent Price. Dermot Mulroney? What? Felicity Huffman? What is this movie? Balls is one word for it. Damn, that would have been so cool. I did not get to see young Indiana Jones for ostensibly educational reasons. Lotta on Rascal Street. All right. Going Down to South Park, 1999. A mockumentary documentary hybrid which covers the actual making of the show about South Park, but with a fictional spin. Apparently spoofing similar such shows, with the creators Trey Parker and Matt Stone portrayed as arrogant, obnoxious jerks who are only in it for the money. Oh, and it's Mary Kay Bergman in it. That's sad. Okay. Don't yell at me, Edgard Extension. You're startling me now. Don't startle me. I get scared, and then I yell, and then everyone else gets scared. The Skateboard Kid. We still have 90s movies to make. We have not... My Brother the Pig. Before there was Stuart Little, there was... Also, Emilio Estevez hanging out here. The War at Home. Norma Jean and Marilyn. Isn't that, Ashley Judd is Norma Jean? Yep. And Mira Sorvino is the Marilyn. I forgot about that. Yeah. They have two different actresses playing her as Norma Jean and Marilyn, which I thought was really interesting. The Ninja Turtles, the coming out of their shell tour. I want to see... This is going to be the last page. We haven't actually... I saw a bunch of Doctor Who in like the 70s and 80s, but I haven't seen Doctor Who pop up in a while here. So we got a little bit more Doctor Who. That looks like a very, very, very baby Liam Neeson. Pretty sure it is. The very thought of you. I don't know, but this is how so many posters were made in the early 2000s. You can tell we're cooking. The Nuttiest Nutcracker. Bold claim. A Chinese Ghost Story. The Sweetheart animation. Interesting. Titty. Melons. Alright. That wasn't just me. The Elegant Spanking. I think that might not be a not pornographic film. Chasing the Kidney Stone? No thank you. No thank you. The Governess. Is that Minnie Driver? It is Minnie Driver. She's a baby. Okay. All right. We're at page 75. I'm going to click on the next one. We finished page 75. Wow. I think I remember Born to be Wild. And there's a little baby Viggo Mortensen. See, it's so hard because you're like, okay, I'll stop here. And then it's like, oh, wait, well, there's a movie. And what's Best Man? Is that also Drew Barrymore? And Dean Cain and Luke Wilson and Andy Dick with a gun? And Fred Ward? Isn't Sean Patrick Flannery the actually Irish one from Boondock Saints? Yes, he is. No, he's American. Never mind. Neither of them are. But he's the other one from Boondock Saints. Wow, Brad Dourif. Why? They just be making movies. Okay, we're done. Yeah, you can't give Andy Dick a gun. Jesus Christ. He hasn't been sober since before 1997. Yeah, no. All right. We've been going 5 hours. Okay. Tomorrow I'd like to start. We're gonna go to the 2000s. So, I'll click through all these videos on my own time later. We'll figure out. But tomorrow, I'm gonna start tomorrow's stream loading up page 1 of 2000 through 2009. So then it goes 2010s and 2020s. So yeah, so tomorrow we will start the first page of the 2000s. And it's going to be by popularity. So it's all of the most popular movies from 2000 to 2009. I just realized you were tabbing everything this whole time. Dee Dee, I'm not well. This ain't the first time I've done it. So if you're curious, here's what they look like. Here's all the tabs. So we're at the very end. I don't know why sometimes it goes slow and sometimes it goes. So that's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. Okay. All right. It is going a little long. Okay. It's still going. Okay, maybe it is a little bit long. All right, it is still going. Okay, there we go. It's over. It's over. How is your computer on fire? Okay, so right now my RAM usage is at 31% and my CPU usage is at 22%. If you would like proof. I keep it up all the time because I'm kind of a freak about it. So that's what we're working with here. It's a little different because I don't fuck around with it because I don't like having slow shit. You need a lot of juice to stream. So yeah, I'm actually gonna close this up. I'm gonna turn all of the lights pointing in my eyes off, and then I'm gonna be popping into Marvel Rivals. So if anyone wants to play, I'm gonna hop into the Discord, and then we'll be back tomorrow to start the 2000s, and that will be tomorrow's stream. All right.